Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Helpless Interruption. Wizards often dream of things related to themselves, especially things they'd rather not see. This phenomenon is a peculiar trait tied to the growth of magical power. Noah wasn't entirely sure how it worked. In fact, he couldn't even remember the last time he had a dream. That didn't mean he was unaware of the phenomenon. Over time, he had gathered information through various sources. For instance, during his summer vacation in his first year, he encountered exorcists in the United States, an enlightening experience. Noah had read that exorcists were an evolved form of demon hunters, and there was a reason why the term exorcist eventually replaced the older title. Demon hunters were originally a group of emotionally suppressed individuals, ordinary people who had undergone a strange ritual. The nature of that ritual was lost to history, even the system library held only vague information. It seemed that demon hunters had emerged from nowhere, without warning or explanation. Back then, wizards didn't interfere with them, mostly because magical society was still disorganized and fractured. Everything began to change when a demon hunter adopted a squib. To wizards, squibs were often seen as useless, born into magical families, but without any magical talent. But to the demon hunters, they were something else entirely. The squib this hunter took in showed tremendous potential. Squibs possessed innate magical energy, just enough to avoid the agonizing side effects of the hunter's ritual, but not enough to cast spells. This subtle power helped them adapt to the role of demon hunters more effectively. Moreover, they retained their emotions, which allowed the profession to shift from heartless mercenaries to individuals who could distinguish between right and wrong. This shift sparked a renaissance for squibs. Discarded by wizarding society, they found new purpose as exorcists. Whether exorcist, witcher, or wizard, they all wielded magic far beyond that of ordinary people. Magic was the common thread connecting them all. And magic, in its purest form, was always mysterious. Noah couldn't help but wonder, were exorcists and their predecessors, witchers, actually connected to Ciri? In Noah's world, such professions had no history. But Ciri was different. Her power allowed her to traverse infinite timelines and dimensions. One book even claimed she had visited Italy before the Renaissance. What if she had come to this world and left behind a legacy? It would explain a lot. Geralt of Rivia, a famed witcher, was known to possess the ability to foresee dreadful dreams, a trait not too far removed from what magicians like Snape were now experiencing. Ciri, the only known female witcher, had likely inherited and mastered this ability, and perhaps she passed it on when she crossed over into other worlds. Over time, this power evolved, from witchers to exorcists, from exorcists to modern-day mages. Exorcists might be descendants of squibs, and their children might one day become full-fledged wizards. Great. If Snape's dreaming about this stuff, what about the other professors? Noah muttered, brows furrowed. Are they dreaming about me too? He wasn't in the best of moods. If Snape's dreams were anything like Geralt's prophetic nightmares, then that meant the professor could potentially know his exact level, magical tendencies, and worst of all, his weaknesses. Taking a few careful steps back, Noah adjusted his position, creating distance. At the same moment, both he and Professor Snape turned in unison. Their wands glowed faintly. Snape's wand shimmered with silver light. Noah's, on the other hand, pulsed with a soft gold hue. Expelliarmus. Just like when he dueled Gilderoy Lockhart, Snape's casting was swift, clean, and efficient. The disarming charm shot out like a bolt of lightning. Protego Maxima. But Noah was no Lockhart. He wasn't caught off guard by basic spells. His experience in countless real battles had sharpened his instincts to a razor's edge. As the silver light approached, a distortion rippled through the air in front of him, a shield of reinforced magic. The spell dispersed harmlessly, and both combatants raised their wands again, casting simultaneously. Silver clashed with gold. Snape's spell, an advanced version of the Shadowless Curse, a weakened derivative of the Avada Kedavra line, clashed with Noah's Wind Blade, a slicing arc of elemental magic. The impact ignited a storm. A violent gust swept through the classroom, flinging papers and knocking over desks. Students were thrown backward from the force. The worst off was Lockhart, who was blasted off the stage like a rag doll, landing with a loud thud. Merlin's beard, was that Noah? He's holding his own against Snape. Is that even possible? No way. He's our age. Isn't he just a second year? The crowd of students stared in awe. Shocked silence filled the room. To them, Noah was just another student, until now. Didn't Professor Flitwick say he could have skipped straight to 5th year when he was a first year? We're witnessing a legend in the making. As the whispers spread, Ravenclaws quickly gathered near Evan and the others, Noah's inner circle. Since they were all Ravenclaws, they shared a natural bond, and students began asking excitedly about Noah's strength, background, and magic. Evan and the rest weren't fazed. They had grown used to this. If anything, they were a little annoyed the fight had been interrupted. They knew how Snape fought in the room of requirement, and he never pulled his punches there. Still, they kept their answers casual, feeding bits of information to the curious onlookers without revealing anything too critical. Students from other houses soon joined in. Well, all except for Slytherin. None of their housemates were in Noah's group. They awkwardly stood at a distance, unsure whether to approach or stay silent. The exclusion stung, but they couldn't do much about it. "It seems our duel must come to an end," Snape said calmly, lowering his wand. "A shame, Mr. Fennell." Noah followed suit, wand pointed vertically, a sign of a formal end to a wizard's duel. Still, he grinned, "This is the first time I've matched you in a real battle, Professor." "Oh." Snape's eyes narrowed. "How far did you get with the version of me in the room of requirement?" Noah rubbed the back of his neck. "Well, you started casting unforgivable curses, and I responded with my strongest elemental magic. In the end, I lost, my magic reserves were completely drained. You forced me to use an unforgivable curse." Snape blinked, then nodded. "Impressive, Mr. Fernie." "Thank you, Professor. Every time I was about to die, I made the room disappear. Otherwise, I wouldn't be standing here." "You didn't have to go that far," Snape said, a rare smirk flickering. "But I must admit, you've surprised me." Noah laughed, then looked toward the students again. He noticed how they had swarmed Evan, Ron, and the others. Even Ron, once known for running his mouth, was holding back now. Noah could see it in his eyes, he now truly considered himself part of the Mage Alliance. "It looks like your little group is thriving," Snape observed, his voice dry. Noah nodded with a smile. "They're strong. I'm proud of them. Even Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter." "Yes. They're improving quickly. Of course, they still have their biases. But I think we're making progress." "I see. One last question," Snape said, his gaze sharp. "Do you have a problem with Slytherin? A misunderstanding?" "No, Professor. If I did, I wouldn't hold you in such high regard." "Then why are there no Slytherin students among your group?" Noah shrugged. "Because they're all too scared." He paused, then added with a smirk, "But now, they have a reason to be braver." Chapter 102, Victim's Perspective. Draco Malfoy was in a foul mood. No, calling it foul would be an understatement. He was livid. And all because of one person. Someone he shouldn't have had anything to do with, someone who should never have intersected with his life. But thanks to his father, Lucius Malfoy, their fates were now tangled in the worst possible way. That person was Noah Finial, a Ravenclaw student. Although calling Noah an eagle didn't seem quite right anymore. In Draco's mind, if Noah was an eagle, then what was he? A snake still in its egg. Not yet hatched. Draco was painfully aware of how good Noah was, so good that it made Draco seethe with jealousy. No teacher seemed to dislike him. He excelled in every subject, calmly tackled any challenge, and always topped the exams with terrifying ease. His brilliance made Draco curious at first, he even wanted to get to know Noah. But as a proud pureblood noble, he refused to lower himself. Making friends with a muggle-born. That would be disgraceful. Unthinkable. He was content staying distant. After all, they were strangers. Why change that? But things took a turn for the worse in second year when his father had a heated dispute with Noah. And Noah, this reckless, arrogant muggle-born, had the gall to threaten Lucius Malfoy to his face. What kind of idiot would dare to do that? Draco couldn't understand it. Noah was clearly too self-confident, too self-righteous. But that was his business. Draco had no intention of getting involved. He wasn't stupid, he knew Noah had defeated a troll once. That kind of person wasn't someone you casually provoked. So, Draco kept his distance, doing everything he could to avoid Noah. And that humiliation, that feeling of avoidance, it burned inside him. For a Malfoy to be reduced to this. Then, during a Quidditch training session, he saw her, Hermione Granger. The one always hanging around Noah. "You filthy little mudblood." The insult was venomous. Draco spat it at Hermione, as if venting all the anger he'd bottled up for so long. But the moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. And when Ron Weasley retaliated with a poorly cast curse, Draco didn't resist. He took the hit. It was almost funny, Ron's spell struck true for once. A small victory in a pit of misery. But the aftermath quickly spiraled out of control. Ken William, Evan Kane, and Lance Thursdaywell, 3 fellow purebloods, stepped in. For a Muggle-born. Their wands were drawn. Their fury was real. Draco froze. If not for some upper-year Quidditch players stepping in, he had no doubt they would have hexed him on the spot. Have you all gone mad? She's just a Muggle-born. A mudblood. His guilt vanished in an instant, replaced by rage. Purebloods, turning against him, for her. Insanity. But then, he saw him. Noah. That wretched Ravenclaw. That Muggle-born. That insufferable prodigy. And to make things worse, Noah didn't even hesitate. He attacked. He single-handedly defeated Marcus Flint, Slytherin's Quidditch captain. A sixth year. Merlin's beard, a second year did that. Even the Dark Lord couldn't have done that at Draco's age, could he? A chilling thought crept into Draco's mind. Was Noah really a Muggle-born? He knew Noah was an orphan. Everyone did. He'd grown up in a Muggle orphanage, never met his parents. But what if his parents had been powerful witches and wizards? Maybe even purebloods. Maybe something had happened, and he'd ended up in the Muggle world by accident. It had to be that. It must be. Because how else could a Muggle-born be so terrifyingly powerful? More so than any of the purebloods. That idea stuck in Draco's mind like a splinter. And then, to top it off, Noah forced him to apologize to Hermione. Draco tried to bury the memory. It was too humiliating. But just when he thought things couldn't get worse, something else happened. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened again. And who was there when it happened? Who had been near Filch and his petrified cat? Noah. Draco's eyes widened when he heard the rumors. Maybe it was him. Maybe Noah had opened the chamber, just like Slytherin's heir was supposed to. Maybe Noah wasn't Muggle-born at all, but a secret heir of Slytherin. Of course, it was also possible that Noah had just been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Framed, maybe. But if people believed he was a Muggle-born, and he wasn't the culprit, the real heir might come after him anyway. Draco didn't know how to feel. He was scared. But also, hopeful. If Noah was the target, maybe he'd finally be taken down. Still, when he asked his father about the chamber, Lucius only gave vague answers. He mentioned that 50 years ago, a student had died. A Muggle-born. One person had been expelled, but he wouldn't say who. Draco didn't care. If Noah wasn't the heir, and was really just a Muggle-born, then maybe the creature would deal with him. But if he was the heir? If he truly held that power? Then the rest of them, including Draco, might be in trouble. 2 weeks later, all hope vanished. Draco heard whispers that Noah had dueled Professor Snape, and it was a draw. Noah and Snape didn't talk about it. But the shockwave from their spells had sent students flying across the room. Gilderoy Lockhart had to be hospitalized. Draco knew Snape hadn't gone easy. His casting had been sharp, fast, serious, nothing like the way he toyed with Lockhart. What kind of power was this? Could someone like Noah really lose to a creature in the chamber? Doubtful. And then there was Hermione. Draco had always dismissed her. But after seeing her duel, it was clear she had terrifying magical ability. Noah's group of 9. Unbelievably strong. Draco had wanted to take revenge on Harry Potter after losing in Quidditch. But after seeing Harry take down a group of students without breaking a sweat, he turned his attention to Hermione. And the result? He didn't want to talk about it. She wiped the floor with him. Knocked him down with one spell. He, Draco Malfoy, a proud pureblood, humiliated by a Muggle-born. And the worst part? He remembered what Hermione had once said, something he'd always laughed off. I'll prove Muggle-borns can be better than purebloods. She had. And he had been the example. Bloody hell. What is happening? Draco wanted to scream. The world felt upside down. Even the other purebloods in Slytherin seemed drawn to Noah's ideals. Half-bloods adored him. He even heard that Katniss Lopez was close to Ken now. Had he been wrong this whole time? Had his family been wrong? No. No, that couldn't be. But the doubts had taken root. I have to find out how they did it, Draco muttered. Even if I get beaten again. His pride was shattered, but his curiosity burned brighter than ever. Chapter 103, Chapter 103, What are you waiting for? Harry, I told you I only gave you a warning, not to drag me out on a shopping spree. But Noah, I heard it again in the corridor earlier. We should check it out. Why not ask Ron to go with you instead? Because both Professor Dumbledore and you told me to notify you immediately if anything suspicious happened. Noah looked at Harry helplessly, then sighed. Honestly, he didn't want to admit that he had ever said something like that. But thinking about it carefully, Noah realized those were indeed his words, which gave him a headache. He played himself. Noah never expected Harry to be this impulsive, dragging him out to roam all over Hogwarts without pause. It gave him a headache, but he couldn't refuse. Fine, I'll treat this as exercise. Besides, the notes from the Ancient One emphasized the importance of adapting to unfamiliar environments. Let's just say this counts. He comforted himself with that thought and kept smiling as he greeted students passing by. To be honest, he regretted assigning Ken and the others to review the new recruits. If he had taken the review himself, he wouldn't have to follow Harry around like a lost ghost. Maybe it was because of his ridiculous performance at the dueling club. Katniss Lopez, who had still been hesitant, immediately decided to join afterward. This time, she didn't hesitate at all. Her eagerness even made Ken's expression twitch in disbelief. Now Ken and the others were handling evaluations with even more caution and strictness. Well, that's Slytherin for you. Not biased, just excessively careful. And the greetings from fellow students. That was thanks to the damn dueling club too. Ever since his demonstration with Professor Snape, he was recognized wherever he went. It wouldn't be that bad, if it weren't for first- and second-year Ravenclaws. They'd stop him, ask questions, beg for autographs, like he was Gilderoy Lockhart or something. But Noah had no interest in fame. He just wanted to quietly study at Hogwarts. After nearly circling all of Hogwarts, Noah finally lost his patience. Harry, we've walked the entire castle. Did you hear that damn sound or not? If not, we're going back. Sorry, Noah. Harry looked frustrated and a little embarrassed. I still haven't heard anything. Then it's probably not hunting tonight. Let's go back, Noah decided. Okay. I hope you're right. Harry nodded. Ever since joining the Wizard Alliance, he'd become far more obedient to Noah. Climbing the stairs, they made their way to the room of requirement. They had walked all 8 floors of Hogwarts. Both were exhausted, but it was still too early to head back to their respective common rooms. Noah, Harry began as they walked, how did you know the monster was a basilisk? I mean, besides the fact that I could hear it speaking Parseltongue. To be honest, even if we didn't know you could speak Parseltongue, I had already suspected it. Not just me, Ken and the others had similar suspicions. It's mentioned in Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Ancient Creatures Edition, Noah replied casually. Though in truth, Ken and the others had only made rough guesses. There were too many ancient magical creatures that could scare an acromantula like Aragog. A basilisk was just one of them. Oh. Then why didn't you say anything earlier? Harry asked, surprised. Because I wasn't sure. A basilisk's gaze kills instantly. But Mrs. Norris was only petrified, not killed. That threw me off. But after thinking about it, the answer became clearer. Noah stretched his arms. He was starting to realize how good he'd become at piecing together half-truths. So? Harry asked. Remember what was on the floor when you found Mrs. Norris? The water reflection. Exactly. At first, I thought maybe it hadn't recovered its full power, after all, it had been asleep for 50 years. But then I realized, no, it was more likely dormant for 1,000 years, and had already killed when it awoke 50 years ago. Why wouldn't it do the same now? As for Colin, I'm betting the camera saved him. He loved photography. Noah's words struck Harry like lightning. Right. That made perfect sense. The basilisk had killed someone 50 years ago right after waking up. Why would it be weaker now? He clearly remembered that Professor McGonagall had mentioned trying to develop Colin's film to see the attacker. But the camera had been melted. That just proved Colin hadn't seen the basilisk directly. Before Harry could reply, Noah suddenly stopped and pulled out his wand. I say, the one following us, how long are you going to sneak around? You've been behind us for half an hour. Want to come out on your own, or do I need to drag you out? Don't run. My wand's already out. The move startled Harry, but he reacted instantly, drawing his wand as well. Twin auras of silver and gold flickered at the tips of their wands. They were ready to strike. Draco Malfoy was stunned. How had he been discovered? He regretted everything. After leaving the Slytherin common room, he'd spotted Noah and Harry and decided to follow them quietly. At first, it went well. They didn't notice him, and he kept a safe distance. But gradually, he realized they were just walking. Then he overheard their conversation, he even cast some spells to enhance his hearing. And what he heard made his blood run cold. The monster in the chamber was a basilisk. And Harry could talk to snakes. Draco didn't care about the Parseltongue part. All he knew was, a basilisk wouldn't care if you were pureblood, half-blood, or muggle-born. One look, and you were dead. He wanted to run home right then and there. And now, Noah had pulled his wand out. Noah, the second year who fought like a graduate. The guy who made his father Lucius break out in cold sweat. The boy who defeated multiple senior students in the dueling club. Run. Nope. Bad idea. If he even twitched, Noah might actually curse him into next week. After hesitating, Draco clenched his jaw and stepped out from behind the pillar. Pulling his wand to fight. Not happening. He'd been defeated by Hermione in a duel. Noah would destroy him in a single move. Malfoy. You. Harry looked stunned. Well. Mr. Malfoy, Noah said coldly. Care to explain what you're doing here? Draco swallowed hard. He couldn't say he was just passing by. Noah had already claimed he noticed him half an hour ago. Even if that was an exaggeration, Draco wasn't about to risk it. Saying he wanted to see how strong Noah was. That was worse. Noah might test a new golden spell on him. Just as Draco was scrambling for an excuse, Harry's expression changed. He suddenly pressed himself against the wall, listening closely. Moments later, he turned to Noah, eyes wide. Noah, the voice. It's back. I can hear it again, it's close. It's moving. Noah turned from Draco and looked Harry in the eye. Well then, what are you waiting for? Chapter 104, Firestorm. Noah and Harry left quickly, leaving Draco Malfoy standing there in a daze. The two didn't even glance back, and no one paid Draco any attention. While part of him felt relieved, another part felt furious. He felt like he'd been looked down upon. No, more than that, he'd been completely ignored. It was the same kind of feeling he got when dealing with house elves. But this time, he was in the elf's place, and Noah and Harry were the ones walking away like they were superior. That twisted thought lit a fire in Draco's chest. Without thinking it through, he made a decision: he would follow them. If this had been the Draco of 5 years later, more mature, more composed, he might have stopped himself from doing something so reckless. But right now, he was just 12 years old. He didn't have the maturity or self-awareness to hold back. So he trailed after them without hesitation. What do you think you're doing? Still trying to cause trouble? Go back to your dormitory, Noah said sharply, hearing footsteps behind them and turning around. Noah was walking with Harry toward the source of the mysterious voice when he noticed Draco tailing them. Are you a professor or a prefect now? Draco retorted. Even if you're powerful, you're still just a second-year student. You don't get to boss me around. For once, Draco sounded brave, or at least tried to. Noah blinked, then actually chuckled. Looking at Draco's trembling form, he shook his head in disbelief. Listen, this monster doesn't care what house you're in. Slytherin or not, it'll attack you all the same. Go back. No. Draco said, forcing himself to stand tall. If what you say is true, then it'll go after Slytherin sooner or later too. If you're going to confront it, why can't I? Despite hesitating for a moment, Draco chose to stay and follow. Noah didn't know how to respond to that. He hadn't expected Draco to insist on coming along. To be honest, Noah didn't have the best opinion of Draco Malfoy. His main impression of the boy was that he was arrogant and full of himself. Sure, he married a beautiful woman in the future, but that was about it. Still, Noah had read some things, like author interviews and commentary. Even J.K. Rowling had expressed, through Astoria, Draco's wife, that Draco wasn't a bad person, just someone who'd grown up under heavy influence from his family, especially Lucius Malfoy. As a kid, Draco had genuinely believed in pure-blood supremacy. He'd looked down on half-bloods and muggle-borns. But over time, he changed. Not completely, but enough. He never became a full-fledged Death Eater in spirit. He was pressured, afraid, and ultimately too hesitant to kill Dumbledore. He had a conscience, something the true Death Eaters lacked. Draco wasn't evil. He was a tragedy. Noah sighed. The kid in front of him had been raised in a twisted environment. His sense of right and wrong was skewed. But deep down, he wasn't rotten. Guess that old saying is true, Noah muttered. Man is born good by nature. He shook his head and focused. Now wasn't the time for philosophy. Harry had drawn his wand. They were getting close. Noah did the same, gripping his wand tightly. Basilisks might be legendary, but they're not that easy to kill. Noah, I hear it nearby, Harry said, eyes scanning the shadows nervously. What do we do? Be careful, Noah said grimly. And whatever you do, don't look it in the eyes. But if we can't look at it, how do we fight it? Simple, Noah replied. We blind it. Once it can't see, it's just a regular venomous snake. Right, got it. Harry swallowed hard and gripped his wand tighter. Draco, following behind, was just as tense. He wanted to ask how Noah planned to blind the creature, but he didn't dare. He wondered what his father would do in this situation. After thinking about it, he realized. Lucius Malfoy would have turned and run. Draco was starting to regret his decision. Why did I follow them again? This thing came from the Chamber of Secrets, and that makes it practically my family's monster. Just as the three were on high alert, a voice suddenly called out behind them. Well now, what are you young lads doing out at this hour? Harry and Draco jumped. They turned and breathed a sigh of relief. It was nearly headless Nick. Harry clutched his chest. Sir Nick. You scared us. Scared you? Nonsense. I'm everywhere, the ghost said with a dramatic flair. But really now, a Gryffindor, a Ravenclaw, and a Slytherin sneaking around after dark. What would Mr. Filch say? He's been in quite the foul mood lately. Says he's been insulted. Poor soul. His cat was killed, you know. Really? Harry said absently, the sound growing louder again in his ears. That's terrible. Noah remained silent. Nick's appearance means the basilisk is close. Very close. He gripped his wand tighter. A golden glow shimmered faintly at the tip, clear to everyone watching. Harry immediately got into a ready stance. Draco turned pale. Nick, however, was still oblivious. What's going on, boys? Nick asked cautiously. Please be quiet, Sir Nick, Noah said quietly. We might be in danger. Well really, my name is Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington. Or nearly headless Nick, if you must. Whatever. Just hush. Noah cut him off. He focused on the sound above him. It was getting louder. He looked forward, there was a window. Dust trickled down from above. His eyes widened. Close your eyes. Now. He yelled, slamming his own eyes shut. Harry and Draco obeyed instantly. Only Nick remained confused. What are you, oh good heavens? What is? His words were cut off mid-sentence. Noah, Harry, and Draco winced. The basilisk must have seen him. But there was no time to think about that. Noah's wand blazed with golden energy. The serpent's hissing grew louder. A putrid, fishy smell filled the corridor. What's it saying, Harry? Noah asked. Harry, eyes still shut tight, trembled. It said, 3 tasty snacks. Oh. Noah replied, calm despite the tension. By the way, could I borrow your glasses? What? You can't see with them right now anyway. Just kidding. Noah's voice was calm, even as his wand erupted in golden light. Even with their eyes closed, the others felt the heat. Firestorm. The magic burst from Noah's wand in a massive wave of heat and light. The spell was so powerful that even Professor Dumbledore and Professor Flitwick on the top floor felt it immediately. Professors all over the castle dropped what they were doing and rushed toward the blast. Even the students felt the explosion of magical power. Despite the prefects trying to stop them, the curious students began to move, many of the prefects too intrigued to hold back themselves. The corridor lit up like a furnace. The basilisk shrieked in pain. Its hissing turned to horrible, blood-curdling screams. The smell of burning flesh filled the air. Noah, Harry, and Draco kept their eyes shut. Noah's breathing was shaky now. He could feel the drain on his magic. This spell, Firestorm, was not basic magic. It came from his system space, a high-tier fire spell. The spells from the system could technically be used at any level, but their true power depended entirely on the caster's magic reserves. Noah could barely hold it for a minute. He was already dizzy. He hadn't expected it to burn so much energy. Maybe I overdid it. Chapter 105, Weasley. Harry, how's this thing? It looks like it's dying. Seriously? Ask if its eyes are shut. I don't want to die the moment we open ours. Come on, Noah. Do you think it's just going to answer me if I ask? Harry shut his eyes tightly, a helpless look on his face, as though he'd just heard something completely ridiculous. He had no idea what Noah was on about. Ask a basilisk if it's safe to open their eyes. That's like asking it if it could please not kill you. Still, Noah had a point. Fighting with their eyes closed was dangerous. They couldn't aim, couldn't dodge properly, and worse, this was a snake. It had no feet, nothing to judge distance by, and it attacked with precision. How were they supposed to fight like this? Left with no choice, Harry tried to communicate with the serpent. What he didn't expect, though, was the state it was in. The basilisk's reply was low and hoarse, stripped of the ferocity it once held. It sounded defeated. After a long pause, Harry couldn't take it anymore. He carefully cracked open his eyes. Risky. Definitely. But he couldn't just stay blind. Of course, he wasn't reckless. He still wore his glasses and looked down at the ghost of nearly headless Nick. Nick had been dead for centuries, viewing through a ghost might just offer some protection. A double layer of safety was better than nothing. At worst, I'll get petrified, Harry muttered to himself. No one knows how to reverse it. He slowly raised his head, and immediately gasped at what he saw. The basilisk was nearly unrecognizable. Its massive, serpentine body was scorched black, smoke still curling from its charred flesh. Its eyes were completely gone. Is this roasted snake meat? Harry winced, mouth twitching. Despite the damage, the snake's body still twitched occasionally. It was horrifying to look at, massive, mutilated, and barely clinging to life. The worst part? Harry could still understand it. The basilisk's weakened voice crawled into his ears, and he felt pity. What is it, Harry? What's it saying? Noah asked cautiously, ready to step in if needed. His fingers twitched near his wand. It's okay, you can open your eyes, Harry said with a sigh. Your magic burned its eyes out. It can't see anymore. You sure? You really opened your eyes? Noah asked in disbelief. I used my glasses and looked through Nick's body. I've stepped out now, and I'm fine. You're insane, Noah muttered, but he cracked open one eye and whistled. Whoa, that's one well done snake. Draco, unable to hold out any longer, opened his eyes too, and stood there, dumbstruck. The basilisk stretched nearly 50 feet in length, over 17 meters. They were 12-year-old kids, barely 4.5 feet tall. The thing was monstrous in comparison. But now, it barely breathed, its scales blackened and flaking. It looked like a half-cooked beast from a nightmare stew. Draco slowly turned to Noah, eyes wide. This guy did that. Draco had always idolized his father, but now he wasn't so sure Lucius could have pulled that off. What on earth are you three doing? Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Potter. Mr. Malfoy. Professor McGonagall stormed in, flanked by Professor Snape and a host of other teachers. Behind them, students from all four houses crowded the corridor, and then stopped in their tracks as the stench of cooked meat hit them. And then they saw it. A basilisk. Gasps and screams followed. The professors exchanged sharp glances. Dumbledore's core group, McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout, understood the situation at once. Mr. Finial, you should have informed us, Professor McGonagall said, exasperated but not unkind. Snape moved past her, wand at the ready, and began examining the serpent. I'm sorry, Professor. We didn't have time. Harry said it was attacking again, so. Noah rubbed the back of his head, visibly drained. This was extremely dangerous. That's a basilisk, boys. Do you realize what you were dealing with? They aren't just dangerous to muggles, most wizards can't handle them. Even dark wizards steer clear because of the ban on experimental breeding of classified creatures. I understand, Professor. But it's over now, isn't it? I knew snakes were weak against fire, so I used fire element magic. It worked. McGonagall pursed her lips, clearly still worried. Snape finally stepped back. Its eyes are gone. Its body's nearly cooked. Were it not for its unnatural vitality, it would be dead. Thank Merlin, McGonagall muttered. It appears the threat is over. Ha. I suppose it's good I didn't need to intervene, Gilderoy Lockhart strolled up, beaming. I had a much better plan in mind. Shame it won't face me now. Snape sneered. What a tragedy. But the incident isn't quite over, Professor Lockhart. Ah. But, the basilisk is done for, right? True, Noah said, rubbing his temples. But we still don't know who opened the Chamber of Secrets. Oh, right. Of course. I already know who did it. Really? Snape said dryly. Then please, enlighten us. This, Lockhart faltered. Everyone, including the students, rolled their eyes. Lockhart was a fraud, and this time, even he couldn't bluff through it. Snape ignored him and turned to Noah, eyes narrowing as he spotted Draco. What's he doing here? I have no idea. Harry and I were tracking the basilisk, and we found Draco wandering around. I told him to go back to the dorm, but he followed us anyway. Noah shrugged. Honestly, it would have been embarrassing if Slytherin's heir had been killed by Slytherin's monster. Forget that, Noah whispered to Snape, glancing at Harry. Shouldn't we be questioning the basilisk? Snape caught the hint and turned to McGonagall. I suggest we escort the rest of the students back. The deans can remain here to handle things. Agreed, she nodded. Within minutes, the professors ushered the crowd out. Lockhart practically bolted. The rest looked reluctant but obeyed. The safety of the students came first. Draco should have left too, but he didn't. Noah's magic had shaken him. He might not have seen it firsthand, but the aftermath told a clear story. And Harry, he spoke Parseltongue. Wasn't that a sign of Slytherin's heir? Even with Snape glaring at him, Draco stood his ground. All right, Noah said. Everyone's gone. Harry, ask it who released it. Harry nodded, casting a sidelong glance at Draco, and stepped toward the nearly dead basilisk. His voice dropped into a whisper, and then it changed. The low, eerie hissing of Parseltongue echoed through the corridor. Cold and unnatural, it sent shivers down their spines. After a while, the basilisk went still. It's dead, Harry said, his voice tight. What did it say? McGonagall asked softly. It said a red-haired girl let it out. And someone who spoke Parseltongue was with her. What? McGonagall gasped. Yes. It said the girl's name was Weasley. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Novice Village Boss. The surname Weasley belongs to a prestigious pureblood family in the wizarding world. However, unlike most pureblood families, the Weasleys have always shown respect and kindness toward Muggles. They firmly believe that both pureblood and Muggle-born wizards are equals. Unfortunately, such progressive thinking wasn't well received when Lord Voldemort rose to power. With his ideology of pureblood supremacy sweeping across the British wizarding world, the Weasleys found themselves scorned and ostracized by other pureblood families. Their influence and status declined sharply. Even after Voldemort's first downfall, things didn't improve. Many pureblood families still believed he would return, and the stigma attached to the Weasleys persisted. Yet, despite the family's dwindling social standing, the Weasley children proved to be remarkably gifted. Well, except for Ron, who, at the moment, seemed directionless, not that they knew he was secretly hanging out with Noah. The rest were truly exceptional. Take Bill Weasley, the eldest son. He was a former head boy and prefect at Hogwarts, and a brilliant wizard in his own right. Then there was Charlie Weasley, the second son. Though his academic record wasn't extraordinary, his talent in Quidditch was outstanding. He became the captain of Gryffindor's team. Percy Weasley, the third son, was strict and rule-abiding, much like Bill. He also served as a Gryffindor prefect and later head boy. He would go on to join the Department of International Magical Cooperation and eventually become an assistant to the Minister for Magic. Then came the famous twins, Fred and George Weasley. Though known for their mischief and pranks, they were geniuses in their own way. They invented Tung-Tung toffees, canary creams, headless hats, and more, later founding a booming joke shop, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. As for Ron and Jinny, the youngest of the siblings, Ron would eventually become an accomplished Auror, and Jinny would go on to marry Harry Potter, though none of that was clear at this point. Despite their hardships, the Weasleys represented hope. Another distinct feature of the family was their iconic red hair. Simply hearing the name Weasley was usually enough to know exactly who someone was referring to. When Harry mentioned the girl's surname, everyone except Noah was stunned. A girl. A Weasley. They immediately realized it must be Ginny Weasley, the youngest in the family. This revelation made Professor McGonagall feel as if the world had spun off its axis. Why Ginny? Why her, of all people? Why would a Weasley associate with a Parselmouth? Why did she know how to open the Chamber of Secrets? And more importantly, why did she open it? These thoughts raced through McGonagall's mind, and for a moment, she looked as if she might faint. Professor McGonagall, are you all right? Noah asked, noticing her pale expression. I'm fine, she answered with a heavy sigh, but was she really? I think rather than speculating, we should call Miss Weasley here and ask her directly. Perhaps we'll learn whether this Parselmouth manipulated her. Noah's casual suggestion lit a spark in the professor's gloomy expressions. He was right. The Weasleys' values made it unlikely Ginny would support pureblood ideologies. They were probably just overthinking it. Professor McGonagall nodded, collected herself, and led the other professors toward the Gryffindor common room. Noah, Harry, and Draco followed behind. But Noah stopped suddenly after a few steps, causing Harry and Draco to pause in confusion. Draco, of course, didn't dare to speak first. His mind was still spinning. Harry, being more straightforward, asked, "What's wrong, Noah? Aren't you coming?" "Of course I am," Noah smiled. "But there's something I need to do first." He glanced toward the dying basilisk, still alive, but barely. With a flick of his wand, silver light flashed, Sectum Sempra. Noah whispered coldly, slashing his wand downward with precision straight into the creature's heart. The basilisk didn't even have time to scream before it slumped to the ground, lifeless. A trickle of dark blood spilled from its heart, whatever was left of it, anyway. Most of its blood had already been drained earlier. The sudden burst of magic drew the attention of the professors. Professor Snape frowned. "Noah, what are you doing?" "Cleaning up," Noah replied casually. "We're just going to leave this thing here." Then he sighed, "What a waste. I was in a rush and couldn't aim properly. If I'd pierced its heart cleanly, this would have made excellent material. A real shame, Snape nodded solemnly. Its blood can be used in rare potions. Its nerves, excellent wand cores. Eyes. Priceless. Even the bones and fangs have value. You too, this isn't the time, McGonagall interrupted sharply. Severus, this is Mr. Fennell's trophy. You can discuss it with him later. We have more pressing matters right now. McGonagall looked a little unsettled. Snape, chatting with a Ravenclaw student like that. Sure, Snape had always treated Noah fairly since first year. But now. He was speaking to him almost like an equal. Then it struck her. Noah's identity wasn't ordinary at all. After all, Noah's teacher was the Sorcerer Supreme. When Dumbledore had sent a letter to Kamarage, the Ancient One had personally replied. McGonagall had read that letter, as had Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout. They had all been shocked, but deeply proud, especially Professor Flitwick, who had mentored Noah early on. Snape's recent behavior now made a lot more sense. Still, McGonagall couldn't shake a certain unease. Meanwhile, Noah turned his attention to Draco Malfoy. This kid was still following them. Mr. Malfoy, what's going on? Why are you still tagging along? Look, if you've got something to say, say it. Otherwise, I'll deal with you another time. I just want to know why you're so powerful. Draco hesitated but finally blurted it out. It was a childish question, but a valid one. In fact, it was the question everyone at Hogwarts was asking. After tonight, that question would burn even brighter. Even those who didn't witness the basilisk being killed had seen the aftermath, its massive body coiled up, charred and lifeless. A monster turned to ash. What's the issue? So I'm powerful, so what? Noah shrugged. That's the result of my own hard work. But, don't you think your parents might be magicians? Draco asked awkwardly. Magicians? I have no idea. And it doesn't matter, Noah said flatly. Even if they are, so what? You know who the most powerful magician in this world is? I know, it's you-know-who. Voldemort. Noah raised an eyebrow. Here's some advice, Malfoy. Go ask your father, he's obsessed with purebloods, right? Maybe he's read more books than you. Or better yet, ask the professors here who the most powerful magician really is. You actually said his name aloud. Aren't you afraid he'll come after you? Don't say it again. Draco looked horrified. Even though he was still a brat at this stage, he had a conscience, and he genuinely feared Noah would bring Voldemort's wrath upon himself. Noah isn't afraid, Snape said suddenly, and as for the Dark Lord, compared to her, he's nothing more than a speck of dust. Snape's words shocked Draco speechless. Her? Was he referring to the Ancient One? Noah clapped Draco on the shoulder with a sly grin. The world is vast, Mr. Malfoy. Your vision is too narrow. The greatest wizard believes all born wizards are equals. And haven't you noticed? Noah continued. The so-called Dark Lord only dares to cause trouble in Britain. He doesn't even dare step foot in the rest of Europe, let alone the world. Chapter 107, his name. Voldemort's sphere of influence was, in truth, limited strictly to Britain. While his ideology had reached other countries, it remained just that, an influence, not power. He was formidable only within the UK. If he dared extend his ambitions beyond its borders, well, needless to say, the ministries of magic in other nations would waste no time in eradicating the Death Eaters. This wasn't just a domestic issue anymore. It would be considered foreign interference. And most nations did not align with Voldemort's ideals, especially not the United States. Noah knew this all too well. The romanticism and idealism of Americans rivaled even that of the French. The wizards there, particularly those from Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, were fundamentally opposed to any ideology resembling Voldemort's. Noah had visited the US before and understood the stance of their magical congress clearly. Even the Ancient One, master of the mystic arts, held a distaste for Voldemort's views. Yet, she refrained from using her authority to interfere. Perhaps, in her eyes, this matter was too insignificant to warrant her attention. But should the situation escalate? Who knows what action she might take? So if you believe that Voldemort, this so-called mysterious and mighty figure, will actually succeed, he's probably already on the path to failure. Ambition is one thing. But action? That brings only destruction. Why? Draco asked, his face full of disbelief, still not quite understanding. Noah chuckled at Draco's astonishment. This boy had such a limited perspective. But he didn't mind, many within Britain were equally short-sighted. Some saw clearly, others only by sheer luck. Because wizards have always been equals, Noah explained. If you'd read enough history, you'd know about the relationship between wizards and exorcists. Exorcists? You mean that group of squibs? Draco scoffed. You idiot, Noah snapped. Haven't you read the International Accord on Exorcists? When a wizard and an exorcist accept the same mission, the wizard must prioritize the exorcist's interests. If even exorcists are guaranteed such protections, do you really think the international magical community will allow someone like Voldemort to rise unchecked? Noah looked at both Draco and the equally puzzled Harry like they were slow-witted. He continued with a smile, other ministries haven't stepped in because they don't interfere in foreign affairs. But if someone like Voldemort actually seizes power, it would stir up radical movements in other countries. That's dangerous. So. Draco finally began to grasp it. He swallowed nervously. So, they will definitely act to overthrow Voldemort's regime, completely and thoroughly, Noah said coldly. And not just with force. You probably don't even understand what a puppet government is, let alone how interest groups reshuffle after a coup. It's hard to say whether your family would even exist by then. He said it flatly, ignoring the way Draco's face turned ashen. Even the professors nearby looked unsettled. They had tried not to think too deeply about it, but it wasn't beyond their comprehension. Until now, they had only focused on how to defeat Voldemort from within, for the sake of equality between Muggleborns and purebloods alike. But now, factoring in global politics changed everything. Noah, did your teacher tell you all this? Professor McGonagall asked, regaining her composure. No. I figured it out myself, Noah replied honestly. I grew up in the Muggle world. I read a lot. Honestly, the political games in the magical world are nothing compared to the Muggle world. Magic is powerful, yes, but there's more to life than spells and potions. Like what? There are too many examples, Noah replied. From ancient times to now. Remember that Eastern European superpower that collapsed right before last Christmas? That's politics. And my teacher, she gave me a protective charm. If I'm in danger, I can summon her. What? Harry and Jinny both exclaimed. Yes, Noah nodded. She's watching. Maybe she's waiting. Or maybe she just doesn't want Voldemort to succeed. If she steps in, Voldemort is done. But I believe we should handle this ourselves, because... He didn't finish, but the professors understood what he meant. They had all read Muggle books. They understood the consequences of a failed magical regime spilling into the non-magical world. And calling for outside help would be a massive embarrassment. The only reason the British Ministry of Magic once held sway over the American Magical Congress was because of one man, Newt Scamander, who earned immense respect there. Thank you for the reminder, Noah, McGonagall said, steadying herself. I'm sure others have thought of this too. But damn those fools for gambling with fate. I'll inform the headmaster. We need to move quickly. Even though she sounded calm, McGonagall was anything but. She found it increasingly difficult to remain composed around Noah, the Ravenclaw boy who was far wiser than his age. Draco stood silently. He was smart enough to realize that, even if Noah's words weren't entirely accurate, they were far too credible to ignore. He felt as if the sky was crashing down on him. The men he and his father worshipped was nothing more than dust in the eyes of the truly powerful. Even if Voldemort succeeded, that success would be short-lived. Worse yet, the entire country would suffer. Is this really what we should be doing? Draco whispered to himself. His worldview was crumbling. He desperately wanted to rush home and warn his father. Especially now that he knew Noah's teacher might be able to kill Voldemort effortlessly, and Snape hadn't denied a word of it. By then, they had reached the Gryffindor common room. It was Noah's first time here. He looked around the cozy circular room filled with plush chairs. Many Gryffindors were working on homework. When they saw Professor McGonagall, they stiffened. Her strictness was well known. But then their eyes landed on Noah, and the excitement was immediate. Oh my God, that's him. He's so handsome. Handsome. He killed a basilisk and tied with Professor Snape. If only he were in Gryffindor. We'd win the House Cup for sure. Forget it. He'd never choose Gryffindor, there aren't enough books here for him. Noah felt awkward hearing their whispers. Tied with Snape. That only happened because they held back. In reality, Snape had mopped the floor with him. But he didn't correct them. Explanations were pointless, and honestly, it felt good to be admired after all the times Snape had scolded him. Sometimes, Noah was surprisingly childish. Miss Jinny Weasley, please come here, McGonagall called out. Jinny, who had been doing homework, jumped to her feet. Yes, Professor. Oh, hi, Harry. She gave Harry a nervous but bright smile before joining the group. Once they reached a nearby classroom, McGonagall got straight to the point. Miss Weasley, I believe you're aware of recent events. I need to ask you a few questions. No. I don't know anything. Jinny said quickly, her face pale with fear. Her panicked reaction said it all. She turned and tried to run, but Harry caught her swiftly. Noah watched and sighed. He pulled out his wand and pointed it gently at Jinny. Sometimes, students could do what professors couldn't. No one would blame him. Jinny, calm down. We're not here to hurt you, we're here to protect you, Noah said gently, releasing a soft stream of silver light from his wand. His magic glowed with a calming luster. Slowly, Jinny's trembling eased. Her dazed look remained, but she was no longer frantic. The spell he used was a simple calming charm, unremarkable but incredibly useful. Professor McGonagall didn't interrupt. She watched and sighed. Jinny, she asked softly. Can you tell us what you know? Yes. Jinny whispered. I found a notebook in my basket, it could talk. I learned a lot from it, and he told me a secret. What secret? McGonagall asked. He said he knew Hogwarts secrets. Then we opened a secret room. He taught me how to control snakes, and then, he told me to write things on the wall, with blood. I didn't want to, but... She was clearly under hypnosis, Snape muttered. What happened next? I don't know. I'm so scared. Do you remember his name? Noah asked gently. He said, his name is... Tom Riddle. The room went silent. What? Chapter 108, Detective Noah. What's with the professor's expressions? Isn't it just a name? Harry asked, puzzled, as he walked back. You idiot. That expression means the person behind that name is anything but ordinary. Draco sneered, mustering the courage to mock Harry despite not knowing much himself. Oh. Then do you know who it is, Malfoy? Harry asked, fixing his eyes on Draco. Draco, under Harry's sharp gaze, shrank back and fell silent again. Too lazy to press the issue further, Harry turned to Noah, who had remained quiet the whole time. What about you, Noah? Do you know something? I know a bit. Just like Malfoy said, the name belongs to someone, extraordinary, Noah replied, nodding calmly, not bothering to hide anything. Extraordinary was putting it mildly. That name, Tom Riddle, was none other than Lord Voldemort, the very dark wizard Harry had been obsessed with defeating. His full name came from his Muggle father, Tom Riddle Sr., and his grandfather, Marvolo Gaunt. But Voldemort despised his Muggle heritage so much that he abandoned the Riddle name and crafted a new identity, Lord Voldemort, an anagram of his birth name. Of course no one knew who he was. What surprised him, however, was that Draco Malfoy, a self-proclaimed pureblood supremacist and Death Eater fanboy, didn't seem to know Voldemort's original name. You worship him so blindly, yet don't even know his real name. Pathetic. If Draco had been faking it, Noah might have taught him a lesson. But it was clear Draco was genuinely clueless. Death Eaters were nothing more than foolish pawns, and as a Muggle-born, Noah would always be their enemy. And he had no mercy for enemies. Just recently, while in the US, Noah had sent more demons to hell than he could count. Sure, they got a free return ticket, but that was just sugarcoating the truth, he killed them, plain and simple. Mercy was never on the table. Who is he? Draco finally asked, curiosity outweighing his pride. In truth, the only professors he paid any attention to were Professor Snape, his godfather, and Professor Flitwick, the short charms master who, despite his looks, was an exceptional duelist. He didn't care much about the others. But if the professors were this shaken, the name had to carry weight. It's actually very simple. It's all just a word game, Noah said, pulling out his wand with a calm expression. Honestly, Draco, are you really a future Death Eater? Noah raised his wand and began to write Tom Riddle in the air with golden magical letters. Draco watched, baffled. After everything that had happened tonight, Draco realized his worldviews were being shattered. Noah's words, future Death Eater, didn't bring him pride, but discomfort. Death Eater. It sounded more like a joke now, mocking those arrogant fools who didn't know they were playing with fire. Strange. He never thought he'd have such a thought. Even Noah didn't expect tonight to have such an impact on Draco. I really didn't know. Draco muttered after a long silence. It doesn't matter. You'll know soon enough, Noah replied with a smile. As Noah finished writing the name, the golden letters hung in the air. He waved his wand again, and the letters started shifting, rearranging themselves. Harry and Draco stood frozen as the letters transformed into I am Lord Voldemort. By the time Noah casually blew the glowing letters away, both Harry and Draco were still frozen in place. Then, Harry suddenly grabbed Noah's arm. He's here in the school, isn't he? Tell me, Noah. It's true, right? Calm down, Harry. Noah looked at the emotional boy and sighed. Yes, it's him. You really need to read more. You shouldn't be confused about your enemy's name. But why would he who must not be named come here? And why target a Gryffindor? Draco asked, clearly disturbed. Who knows? Noah shrugged. But I could show you something interesting. Suddenly, his lips curled into a sly grin. The Chamber of Secrets. Now that was interesting. He'd never really thought about what lay within Slytherin's secret chamber. From what he saw in the movie timelines, it was basically a grimy sewer with a basilisk lurking inside. Voldemort had once opened the chamber, released the basilisk, and tragedy followed. Moaning Myrtle still haunted the girl's bathroom where she died, and the true culprit was never punished. Voldemort, then just Tom Riddle, had pinned the blame on Hagrid. Since then, Dumbledore had kept a close eye on him, and Voldemort never had another chance to open the chamber after that. Which meant Slytherin's true treasure could still be hidden in there. The basilisk was never the treasure. It was a symbol of Slytherin's twisted ideals, cleansing the school of the unworthy. But the real prize? No one knows what that is. If the young Tom Riddle had possessed the diary Horcrux and managed to control Jinny Weasley, yet still hadn't found the treasure, then maybe he never knew what it was in the first place. That thought stirred something deep in Noah. He didn't know what exactly Slytherin had left behind, but there was one undeniable truth: ancestors loved hiding insane, game-changing artifacts. And as someone who had grown in strength, especially through his system, intensive training, and his experience in the US, Noah wasn't afraid. Even if it was Voldemort himself. A 16-year-old Tom Riddle. Talented, sure. But could he reach Order 3? Noah smirked. No matter how skilled Riddle was, he couldn't have reached Order 3 by then. Noah had the room of requirement, the system space, meditation techniques, and much more. He had outgrown any ordinary wizard's limit. Even if he's Order 3, I'm still Order 3. And he's just a soul fragment now. Please, that's like a snake being scared of a mouse. As for any leftover magical trials from Slytherin, Noah wasn't worried. He glanced at Harry. With Harry's Parseltongue ability, we'll manage. And if we can't, I'll just destroy everything. You really know where the Chamber of Secrets is? Harry asked in a whisper, glancing around nervously. It's not hard to guess, Noah said as he led them deeper into the castle. The basilisk first appeared 50 years ago, and then vanished after a student died. Now, it's returned, this time through Jinny. But what's different? Back then, Hagrid was blamed. But now, Harry mumbled. The basilisk's dead. Jinny's safe. So what now? Noah pressed. The chamber vanished both times without a trace. Draco muttered. But think about what controls the basilisk. Remember what you once used to speak to it. You mean Parseltongue. Exactly. Slytherin was a Parselmouth. The basilisk obeyed Parseltongue commands. Which means, the key to opening the chamber is me. Harry asked, startled. Draco quietly followed, listening intently. Yes, you. And the basilisk traveled through the pipes, right? So where are the most pipes? The toilets. Correct. And where did Moaning Myrtle die? The girls' bathroom. Everything clicked. Harry and Draco looked at each other. Their minds echoed the same thought. How the hell is this guy so smart? They were stunned. Noah had pieced together what no one else could. And he wasn't even an Auror. Just a student. The difference between them. Massive. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Chamber of Secrets. They slowly walked toward the abandoned girls' bathroom on the first floor of the dungeon. The place was eerily quiet. It was quite late now, even the Slytherins who frequented the lower floors were likely tucked away in their dormitories. Moaning Myrtle wasn't around crying either, which made the atmosphere feel even more unsettling. They stepped inside. With no light in the room, Harry and Draco appeared visibly nervous. Noah, however, showed no concern. His attention was fixed on the massive washbasin at the far end. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he began analyzing. Opening the Chamber of Secrets wasn't a problem, he already knew how. All he had to do was find the sink with the snake engraving and have Harry speak in Parseltongue. What Noah was pondering was what lay inside. To be honest, he just remembered something important: the reason young Tom Riddle had appeared here in the first place was due to the diary. Noah wasn't sure if Jinny had already discarded it, was still carrying it, or if it was inside the chamber. Of course, he hoped she still had it on her. That would save some unnecessary trouble, wouldn't it? Although Noah wasn't afraid of complications, he, like anyone else, preferred to avoid them when possible. What's wrong, Noah? What are you thinking about? Harry asked, a little anxious upon seeing Noah staring silently at the sink. Ah. Oh, nothing, Noah replied, snapping back to reality. He pointed at the wash basin and said, "I believe the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets is here." "The entrance? Here?" Draco muttered, swallowing nervously as he looked at the massive sink. He had no idea how Noah had figured it out. Noah rolled his eyes and didn't bother to explain. He turned to Harry. "Parseltongue. Just say something. Any simple command should work." "I'll try," Harry nodded. He trusted Noah without hesitation. As Harry approached the sink, he spotted a snake-shaped engraving on one of the faucets. He assumed Noah had deduced it from that. Ironically, Noah hadn't noticed it at all. What Noah had been surprised by, when watching the movie, of course, was the idea of a faucet existing over 1,000 years ago. Still, before he could even scoff, Harry uttered a few words in Parseltongue, and the sink began to transform. Noah watched, speechless. But it didn't matter. All that mattered was confirming the entrance was real. He wasn't interested in the details. Why overthink it? Just act when it's time to act. As Harry finished speaking, the sink vibrated. The entire structure began to shift, parts slid aside in perfect mechanical harmony. Slowly, a deep, dark tunnel appeared where the sink had been. This is the entrance." Draco's voice trembled as he leaned over to peek into the abyss. "Obviously," Noah replied. Then he turned to Draco with a blank stare. "Mr. Malfoy, shouldn't you be reporting this to Professor Snape? Can I come with you?" Draco asked quickly. He clearly didn't want to leave. "You're looking for Salazar Slytherin's treasure?" Harry said coldly. He still didn't trust Draco, especially not his attitude. "No. I just..." Draco paused. "Just what?" "I'm sorry, Noah, Harry. Please believe me, I'm not after any treasure. I think someone else might have already been here. I want to see for myself. My head's all over the place right now. I need clarity." Draco looked pale, more so than usual. Maybe he was frightened. Maybe he was seriously confused. Noah couldn't tell what Draco was trying to figure out. But he could tell Draco wasn't lying. His face was sincere, filled with inner turmoil. It was an expression Noah remembered well, the same look Draco had worn in the movies, after he had joined the Death Eaters. That mix of hesitation, fear, and helplessness. Could it be, was Draco actually reconsidering everything he believed? To be honest, Noah always thought Voldemort's reign wouldn't last long after his return. Even without today's enhanced magical circumstances, he'd still fall quickly. After all, the wizarding world wasn't limited to Britain. There were countless powerful wizards across the globe. Frankly speaking, much of what the British Ministry of Magic supported amounted to pure-blood supremacy. The first ones to oppose such ideology would undoubtedly be the American Magical Congress. Unlike the UK, the United States was a nation of immigrants. Most of their magical population were half-bloods or muggle-borns. A tiny, isolated magical community like Britain trying to enforce blood purity on the global stage. That was laughable. Even if Harry and the others failed, it wouldn't be long before MACUSA united with other ministries around the world to crush Voldemort. And now, Voldemort wasn't even close to the top of the power hierarchy. There were countless unknown wizards stronger than him, some on a cosmic scale. Even beings like the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme, protected the Earth. Compared to that, Voldemort was just an ant. Noah's power, as a Muggle-born wizard, was also a key part of Draco's confusion and inner struggle. That was why Draco looked so tormented, conflicted, and unsure. "Fine. Follow me if you want," Noah said finally, turning to the dark tunnel. "But let me make this clear, if anything happens and I can't protect you, you're on your own. You understand the risks?" "I do," Draco nodded quickly, swallowing hard. "I'm ready." Noah didn't reply. He stood at the edge of the entrance, pointed his wand at himself, and cast a Featherfall charm. Then he leapt down. Harry and Draco followed, casting the same spell before jumping. They landed gently along a long, stone pipe that spiraled downward like a coiled serpent. Eventually, they reached an open area. Remarkably, they were still clean, unlike when Harry and Ron had been covered in muck after dragging Lockhart down here. But then came the stench. They wrinkled their noses as the foul air hit them, and when they glanced down, their horror intensified, bones were scattered all across the ground. "How much did that thing eat?" Draco gasped, his hand over his nose. "You think snake dens smell like roses? Or that snakes are elegant creatures?" Noah scoffed. "Use your brain. Snakes are bad omens. Always have been." Though Draco was annoyed by Noah's words, he dared not reply. "Not here. Not now." He quietly followed, careful not to provoke this dangerous person. "Oh my God, what is that?" Harry cried suddenly, pointing ahead. It looked like the shriveled remains of a massive serpent. Relax. It's just shed skin, Noah replied calmly. Snakes do that all the time. Too bad it didn't go out while shedding. Maybe fewer people would have been petrified. He raised his wand. A fireball with a faint golden hue appeared and struck the dried skin, burning it away. Oddly enough, the scent of smoke was more tolerable than the previous foul air. Why do you say that? Harry asked. What's shedding got to do with the petrifications? Normal snakes become inactive during molting, they go blind. But not basilisks. Especially one that's been sleeping for 50 years, Noah explained. If it had gone blind, fewer people would have been harmed. Draco and Harry nodded, realization dawning. They walked a bit further until they reached a massive stone wall. Embedded in it was a large, circular iron door, rusted but still firm, with intertwined serpentine carvings. Noah said nothing. Harry stepped forward and spoke in Parseltongue. The snakes on the door moved. They slithered and twisted until they formed a strange pattern. Then, with a heavy creak, the door slowly opened. Fresh air flowed outward. Noah smiled slightly. They had arrived. This was the true Chamber of Secrets. Chapter 110, Young Souls from 50 Years Ago, Part 1. The world beyond the circular iron door was surprisingly bright. The candlelight flickered slightly, revealing the presence of a draft. Clearly, air was flowing in from somewhere. Rows of enormous snake head sculptures lined the walls, majestic and intricately detailed, noble yet menacing. Behind these imposing statues lay a vast square hall. Though simple in design, the square exuded an aura of grandeur and ancient mystery. At its center stood a towering statue, an enormous stone face carved with incredible precision. Even from a distance, Noah could see the features clearly. The man depicted was dignified and awe-inspiring. Though aged, his presence radiated power and nobility. Noah immediately recognized the identity behind the statue. Salazar Slytherin. This must be his true likeness. Slowly, Noah released a small stream of magical energy to test the statue, but the moment his magic approached, it was abruptly severed. A protective enchantment. The statue was warded by powerful ancient magic. My God, that's Salazar Slytherin. This is the real Chamber of Secrets. Draco Malfoy blurted out, unable to contain himself. His voice echoed heavily throughout the chamber. Quiet, Mr. Malfoy. If you shout again, I'll silence you myself, Noah said sharply, clearly displeased. Draco's outburst had startled even him. Sorry. I was just excited, Draco mumbled, immediately lowering his voice. The usual arrogance in his tone was gone. Hurry up. We found the Chamber of Secrets, but I want to see what else is hidden here. And once Jinny regains consciousness, the professors will definitely find out about this place. I'd rather not get dragged into a lecture. We get it, Noah. The three boys cautiously descended the stone stairs, wands at the ready, making their way toward the colossal statue of Slytherin. Although Noah had already slain the basilisk, the atmosphere was still oppressive and chilling. The haunting silence of the chamber made every step feel like a potential danger. Luckily, their path remained clear. No traps, no attacks. That alone brought a slight sense of relief. Standing before the statue, Noah examined it closely. The craftsmanship was masterful. And despite nearly a millennium of decay, it had held up in this damp, hidden environment, testament to the magic protecting it. It wasn't pristine, of course, but Noah couldn't see any noticeable signs of time wearing it down. Incredible, he muttered. I wonder what's hidden inside. He remembered, the mouth of the statue could open. That's where the basilisk had once emerged. The statue stood over 20 meters tall, and while he couldn't estimate the full dimensions, it had to be massive if it once housed such a monstrous creature. The only question now was how to open it. But that wasn't really a problem. With Harry here, it could be done. Actually, I'd like to know what's in there too. I never got the chance before, a voice said suddenly, echoing through the chamber. Noah, Harry, and Draco immediately froze. They turned, wands raised, and standing not far behind them was a handsome young man, with short blonde hair and clad in a Slytherin school uniform. Harry and Draco exhaled in relief at first, but Draco even started to approach the stranger, until Noah quickly grabbed him by the arm. What are you doing? Draco hissed, annoyed, until realization dawned on his face, and he went pale. There it is, Noah muttered, releasing Draco's arm and rolling his eyes. At least you're not completely hopeless. Only 4 people knew about this chamber, Jinny, and the 3 of them. Yet now, a Slytherin student they had never seen before appeared here, looking like a 5th year. That alone was suspicious enough. Who are you? Harry asked warily, wand trained on the stranger. No need for that, the young man said with a slight smile. You already know my name. Noah narrowed his eyes. Tom Riddle, right, he said coldly. What I want to know is, what state are you in now? The memory of 50 years ago, Riddle replied, smirking. I must admit, you're quite different from the Ravenclaws I remember, less of a bookworm, and more of a threat. Should I be flattered, or disappointed to be complimented by Voldemort? Noah replied bluntly, not bothering to play along. Riddle's smirk faltered, his expression darkening. He couldn't understand how this second-year Ravenclaw, Noah Finial, knew so much. Even more impressive, this was the same student who had slain Slytherin's basilisk with a terrifying spell. Too young. Too talented. Riddle himself was only 16, a fifth-year student when this memory was made, and a prodigy in his own right. But still. Oh. So you know a lot more than you should, Riddle said mockingly. No matter. Thanks to you, Jinny Weasley confessed everything to me. I should be annoyed, but I suppose I should thank you. Still planning to resist? Noah asked, tilting his head. You're a Horcrux, aren't you? You even know about Horcruxes? Riddle's eyes widened in shock. Yes. I assume you discovered the Room of Requirement, but probably didn't get to use it much. Especially after you framed Hagrid. Professor Dumbledore must have had his eyes on you, limiting your chances to explore. You found the Room of Requirement. Riddle's tone was amused. Your luck is almost infuriating. He shook his head. As Noah had guessed, his opportunities to retrieve forbidden books had vanished once Dumbledore began watching him closely. Seems like you were already leaning into the dark arts back then, Noah said mockingly. The condescending tone made Riddle bristle. Don't look at me like Dumbledore. You don't have the right. You're not Dumbledore, Riddle said with a sneer. And I don't need your pity. Don't worry. I'm not here to pity you, Noah replied calmly. But I am curious. Your Horcrux, the diary, was taken by Professor McGonagall. Yet here you are. Aren't you afraid of being destroyed? Humph. Riddle growled. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had to act so quickly. His expression darkened, then twisted into a smirk. But in a way, I should thank you. You forced me to make a decision, and it turned out better than expected. Better. Noah frowned, a sudden realization dawning on him. You mean, life transference? Correct. Riddle grinned. Didn't expect you to know such a dark spell. You have the makings of a dark wizard, Noah. I'm impressed. Noah's expression soured. So you used life transference to start restoring your soul here, while the professors are still examining the diary. If they fail to destroy it in time, you'll fully resurrect. Exactly what he feared. When they left the Gryffindor common room, Jinny had been taken to the hospital wing, emotionally unstable. McGonagall had taken the diary to Dumbledore. If they didn't realize what it was soon enough, Riddle would return. Smart boy, Riddle said, his admiration clear. You remind me of myself. You grew up in an orphanage, didn't you? We're alike. I see myself in you. So tell me, why don't you join me? Together, we could rule the world. Harry and Draco stared in disbelief. Tom Riddle, young Voldemort, admired Noah. Just how powerful was he? Chapter 111, Young Soul from 50 Years Ago, Part 2. Riddle recruited himself. Noah looked bewildered. This guy's serious? That's hilarious. He didn't spare it much thought. After all, he was a wizard with a bright future. Even without the Ancient One, his path ahead was bright. Why would he throw it all away to join some underground rebellion like a street rat? Even if they somehow succeeded in Britain with his help, what then? Would he just wait around to perish alongside them? Or be hunted down like vermin, living each day in fear and solitude until he withered away? That's not the life I want, Noah thought. Trying to trick me into joining. Not happening. His expression turned solemn. He wasn't going to waste more time talking with Riddle. Who knows if he's just stalling for time? Because the longer we wait, the closer he gets to full resurrection. But Noah wasn't overly worried about Riddle's revival. In fact, maybe it was better this way. Because a young Voldemort wasn't nearly as dangerous as the Dark Overlord he'd later become. As long as Noah could act quickly, and with precision, to destroy the remaining Horcruxes, it would mean this was the final one. But once this Horcrux completed the resurrection ritual, it would cost Jinny her life. Noah and Jinny had no personal connection. They hadn't exchanged a single word. But Noah couldn't just stand by. He could be ruthless toward his enemies, yes, but he wasn't heartless toward the innocent. Especially when the life at stake was that of a child. It seems I'm not cut out to be a hero, Noah muttered to himself, smiling bitterly. But at the very least, I'm a proper wizard, right? Noah didn't have the cold detachment of a true hero. But as a wizard, he had standards, and he had pride. And if a wizard disliked something, They didn't argue, they responded with magic. Noah was no different. I just don't like you, you bastard. So what if you're handsome now? You'll end up noseless, bald, and look like a damn snake anyway. Noah didn't waste another second. His wand erupted with golden light, and a glowing magical ring etched with ancient runes spun at its tip. He chanted rapidly, at near inhuman speed, and slashed his wand through the air. A sharp gust of golden-tinged wind blades exploded toward Riddle. Riddle had been watching closely. He wasn't foolish enough to let these students roam free, especially not a Ravenclaw. Yes, he had considered recruiting Noah. But he also knew the boy was Muggle-born. Which doesn't fit my ideals, Riddle thought coldly. So the moment Noah acted, Riddle was ready. He drew his wand instantly and cast Protego Maxima, surrounding himself with protective layers of enchanted armor. The golden wind blades collided violently with Riddle's shield, triggering a shockwave that sent both Harry and Draco tumbling backward. Stay out of this. Noah barked, eyes fixed on Riddle. This is not your fight. Honestly, Noah hadn't expected Riddle to even have a wand. Didn't he show up empty-handed in the book? Back then, Harry had just used a basilisk fang to stab the diary. That was the end of it. But now, the diary had passed from Professor McGonagall to, likely, Dumbledore. Jinny's condition seemed more serious than expected, and now this diary Horcrux Riddle had a wand. You've got to be kidding me. Prepared, are we? Noah narrowed his eyes. Of course, Riddle replied with a smile. This wand belonged to Miss Weasley. It's not perfect, but it'll do. And even as he spoke, Riddle didn't pause. The tip of his wand flashed silver, and in the next instant, he launched a powerful spell toward Noah. Fiend Fire. Riddle wasn't pulling punches. He went straight for advanced dark magic. Within seconds, cursed flames erupted in all directions, blazing toward Noah like a wave of hellfire. The Fiend Fire curse was infamous among black magic users. It was easy to learn but incredibly difficult to control, so much so that many dark wizards avoided it entirely. But not Riddle. His prodigious talent allowed him to both summon and control Fiend Fire with precision. He won't survive this, Riddle thought smugly. But his confidence lasted only seconds. The Fiend Fire surged toward Noah, then stopped cold. The cursed flames hovered mere inches from the Ravenclaw boy, unable to move forward. What? Riddle's eyes widened. Only then did he notice it, the shimmering golden barrier surrounding Noah. An almost invisible elemental shield pulsed gently under the flickering flames. If not for the glow from the Fiend Fire, Riddle might have missed it entirely. Elemental magic. Who are you? Riddle said slowly, his expression tightening. He now realized he might be in serious trouble. Elemental magic wasn't taught in wizarding schools. Magic, broadly, had 3 tiers. The first was academic magic, taught at places like Hogwarts. Simple, practical spells that most wizards spent their entire lives mastering. But that was the problem. The vast majority never advanced beyond Hogwarts-level magic. Unless, they were lucky enough to be discovered by powerful magical organizations, places like Kamarage. Unlike Hogwarts, Kamarage didn't take many students. But those they did take were taught advanced and elemental magic from the start. And that made all the difference. Above elemental magic was high arcana, spells invented by elite wizards that aligned perfectly with their own magical philosophy. The problem was, most magical advancement depended on chance. Without the right teacher, most wizards never evolved. Noah, however, had been incredibly lucky to meet the Ancient One. Then again. I have a system, Noah thought. Even without her, I'd have found a way. You talk too much, Noah said coldly. His magic surged. Chanting lowly, he began shaping the very elements around him. The magic became so dense it warped the air, visible even to the naked eye. You like fire, right? Then feel it. Noah's wand gleamed. The ancient ring of runes spun faster and faster. The temperature spiked. Waves of heat rolled outward in all directions. Harry and Draco stumbled farther back, struggling against the rising heat. Draco stared in awe and fear. He'd been terrified when he learned this was Voldemort, but now he feared Noah more. 12-year-old Noah, facing a 16-year-old Voldemort head-on. And Voldemort's magic wasn't even working on him. What did that say about Noah's future? Not to mention his mysterious teacher, a wizard so powerful that even the professors avoided talking about her. Noah is terrifying, Draco muttered, unable to hold it in. You're worried about Voldemort? Harry glanced sideways. Seriously? Draco faltered, then shut up. Humph. You Death Eaters, your fate was sealed long ago. Just like Noah said, Harry added, his wand still drawn, ready for anything. Boom. Noah finished his incantation and flicked his wand. The golden ring at its tip expanded rapidly, like a magic portal opening midair. From the center of the ring, a deafening roar echoed. In the blink of an eye, countless fire dragons burst forth, roaring as they soared straight at Riddle. The searing inferno bore down on him like an unstoppable tide, ready to burn everything in its path. Chapter 112, Young Souls from 50 Years Ago, Part 3. Damn it. Tom Riddle's face darkened. He never imagined that this young Ravenclaw could wield such terrifying magic. Elemental magic. Riddle wasn't even sure if he'd learn such spells in the future, but based on the knowledge he had now, definitely not. His path didn't involve high-tier elemental magic. Though the unforgivable curses held considerable power, they were still considered low-level in comparison. That disparity made Riddle's heart stir with resentment. Recalling their earlier battle, he quickly realized something. Those blade-like spells before. They weren't ordinary magic. They were elemental attacks. Damn it, why didn't I believe it then? A rush of thought surged through Riddle's mind. He hadn't believed Noah could perform elemental magic before, mainly because he hadn't seen it firsthand. Despite rumors circulating among students, he was too arrogant to think anyone at Hogwarts could truly master such advanced magic. But now, facing a roaring fire dragon conjured from pure elemental force, he had no choice but to believe. His chest sank. Noah hadn't learned this on his own. That could only mean he had a mentor. A terrifying one. Damn it, a teacher like that came to Hogwarts. With nothing better to do. Riddle cursed internally, but his hands moved quickly. He had already cast defensive spells well before Noah began his incantation. Even during their clash the previous night, he'd launched preemptive attacks when Noah showed signs of chanting again. But all his spells were useless, they dissipated upon touching the elemental shield, not even leaving a ripple. Riddle now realized his previous magical preparations were utterly insufficient. He could not die here, not now. Heavy obstruction. Superior armor. Riddle fired off 2 defensive spells in quick succession. A silver halo encircled his body just as the fire dragon collided with him. Boom. 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 Explosions echoed one after another as the fire dragon struck. Searing heat surged through the hall, flames raging wildly in every direction. In Riddle's furious gaze, the storm of fire dragons devoured him in a torrent of blazing destruction. The blast wave was so strong that even Harry and Draco, who had hastily raised their own defenses, were flung away like rag dolls. Under such terrifying magical power, could anyone really survive? Draco had his doubts. But just as he thought it, fear crept in. This was Voldemort. Even as a teenager, he wasn't ordinary. Still, the sight of Noah's fire dragon made Draco gulp. He had a strong feeling that even Lucius Malfoy would have been reduced to ashes by that attack. There was no doubt, Noah was terrifying. Far beyond imagination. Maybe Noah could kill Voldemort alone someday. Draco muttered as he sat on the floor, unaware Harry had heard him while slowly standing up. Harry adjusted his broken glasses. The lenses were cracked from the explosion, but he could still see. And surprisingly, he agreed with Draco. Noah gave off an overwhelming presence, so much so that Harry felt like he couldn't even compete. Sure, he was glad Noah was strong, but deep down, something twisted inside him. Back when Harry entered the magical world, he was hailed as the boy who lived, the one who had defeated the Dark Lord. Even though Harry himself didn't understand how he had done it, he had enjoyed the reputation and the respect. But now, with Noah's arrival, everything seemed off. Everyone called Harry the savior, but compared to Noah, he felt like a fraud. He'd been fighting Voldemort since his first year, traveled to America, and gotten tangled in things he still didn't fully understand. And now, here he was, fighting the young version of Voldemort from 50 years ago. It was absurd. Was he really the savior? The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that the wizarding world had gotten it wrong. In front of Noah, he felt insignificant. Forget it, what does it matter who the savior is? Harry laughed at himself. After all, being the savior only really meant saving the British wizarding world. And in truth, defeating Voldemort did equate to saving that future. Harry now saw Noah as his most trustworthy friend, even if he knew that, in Noah's eyes, he might never be as close as the boys in his dorm. But he didn't care. Even Dumbledore couldn't treat everyone as his top priority, he was only human. Unconsciously, Harry had come to regard Noah as someone just as important as Dumbledore in his heart. I'd better keep an eye on this Malfoy, just in case he tries anything, Harry thought, gripping his wand tightly. As both boys stood lost in their own thoughts, the flames in the chamber finally began to die down. And that's when they saw, Riddle wasn't dead. He was barely alive though, coughing violently. His body was covered in soot and burns, his previously handsome face blackened and blistered. His Slytherin robes were in tatters. Didn't think you could actually use elemental magic. Riddle gasped, slowly getting to his feet with a twisted expression. You didn't expect a lot of things, Noah said coolly. It's laughable that anyone said you'd become the greatest wizard of all time. He smirked. A frog trapped in a well thinks the sky is only as wide as the hole above it. That's you, Riddle. Noah didn't attack further, not because he didn't want to, but because he was low on magic power. He needed to recover. Riddle's level was impressive, definitely at least 3rd tier. He had simply underestimated Noah. Had Riddle taken Noah seriously from the start, things might have been different. But resisting elemental magic, one of the Academy's most advanced branches, was no easy feat. Maybe so, but I still want to thank you, Riddle hissed. You taught me never to underestimate others. Unfortunately for you, you were just one step away from killing me. He smiled viciously. But now you won't get another chance. It's my turn. Even though he was injured and nearly out of magic, Riddle no longer cared. He knew full well that elemental magic came with a heavy cost, and Noah had just unleashed something massive. Avada Kedavra. Without hesitation, Riddle raised his wand. A flash of green light burst forth, the killing curse, the deadliest of the unforgivable curses, aimed straight at Noah's chest. Noah's eyes narrowed. With a flick of his wand, a golden shield shimmered into existence. The green curse slammed into the shield, and shattered it entirely. Crucio. When one curse failed, Riddle didn't stop. He launched the Cruciatus curse, draining his already depleted magical reserves. He didn't care. If he didn't act now, he'd die here. He was certain of that. Noah cursed under his breath. Riddle's desperation was terrifying. Though Riddle relied on Horcruxes for survival, and even tried to cheat death through dark resurrection rituals, these methods weren't flawless. If Noah defeated the current manifestation of Riddle, all of his preparations, including his Horcruxes, could unravel completely. That's why he'd hidden himself here, calculating that Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore wouldn't interfere in time. He'd planned everything meticulously, but he hadn't expected 3 students to uncover the Chamber of Secrets. And worse, one of them could use elemental magic on par with a 6th-year wizard. A miscalculation he might not live through. Riddle now fought with the desperation of a man clinging to life. After all, the difference between gambling on survival and surrendering to death is everything. Guess I have to go all out too, Noah muttered. Had this been a standard duel, he would have taken his time, chipped away at Riddle's stamina, but now wasn't the time. Who knew how much longer Jinny Weasley had? Disgusting pest. Why resist when you could just lie down and die? Noah muttered darkly. A cruel line, but one born out of the situation's urgency. He blasted Riddle's weakened unforgivable curse with a fireball, scattering it in a fiery burst. Then he began gathering his magic once more. Suddenly, the entire Chamber of Secrets rumbled with power. A torrent of magic surged through the air, thick, heavy, and deadly. The real fight was only just beginning. Chapter 113, You Are So Slow. Albus, do you know what this is? In the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall looked at Dumbledore with a puzzled look. The office was still the same as before, Fawkes was still standing on the tall gilded perch behind the door, and the sorting hat was still lazily lying on a shelf behind the table. It's just that the weird silverware on the table with long legs did not emit a wisp of smoke, and the cheerful and funny sounds in the room disappeared without a trace. Dumbledore was very silent. Not only him, but also the portraits of the former male and female headmasters hanging behind him were silent. The whole room seemed solemn and silent, which made people feel very depressed. Severus, do you know what this is? After a long time, Dumbledore slowly looked at Snape, and his voice seemed a little hoarse. In the headmaster's office, in addition to McGonagall, there were professors such as Snape, Sprout and Flitwick. It can be said that the deans of the 4 major colleges of Hogwarts gathered here. It was obvious that they were discussing some major and terrible things. Snape walked out slowly, nodded, and then slowly said, "If I am not mistaken, this should be a Horcrux." "My God, Merlin, this is actually a Horcrux." Professor McGonagall covered her mouth lightly and whispered in disbelief. Horcruxes are a taboo topic, because their existence means that the magic world has one more evil dark wizard. The birth of each Horcrux is accompanied by the death of a life. This is a terrible and despised magic item. I didn't expect that Tom had already started making Horcruxes when he was so young. This is too terrible. Dumbledore sighed, and he couldn't help but fall into a trace of memories when he looked at the diary. What should we do now? Destroy it. Professor Sprout was also a little scared. She was very resistant to such evil things. I'm afraid it's too late. We are all familiar with Tom. He won't do useless things. Minerva, how long have you found it? It's probably been nearly an hour. It's been about an hour since Mr. Finial defeated the Basilisk and obtained this information from the Basilisk. Really? Then what about the little girl from the Weasley family? How is she now? The situation may not be good. When we asked her about the situation, her mental state was a little abnormal. We sent her to the school hospital and found that she was a little cold. Madame Pomfrey was taking care of her. Oh my God, Albus, what do you mean? Professor McGonagall suddenly reacted, and she immediately understood what Dumbledore meant by, we all know Tom. Tom is an excellent student. He is careful and cautious in doing things, evil and unscrupulous. Even if Professor McGonagall is not very familiar with the dark magic, it is only limited to not knowing how to use it. He is still very clear about the knowledge of the dark magic, otherwise how can she fight against those wizards who use the dark magic? It seems that Tom should have used the life replacement. So much time has passed, I'm afraid. Professor Dumbledore smiled bitterly, and finally he could only sigh. The dark magic of life replacement really does not take too long. If everything is normal, it can be completed in about an hour. Although there will be a buffer period after the magic ends, they don't know where Tom is. And dealing with Horcruxes also requires special means. Magic is unlikely to have any effect on Horcruxes, and Dumbledore is not sure whether the Sword of Gryffindor will work. Silence. The deans of the 4 major colleges were silent collectively. Such a serious thing happened, it can be said that they failed in their duties. Another student died in Hogwarts, and this time it was even more serious. The dead student was the child of their close comrade in arms. This is a heavy blow, something that no one is willing to face. Professor McGonagall's eyes were a little red, and it was obvious that she was very sad. Professor Sprout covered her mouth, and she was also very sad. Professor Flitwick shook his head helplessly, and he sighed deeply, and it was obvious that he was in a bad mood now. Only Professor Snape's expression remained calm, just like marble without any change, and it seemed that everything had nothing to do with him. What should we do now? Professor McGonagall's voice trembled a little. I don't know, but I think we should tell Arthur about this first. Of course, we should also find a way to destroy this Horcrux, which is a remedial measure, Dumbledore said hoarsely. But he stopped before he finished speaking, and his face showed some strange fluctuations. Not only him, but also the 4 deans of Hogwarts were also a little stunned, because they felt a huge force accompanied by a terrible burning feeling erupting in Hogwarts. This is Noah? Dumbledore asked curiously. It should be him. I felt this feeling an hour ago. Snape's expression was also a little strange. He was not as cold as before, as if the iceberg had thawed a little. Is he fighting again? Who is he fighting with? This magic is elemental magic, right? Could it be? Professor McGonagall's eyes became redder, but her expression changed from sad to excited. Let's go, let's take a quick look. This magic power comes from the basement. Professor Dumbledore stood up suddenly, and his hand moved slightly, and suddenly a strange wand flew into his hand. This wand looks very simple, but the patterns and unique shape on it indicate its extraordinariness. Snape raised his eyebrows after seeing this wand, and the other professors were also a little surprised. This is the legendary old wand. Dumbledore took a look at the wand in his hand, and then waved it gently. Suddenly, the 5 of them disappeared in an instant. When they appeared again, they were already in the basement. Hogwarts prohibits the use of apparition, but this rule is useless for the principal, and it is also invalid for magicians with strong magic. Severus, what is that place over there? Professor Dumbledore pointed to a remote corner. Although he is the principal, he can't know every corner of Hogwarts. That's an abandoned toilet. The soul of the girl who died 50 years ago is still there. Wait, could it be? Professor Snape just opened his mouth and suddenly realized something. Professor Dumbledore nodded, and then led the 4 deans to walk there immediately. They were very fast. When they came to the toilet, they saw the open door and Myrtle who was hiding in the toilet. Child, don't be afraid. Do you know me? Professor Dumbledore smiled at Myrtle. I am Professor Dumbledore. You are the professor of our Transfiguration class. Myrtle was very scared, but when she saw Dumbledore, she suddenly became a little calm. Tell me, kid, did anyone go in before? Yes, about half an hour ago, 3 boys said that the secret room was here, and then a boy with glasses imitated the sound of a snake, and it opened here. So what happened next? I don't know what happened next, but it's so scary down there. Just now, the terrible magic, the terrible power, I was almost washed away. Dumbledore nodded, but when he was about to say something, his face suddenly changed. Myrtle's calmness, which had just been restored, disappeared again. She screamed and hugged her head, her body curled up, because a torrent of magic that was no worse than before, or even more terrible, gushed out of this hole. The burning sensation, as if the actual texture heat instantly swept over the 5 of them, 1 ghost, and 1 soul. This feeling, even if it was very far away, felt like being enveloped by the fiery curse, and the violent impact made the entire floor tremble. Stay here, kid, everything will be fine. Dumbledore said to Myrtle with concern, then turned around and jumped directly into the cave, and Snape and the other four followed Dumbledore's steps. It's hard to imagine what it's like for an old man over 100 years old to walk briskly, but for a wizard, this is not a problem. The stone cave under the toilet has collapsed, and the falling rocks block the way. No problem, Dumbledore didn't hesitate at all, and directly blew up the falling rocks with a smash to pieces. The whole cave is full of hot feeling. No problem, a cooling spell can solve all problems. It took them only a few minutes to rush to the scene, but when they saw everything on the scene, they were stunned. In this real secret room, all the carvings were burned to ashes, and even the statues of Slytherin could only see some of their original appearance. The water inside has completely evaporated, and it has turned into steam floating in the air. Noah sat alone in a place that could still be vaguely recognized as the square, panting constantly. Harry and Draco were far away from Noah, and they looked very embarrassed. The most important thing was that their expressions were very dull, as if they had seen something terrible. "Children, what happened here? Are you all okay?" Professor Dumbledore immediately walked to Noah's side, and Professor Snape and Professor McGonagall also came to Harry and Draco, and brought them to Noah together. "Fortunately, I'm just a little tired, but Professor, you are really slow to come." Noah smiled, but he looked very tired. "Sorry, we failed in our duty." "What's the situation here?" Dumbledore's face was full of apologies, and his words were very sincere. He did fail in his duty. The Slytherin named Riddle, the soul from 50 years ago, should be Voldemort. He seemed to have cast a spell on Jinny to revive her, but I have already solved him. The man in front of Noah stood up. "Really? You defeated him? What else?" "We broke in to find Slytherin's treasure, and we happened to meet him who was resurrecting. So I had to fight him. The ending was not bad. I won, and I think Jinny will be fine." Chapter 114, Slytherin's Real Treasure. Among all forms of resurrection magic, the most forbidden kind is always far harsher than the rest. Life replacement may seem like a relatively low-cost magic, but it comes with significant risks. First of all, it takes about an hour to complete. During that time, if someone destroys the Horcrux, the spell becomes void. Moreover, it carries a more dangerous flaw. If the resurrected person is killed within a short period after the spell is cast, the vitality absorbed by the magic will immediately return to the caster. In that sense, this spell has a silver lining: it can be undone. The reason Professor Dumbledore and his allies had acted so desperately earlier was that they had no idea where Tom Riddle was hiding, leaving them unable to intervene in time. Then they felt a powerful magical surge, and immediately guessed what had happened. Noah had likely encountered him. Without hesitation, Dumbledore drew the Elder Wand. They had to ensure Riddle's resurrection failed by eliminating him again. But now, it seemed all of Dumbledore's preparations were unnecessary. It left the headmaster at a loss. He was, of course, relieved the crisis had been averted, but how had it been solved? "How did you find this place?" Dumbledore asked, frowning. 50 years ago, the Chamber of Secrets was opened for the first time," Noah replied weakly. "A student, Myrtle, was attacked near this area. Nothing happened afterward, so we speculated this bathroom was close to the entrance of the chamber." Dumbledore nodded. He'd considered that theory before himself. But at the time, none of them spoke Parseltongue, so they had no way to open the chamber. After that one incident, nothing happened again, so Dumbledore had let it slip from his mind. He hadn't expected the nightmare to return 50 years later, and this time, far worse. Fortunately, no one had died. Or rather, those who came close were saved in the nick of time. "Did you use elemental magic?" Dumbledore asked, watching Noah approach the scorched Slytherin statue. "Yeah. Elemental magic," Noah answered, inspecting the statue. Sixth-year Riddle, Voldemort, really, was strong. He had already mastered the unforgivable curses. I caught him off guard. If I had fought him spell for spell, I wouldn't have lasted this long. He clicked his tongue and continued his inspection. "You mean, life replacement?" Dumbledore's expression turned a bit odd. "Exactly. I had to hurry. If he had finished the ritual, Ginny Weasley would have died," Noah replied, not even turning around. "Even if he succeeded," Dumbledore mused, "you could have still undone it within half an hour by killing him again." Noah paused. His face froze. He hadn't known that. Magic was often unpredictable. No one could fully understand every nuance of a spell. Noah only knew that this spell came from the Room of Requirement, and the knowledge within was sourced from Hogwarts' own library. "Professor, could you start filtering out books with incomplete or misleading magical theories? Some of them are dangerous." "This is forbidden magic, Noah," Dumbledore said gently. "And perhaps you're dealing with these things too soon." Still, the old wizard smiled. This misunderstanding might have been risky, but it wasn't entirely a bad thing, since the danger had been eliminated. Dumbledore glanced at Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape, who were questioning Harry and Draco. The boys were recounting the entire incident, including Noah's fiery dragon and storm magic. Dumbledore sighed. Elemental magic. Despite being Hogwarts' most renowned headmaster, he himself wasn't very skilled in elemental magic. Back in the day, no advanced mage had ever taught him. He had become a master through relentless self-study and instinct, but that wasn't enough. Mastering elemental magic without guidance was almost impossible. Now, although he could sense magical elements and even manipulate them with effort, the lack of structured knowledge still pained him. By the way, Professor Dumbledore, Noah interrupted his thoughts, there's something important I need to discuss with you. What is it, my boy? Dumbledore blinked and turned toward him, wand now holstered. You know I met Voldemort last year. Indeed. Your bravery earned Ravenclaw the House Cup. Right. But there's something I didn't tell you. I sensed Voldemort's magical signature that time. And I felt the same signature again, in the room of requirement. Dumbledore's eyes widened. Are you saying? Yes, Noah said seriously. There might be another Horcrux hidden in the room of requirement. The news struck like a thunderbolt. Dumbledore stared, speechless. How could this boy keep stumbling into Voldemort's secrets? Was Noah incredibly lucky, or tragically cursed? At this point, Dumbledore genuinely wondered if Noah, not Harry Potter, was the one fate had chosen to save the magical world. After a long pause, he finally said, You should have come to me earlier, Noah. Just in case. Sorry, Professor. I wasn't sure. But after today, I'm confident I was right. Noah shrugged with a look of innocent helplessness. One more thing, Professor. Please, no more surprises, my heart may not handle it, Dumbledore joked. How could I scare you, Professor? You're the man who defeated Grindelwald. Defeated, huh? Dumbledore raised a brow. Well, capturing your old flame counts, doesn't it? But then Noah continued. I've developed new magic, completely different from Hogwarts' system. I'd like you to review it. I'll even share the principles and theoretical framework. The words stunned the entire room. Even the other heads of house looked frozen in disbelief. It was rare for any student, especially one so young, to innovate a new branch of magic. It wasn't just an achievement, it could change the future of Hogwarts. Dumbledore hesitated, then asked. Why would you do this, Noah? Several reasons, Noah said quietly, raising his wand. He had almost finished analyzing the statue and now turned back. One of them is this strange sense of unease. Ever since I met my mentor, it's been haunting me, like something terrible is approaching. Why would you feel that? McGonagall asked. I don't know, Noah replied. But whether it's true or not, I want to be prepared. Even if I'm wrong. As he summoned what remained of his magic, glowing runes and a golden ring flickered dimly around the tip of his wand. For your future? Snape asked. Yes. Strength matters, but alone, it's not enough. I'll have friends, family, people I care about. I want to protect them. That's why the League of Mages was born. What started as a joke with friends has grown into something more. In our creed, all wizards are equal before magic. He inhaled deeply and began chanting. The golden runes swirled, igniting a soft glow that coalesced into a pale golden fireball. I was born a muggle, Noah said. I respect all magical folk. But we deserve respect too. Voldemort isn't the real problem, it's the old pureblood families and their poisonous influence that remain. The League needs stronger roots. Even if I leave Hogwarts one day, it must stand. With a flick of his wand, the golden fireball shot forward and obliterated the Slytherin statue. As the smoke cleared and the rubble settled, something hidden within was revealed at last. Salazar Slytherin's notes, Noah muttered. This might be Slytherin's true treasure. Chapter 115, Holiday Eve. Hogwarts, by the end of November, was blanketed in a thick layer of snow. Tonight marked the final dinner before Christmas break. After this, all students would enjoy a 2-week holiday. This vacation delighted not only the students, but the professors as well. It was a chance to spend time with family, or to indulge in personal pursuits, perhaps even take a vacation elsewhere. Though everyone knew that after 2 weeks, they would face more intensive lessons and the looming final exams, for now, they could finally relax. A cheerful atmosphere enveloped Hogwarts. Yet while most rejoiced, a few bore troubled expressions, such as Albus Dumbledore and the heads of the 4 houses. At that moment, Dumbledore stood silently before the tall window of his office, watching the snowflakes drift down outside, deep in thought. After some time, a knock sounded at the door. Moments later, 4 figures entered the room. Have all the students returned to their common rooms? Dumbledore asked without turning. He already knew who had come. they're all back. We had the prefects escort them and made sure ourselves, Professor McGonagall replied calmly. What about Noah and the others? None of them sneaked off. No, they've been quite well behaved. Perhaps they're planning to leave tomorrow instead, Professor Flitwick answered. For some reason, at the mention of Noah, his thoughts drifted to that night in the Chamber of Secrets, the boy who had shared incredible insights about the future and shattered the statue of Salazar Slytherin. That night was truly unforgettable. To be honest, none of them, including Dumbledore, had expected a child like Noah to have such foresight. Many of the visions and ideals he spoke of were dreams shared by the professors themselves, yet often deemed unattainable. Though Noah's words were subtle and cryptic, they were all intelligent enough to extract the key points. First, Noah feared the future would not be peaceful. Though the specifics were unclear, his unease was obvious. He intended to prepare, for himself, his friends, and his loved ones. Second, he hoped that Hogwarts would offer special support to the League of Mages he had founded. In the face of magic, all wizards are equal. These were Noah's words, a promise to all who joined the League. While both points seemed ordinary, combined they revealed a powerful message. The members of the League of Mages came from diverse backgrounds, but every one of them was outstanding. Harry and Ron's inclusion had much to do with Dumbledore's support. Dumbledore still remembered how average Harry's magical ability had been prior to joining. But now, Harry's growth was remarkable. It was clear, the League Noah created had the potential to transform talented young witches and wizards into extraordinary ones. Moreover, its 3 unbreakable rules fostered unity and mutual respect among all magical-born individuals. Such an organization, united, respectful, and full of promise, deserved Hogwarts' support. Perhaps they truly will come to influence all of Wizarding Britain someday, Dumbledore said, a bitter smile on his face. He had a feeling he understood Noah's intentions, though he wasn't certain whether it was for better or worse. Hogwarts was the foundation of wizarding education in Britain. If the League took root here, and Hogwarts nurtured it, the implications were immense. Dumbledore didn't dare think too far ahead. The possibilities were both awe-inspiring and terrifying. As for why Noah had spoken to them at all, Dumbledore had already figured it out. With only 2 years left at Hogwarts, Noah wouldn't be around to personally oversee the League for long. What if, after leaving, he didn't intend for the organization to continue? Noah might have hoped Dumbledore would take on the responsibility of guiding it into the future. By the way, how have your studies been going with the materials Noah gave us? Dumbledore asked suddenly, breaking the silence. Noah had given something of great value in return for his request, a notebook on elemental magic, along with 4 basic elemental spells. Though the spells were simple, they were the most coveted knowledge among Hogwarts' academic community. The notes contained fundamental theories, yes, but also Noah's original ideas and hypotheses. Despite being young and not particularly powerful himself, Noah was a true elemental mage. And more importantly, he was the student of the Ancient One. Though not formally trained, he possessed her notes. Even seasoned magicians like Dumbledore could benefit immensely from such insight, especially when paired with basic elemental spells. Simplicity often held the greatest potential. Dumbledore knew this better than most. Since receiving Noah's notebook, he had already made significant progress in mastering the content. It's astonishing, McGonagall said, nodding toward the others. I believe Noah adapted methods from the Ancient One. We've all managed to grasp the basics, it's quite remarkable. Our Mr. Finial came well prepared, Dumbledore said with a sigh. To think someone so young would have planned this far ahead. Noah never used potions to boost his growth. I investigated his past, he was raised in a Muggle orphanage. Quiet child, always reading, Snape spoke up now. He's seen things no child his age should have. I don't doubt him, Severus. I'm simply reflecting. What's your decision, Albus? McGonagall asked. I'll continue watching over them. Even when I retire, I hope you all will too. But we must ensure that they hold fast to their ideals and their rules. If they ever abandon what they stand for. We understand, Albus. Meanwhile, at Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire, England. Why are you in such a rush to come home, Draco? Lucius Malfoy looked puzzled as he faced his son. The night before, Draco had urgently requested to return home. Though confused, Lucius complied and pulled a few strings at the ministry to get him home early. I need to speak with you. Alone, Draco said, standing by the doorway instead of heading to his room. Oh. Lucius's confusion deepened, but he nodded. Very well. Let's take a walk. It's been too long since we've talked. Draco exhaled slowly. The winter chill bit at his skin, but his thoughts churned restlessly. He left his luggage by the door and followed Lucius into the snowy garden. Snow blanketed everything. The flowers were dormant. The white peacocks had vanished into shelter, and even the usually lively fountains were frozen. I've never liked winter, Draco, Lucius murmured. Never have. Me neither, father. But seasons change. After winter comes a new year. Cold as it is now, spring always follows. Maybe, Draco muttered. Lucius frowned. Something about his son seemed different. Gone was the usual pride and arrogance. He seemed troubled. What's wrong, Draco? I'm fine. Is there something you need to tell me? Yes, father. Draco paused, then sighed. Some truths had to be shared, regardless of the consequences. Slowly, he recounted everything, his time with Noah, what Professor Snape had agreed with, the dark future Voldemort's return would bring, Noah's elemental magic, the battle against the basilisk, and finally, the story of how a 12-year-old Noah killed a 16-year-old Tom Riddle, Lord Voldemort's past self. He even repeated the entire conversation they had afterward. At first, Lucius barely reacted. But as Draco continued, his expression darkened. The mention of future disasters made him uneasy. Learning that the basilisk had been slain by elemental magic left him stunned. And when Draco revealed that Noah had defeated a young Lord Voldemort, Lucius Malfoy was shocked. This can't be. How is this possible? Chapter 116, The Visitor. Noah staggered out of bed. It was already around 9 in the morning. He couldn't remember the last time he had slept in. Ever since discovering the Room of Requirement and founding the League of Mages, his days of waking up naturally had become a distant memory. The pain of sleep deprivation was something he preferred not to think about. Waking up early every single day, even on weekends, it was exhausting. Still, Noah had no choice. As the leader of the Mage League and the chief administrator of the Room of Requirement, sleeping in wasn't a luxury he could afford. But it really does feel nice, waking up naturally and meditating in the system space. At least I can rest and grow stronger that way. It's too cruel getting up early every day with only 2 days off. Noah stretched and glanced out the window at the gloomy gray sky. He yawned again. Christmas in England always seemed like this, a cloudy sky and a light snowfall, which felt like a blessing. If it rained too, that would be the perfect excuse to stay inside and warm up by the fire all day. Shaking his head, Noah got out of bed. He had promised himself to return to the orphanage every holiday. This time, though, he hadn't come back alone. Harry Potter had chosen not to stay at Hogwarts and had returned to the Muggle world with Noah instead. Given how strained Harry's relationship was with his relatives, the Dursleys, he ended up following Noah to the orphanage and politely asked Miss Hafen if he could stay for the holidays. Kind-hearted as always, Miss Hafen agreed without hesitation. After all, Harry was Noah's classmate. Noah had just rolled his eyes. He didn't say much. Whatever. The orphanage has plenty of kids and even more empty rooms. Let him stay. Still, he wondered, why does this guy always follow me around? But he had to admit, it was helpful. At least he's good at housework. Saves me a lot of effort. After freshening up, Noah yawned again and slowly made his way downstairs, his stomach grumbling. He was used to having 3 meals a day at Hogwarts, and skipping breakfast wasn't something he liked. It was already 9 o'clock, no wonder he was starving. As soon as he entered the living room, he heard Harry enthusiastically talking about their school life. Of course, Harry avoided mentioning anything magical. His audience included Miss Hafen and a group of curious children from the orphanage. Noah's always been the top student at school. One time, our professor asked a question that was way beyond our grade level, and Noah answered it flawlessly. He even earned 10 points for Ravenclaw right there. That's when we realized how amazing he really is. Hearing that, Noah scratched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. Eventually, his hunger won out, and he interrupted, sheepishly. Good morning, Avril. Morning, Harry. You're finally up. It's already 9. Are you always this lazy at school? Ms. Hafen teased. Sit down. I saved you some eggs and mushroom soup. Come and eat. Thanks. Sleeping in is rare for me. Smiling, Noah sat down, added some butter to his eggs, and turned to Harry. Why don't you talk about your Quidditch glory? I remember back in first year, I was just a nerd in your eyes, right? I wanted to, Harry replied with a smirk, but no matter how well I play on the pitch, you never seem to care. All right, kids, Ms. Hafen cut in, go play. You must be bored. But no going outside, it's snowing, okay. The children cheered and rushed off to play, thrilled to be excused. Now, you two can talk about whatever nonsense you like, Ms. Hafen smiled at Noah and Harry. I'm used to it by now, Noah shrugged, sipping his mushroom soup. Used to it? I still remember how withdrawn you were as a child. Can we not talk about that? That was ages ago. Fine, fine. Then tell me something fun from school. Not much, really. Noah took a bite of his egg and tried to recall. What had he done this semester? He expanded the league, took down the basilisk in a 16-year-old memory of Tom Riddle, and even taught Professor Dumbledore the basics of elemental magic. And, that was it. He didn't want to bring up anything dangerous, he didn't want Miss Hafen to worry. Maybe he could throw Harry under the bus. But just as he was thinking, Harry jumped in. Noah's done a lot of incredible things this semester. Oh. Miss Hafen raised her eyebrows and turned to Noah, who now looked visibly uncomfortable. Noah, be quiet. Harry, you tell me. Don't worry, I already know about the magical world. I'm Noah's guardian, after all. Harry looked at Noah cautiously, noting his expression, but decided to go ahead anyway. Well, not only did Noah ace every subject, but he also taught a 6th-year a lesson using magic. And then? What happened next? Harry hesitated but continued. He solved the mystery behind the creature in the Chamber of Secrets. The monster had killed a student and petrified a cat and another student. It was a 60-foot-long basilisk, just looking at it could kill you. But Noah defeated it. I'm done now. Noah couldn't take it anymore. He saw Miss Hafen's brow twitching and quickly stood up with his plate. Time to go. Noah. Ahem. Sorry to interrupt. Am I in the right place? A deep voice cut through the room. A tall, handsome man with messy brown hair and sharp blue eyes stood in the doorway. Snow dotted his coat and shoulders, but it didn't diminish his charisma. John Constantine. Miss Hafen blinked in surprise. Yup. Bloody cold here in England. I miss LA's afternoon sun. But, a promise is a promise. Constantine shook his head and walked in, sitting down where Noah had been moments earlier. Got any coffee? I'm freezing. Third shelf in the second cabinet. Make it yourself. Noah, get over here. Miss Hafen didn't even acknowledge the smaller figure trailing behind Constantine. It was rare to see her act so dismissively. Noah sighed and approached, greeting Constantine with a grim expression. John, long time no see. Hey, Chase. Greetings later. First, basilisk. 60 feet long. And you fought a 6th year? What the hell are you doing? Basilisk. Constantine muttered in disbelief. You mean the basilisk? Giant snake, death by eye contact. That thing's illegal even in the underworld. And you killed it. Blimey, kid. Thanks, Noah said, forcing a smile. Really helping me out here, John. He turned to Miss Hafen, trying to explain. Someone released it. It started attacking students. The professors couldn't find it, but we were just unlucky. We happened to encounter it. And you dealt with it. Miss Hafen frowned. Where were the professors? They were trying their best, but the creature was well hidden. We stumbled upon it by accident. We figured out what it was, closed our eyes, and I managed to kill it using a spell. Impressive, Constantine smirked. You don't kill a basilisk with just any spell. Must have been something powerful. Of course. I used elemental magic. Chapter 117, Baker Street. I didn't expect you to be getting better and better. You killed the basilisk and a soul from 50 years ago. And the most important thing is that the owner of this soul was the man who once threw the entire British wizarding world into chaos. You've really outdone yourself. Sitting in a cafe on Horsford Road, Constantine stared at Noah with a strange expression. Although he'd been away from Britain for a while, he never expected this guy to cause such a stir. Who was Tom Riddle, Lord Voldemort? Before Constantine left, Voldemort had already launched a pure-blood supremacy movement in Britain. But then he vanished without a trace. Rumor had it that he was defeated by a newborn baby, Harry Potter. The whole story sounded too unbelievable to be true. Back then, Constantine had also been considered a squib. Naturally, he didn't want to get involved in that mess, so he left the country. If it hadn't been for Noah's invitation, he probably wouldn't have come back at all. I can only say I got lucky, Noah said, sighing as he stirred his coffee. He turned to look at Harry, who sat beside him. Dude, seriously, don't ever do something like that again. Got it. Sorry, Noah, Harry replied awkwardly. Their current outing was largely because Miss Hafen was fuming. She believed the school had completely failed in its responsibility to protect its students. Moreover, she didn't buy the idea that Noah just happened to run into the basilisk. Why were others so unlucky, some ending up dead, others petrified, yet when it came to Noah, he not only survived but killed the basilisk. To her, it was obvious Noah and his team had prepared in advance and deliberately hunted it down. You could say women's intuition and assumptions could be outrageous, but Noah didn't dare challenge Miss Hafen's fury. So he dragged Constantine out for a slow, strategic conversation. All right, let's not talk about that, Noah said, shaking his head before turning to Constantine. Honestly, I thought you'd either come back alone or bring all your old friends with you. I didn't expect you to show up with an apprentice. Constantine glanced at Chase, who stood beside him, and smiled. He's smart, brave, hard-working, and his talent isn't bad either. Lately, he's been completing assignments independently in the US. I'd originally planned to let him stay there, but he insisted on coming with me. Is that so? I heard the US isn't all that peaceful these days. You're right about that. The old men from Stark Industries had a car accident. We got dragged into investigating that mess. And don't even get me started on the mutants. They've been more restless than ever. God knows what they're planning. He paused and corrected himself. No, actually, it's already split. One group's running an academy. The other's basically anti-human. It's been a nightmare. Constantine didn't hold back in venting to Noah, who found it both amusing and intriguing. Stark's accident had happened around last Christmas, but based on Constantine's tone, it sounded like the authorities suspected foul play. As for the mutants, let them fight all they want. There were 2 perverted old men keeping them in check anyway. It didn't seem like things would go too far, hopefully. At least, the one who could manipulate metal wouldn't let outsiders exploit the chaos. Wait, you just said you were pulled into investigating Stark's car accident. Yeah. That guy wasn't in a car accident, he was assassinated. But the higher-ups were a pain in the ass. They don't even know who they're dealing with. If it weren't for the Ministry of Magic's laws, we would have handled things very differently. So instead, we just lied to them. You lied. Yep. All of us exorcists coordinated our story. No matter who asked, we claimed it was just an accident. If any outsider tried to interfere, we'd deal with them accordingly. If they don't listen. Constantine let out a cold laugh and left the rest unsaid. But Noah and Harry got the message. Constantine meant they'd either blacklist or completely isolate any interfering exorcist. And make no mistake, without support from the local exorcist circle, outsiders wouldn't even be able to buy potions, let alone gather intelligence or acquire combat equipment. They'd be completely cut off from the magical world. As for the Ministry of Magic's law, it was simple: anyone living in or connected to the magical world must not attack muggles without just cause. The power imbalance was just too great. If rogue magic users went on a rampage, they could overturn entire governments before anyone even realized it. Harry had been listening silently the whole time. This was his first time hearing about all this, and the things Noah and Constantine discussed were completely foreign to him. Chase, Constantine's apprentice, also remained quiet. All right, Noah. Let's get to the point, Constantine said as he drained the last of his coffee. You called me here, so here I am. What's the plan? It's simple. I need money, and so do you, Noah said without mincing words. That's true. I need the cash, and your help too. So, what's next? First, we need to find a place where you can set up shop for muggles. The angels and demons are mostly dealt with, but there are still plenty of monsters, vampires, werewolves, you name it. You want me to re-establish my business here? Competing with local exorcists for clients. You scared? Noah smirked. Don't forget, you've got magicians backing you. The relationship between exorcists and magicians was complicated. But if an exorcist had a magician supporting them, their mission success rate would skyrocket. If a magician and an exorcist competed, the magician might win through sheer firepower. But if 2 exorcists went head-to-head, the one backed by a magician held the upper hand. Always. All right. Are you saying you want to join up with us? Constantine asked with a sly grin. You've been in the Muggle world long enough to know how profit-sharing works, right? Noah said as he took another sip of coffee. Of course. You're suggesting a share system. Exactly. I've already gathered nearly 10 top students from Hogwarts, and that number's only going to grow. I'll invest in your office through the League of Mages. That way, if there's any danger or major crisis, you can call on us for backup. Wow, sounds impressive. So how do we split the money? You take 80% if your team completes the mission solo. We get 20%. But if we step in, it's split 50-50. Noah pulled out the plan he'd carefully crafted in advance. Honestly, the deal was extremely generous toward Constantine. Don't forget, Noah and his team were letting Constantine use their name and reputation to attract business. That alone was a massive advantage. A magician's backing in the magical world was invaluable. With 1 or more magicians behind an exorcist's firm, success was practically guaranteed, as long as they weren't completely incompetent. And the 50-50 split? That only applied when Noah and his team actively participated. Most of the time, Constantine's team would be doing the heavy lifting. Noah's people would be on vacation, honing their magic, and joining in only when they wanted something more exciting. "All right," Constantine said, clearly impressed. "Your offer's pretty generous. But there's one more thing I want to discuss." Noah tapped his chin. "What is it?" "What if I asked you to unify all the exorcists in the UK?" Good thing Constantine had already finished his coffee, otherwise he would have spat it in Noah's face. Unify all the exorcists in Britain. Was this guy insane? Exorcists were notoriously independent. Many even hated magicians. Bringing them all together would be about as hard as purifying the entire magical world and leaving only pure bloods. Constantine didn't think he could do it. Even if he tried, his firm would probably go bankrupt. To unify them, he'd have to drive away anyone who hated magicians, which meant losing a huge chunk of manpower. And worst of all, once word got out, he'd be targeted like Voldemort was. "Don't do this to me, Noah. I don't want to end up dead in an alley the day after I unify them." Constantine snapped. Fine. Forget I said anything." Noah shrugged helplessly. If Constantine could figure out the risks, so could he. Still, the reality was depressing. In this world, you had to play by the rules, unless you were strong enough to ignore them entirely. "So, can you at least make your firm the biggest one?" "I can only try, Noah. You should know the exorcist world isn't that simple. Even if I explained it, you magicians wouldn't understand. Anyway, where do you think we should set up our office?" Constantine didn't want to dwell on the topic. He already knew what Noah was trying to do, so now, he'd do whatever it took to make it happen. But first, they had to pick a location. Noah thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. "How about 221B Baker Street, London? Chapter 118, I think so." Noah wasn't sure if Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson existed in this world, or if they were supposed to be brothers or partners. Well, it didn't really matter, curly hair or short hair, Noah didn't care either way. As for the money? Naturally, Constantine paid for everything himself. Noah's role in this was more like a technical investor. Besides, Constantine probably knew that Noah was broke and couldn't cough up a single canute. After the conversation ended, Noah and Harry left the cafe. They were heading back now. Meanwhile, Constantine took Chase to search for the Baker Street address that Noah had mentioned. Honestly, something about it still felt off, but he couldn't put his finger on exactly what it was. On the way back, Harry couldn't hold it in anymore. He glanced around before leaning in and whispering to Noah, "Noah, what are you doing? That guy looks dangerous." "He is dangerous, but only to normal people," Noah replied casually. "Why would you want to get involved with exorcists? Don't they hate wizards?" Harry wasn't the clueless rookie he had been the year before. After a full year at Hogwarts and another spent tagging along with Noah, his magical knowledge had grown significantly. Naturally, he knew things now that would have been impossible for him to grasp back then. There are always exceptions, okay. Even someone like Voldemort has followers. It all comes down to differing value systems. Don't assume all exorcists hate wizards. When the benefits are high enough, some might even become allies. All right, I guess. I still don't really get it. But this firm you're setting up, it's not just about making money, is it? You don't expect us to get involved, right? Oh. You're more perceptive than I thought. Noah grinned. Of course, I'm using the League of Mages as a bridge to cooperate with Constantine. Think about it, summer vacation is long and boring. If something difficult crops up and it's within your ability to handle, wouldn't it be a great learning experience? You might even earn some pocket money. I know, Noah. Thanks. But what about the Ministry of Magic? Aren't we banned from using magic outside of Hogwarts? The decree for the reasonable restriction of underage sorcery. Noah tapped his chin. He was well aware of it. The Ministry of Magic strictly prohibited underage wizards from using magic outside school. This was enforced the moment they received their wands. To bypass that restriction, Noah would need to perform wandless magic. But how? Although he had already reached Order 3, he was still a long way from performing spells without a wand. And to be fair, a wand was an excellent magical conduit. Noah had no intention of giving his up. Of course, if he could get his hands on some unregistered wands, the issue could be sidestepped entirely. Still, instead of focusing on procuring unregistered wands, because wands were regulated as strictly as firearms, he felt it was better to find a way to master wandless casting. It looks like we'll have to find a way to contact Professor Dumbledore. Practical training is way more useful than reading textbooks all day. Noah sighed and rubbed his nose. He didn't have a perfect solution yet. True, but I don't think Professor Dumbledore will say no. He rarely refuses you, right? Harry said with a grin. Maybe. Anyway, let's go home. We've been out for quite a while. To be honest, Noah, I really envy the life you have. You've got such a supportive environment. Ms. Hafen is like a guardian angel. Yeah, I got lucky. But don't get on her bad side, it's not pretty. Like earlier today, you moron, talking nonsense. I already apologized, Noah. I swear I won't do it again. They chatted and laughed all the way back. When Noah opened the door, he was relieved to see that Ms. Hafen seemed to have calmed down. That was a huge relief. Neither of them wanted to deal with Ms. Hafen when she was angry, even if she was still gorgeous when fuming. Of course, Noah knew better than to think things were truly over. So, he dragged Harry into helping Ms. Hafen with some chores to shift her attention. Surprisingly, Ms. Hafen didn't scold him much. It seemed she had thought things through. I've known for a while now that you're different, Noah, she said softly. I sensed it back in the US. But please, be careful. No matter how strong you are, you have to stay humble and alert if you want to survive. I know, Avril. I don't think I'm anything special. I only take on what I can handle. Noah chuckled. He knew what the future might look like. He wasn't deluded about his abilities. At his level, he'd probably end up as a foot soldier someday, well, maybe a foot soldier with magic. But even so, a soldier was still a soldier. Noah had no desire to become some overlord of the universe. He didn't care about being Earth's greatest protector either. All he wanted was to protect himself, his friends, and the people he loved. That simple wish had always been his motivation. He didn't want to leave his fate in the hands of someone like the Avengers. He wanted to control it himself. That's good. I know you're a smart kid, Ms. Hafen smiled. So, can you tell me about your time at Hogwarts? Noah sighed. There she went again, her curiosity was as boundless as ever. But now that everything was out in the open, he didn't see a reason to hide anything anymore. So, Noah began recounting the events of the past 6 months, giving Ms. Hafen a full picture of the British wizarding world. As he spoke, she looked increasingly surprised. She hadn't imagined the magical world would be so chaotic, almost incomprehensibly so. That sounds incredibly dangerous. What if they succeed? She asked, visibly worried. Dangerous? Not really. Hogwarts isn't that weak. Headmaster Dumbledore isn't afraid of Voldemort at all. The problem is he's too bound by the Ministry's red tape. He spends more time navigating bureaucracy than acting freely, but he will protect the students. No doubt about that. Noah shrugged nonchalantly. But what if you're off school grounds? Don't forget I've got a mentor. She gave me a few items for emergencies. If anything goes wrong. I understand. Just promise you'll stay careful, okay? I really can't wrap my head around why things are like this in the magical world. Why is it strange? Noah replied, raising an eyebrow. Even today, there's racial tension with black and white communities. And let's not forget how they treat mutants. He paused. Frankly, he hated racists. Sure, advanced tech might one day rival magic, but Earth's current tech was nowhere near that level. Even mutants couldn't defend themselves properly yet. And the worst part? There was a traitor among them. Charles Xavier. He had taken a winning hand and played it into disaster. He thought tolerance alone could solve everything. But human greed? That was a whole different beast. Even Nick Fury, bald and all, dared to experiment with the Tesseract. For all anyone knew, that may have tipped Thanos off to Earth's location. Being too soft invites disaster. But being too aggressive doesn't always work either. Take Magneto, for example. Over the top. Definitely. But at least his stance made governments think twice before provoking them. In the end, it was always the Xavier Institute that got hurt. That said enough. Noah shook his head. These were problems far beyond him. He was just a small fry still trying to grow. It really doesn't sound safe. Ms. Hafen sighed. Anyway, promise me you'll stay safe, all right? She didn't know much about mutants, but she understood the history of Native Americans and the systemic issues still plaguing society. All she wanted now was for Noah, the boy she'd watched grow up, to be safe. Then suddenly, an old question crept back into her mind. Something she'd asked before, but Noah had brushed off. Could she learn magic? Her heart raced. Magic, the more she saw of it, the more it drew her in. She remembered vividly how Noah, with a wave of his hand, banished terrifying demons and transported them across vast distances. That had been her dream as a child. A dream she believed she'd never reach. But now she wasn't going to let it go. After a moment of silence, Ms. Hafen asked, Noah, can you teach me magic? I think so. Noah had been lost in thought, thinking about the future, and replied absent-mindedly. The moment the words left his mouth, he realized what he'd just agreed to. And when he saw Miss Haven's elated expression, his own face twisted into a bitter smile. It's over. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, Thinking for Future Generations. In the following days, Noah and Harry both felt extremely annoyed. To be honest, they were feeling exhausted. Harry often looked at Noah with a face full of resentment, making Noah feel extremely awkward. But there was nothing he could do. Harry was a qualified little wizard now, and he also had a lot of respect for Miss Haven. He couldn't outright reject her. In truth, Miss Haven didn't really possess much magical talent. Although everyone in this world had magic in their body, it was ultimately the strength and quality of that magic that determined whether a person could become a wizard. She hadn't received a letter from Hogwarts when she was young, which proved that she didn't have what it took to become a witch. Of course, this wasn't an absolute. At least, Noah didn't believe so. And the method was actually very simple. The most basic and easiest approach was to let Miss Haven practice the same meditation technique that Noah used now. Meditation was a method to strengthen one's mental power and magical power. The more advanced the meditation technique, the more power it could draw in from the outside world. Theoretically, if the meditation technique was powerful enough, it didn't matter whether one had magical talent or not, they could still become a wizard through hard work. Of course, whether they could reach great heights would depend on other factors. But even if Noah did possess such an advanced meditation method, he wouldn't casually give it away. Even the current basic meditation he was using was not something he could freely share. He had received this knowledge from his system. Even now, nearly 2 years later, the system had only given him one task. It had stayed dormant for the most part and ignored him. Sometimes, even if he tried to provoke or seek it out, it would remain unresponsive. And the few times it did respond, it brought unpredictable consequences. So this option was not practical for now. So, for now, I guess we'll have to let Miss Haven follow the most traditional method. That meant, let her learn the basic Hogwarts curriculum, and through constant depletion of magic and spiritual energy, slowly increase her reserves and sensitivity to magic. It was slow, inefficient, and very tiring. Noah had hoped she'd give up early on. But surprisingly, Miss Haven's willpower far exceeded his expectations. After Noah explained how long it would take, and how painful it might be to see little to no progress for years, she still agreed without hesitation. Don't worry, Noah. Once I decide to do something, I will stick with it, no matter what. Whether it was taking care of my family or running this orphanage, I never turned back. I'll work hard. Her firm tone left Noah speechless. Truth be told, this method wasn't well known even among wizards. Few knew that this kind of training could help one increase magic gradually. But Noah had experimented and figured it out after many tests, and with the help of the knowledge in his system's library, he had learned hundreds of spells. Now, the question was what spell to choose for Miss Haven. It needed to be basic and easy to master. That way, she could continue practicing without being overwhelmed. After some thought, Noah picked a very beginner-friendly spell. Miss Haven, actually, everyone has magic in their bodies. But only those with strong enough magic can become wizards. When I was at Hogwarts, I discovered a method that could gradually improve magical power. I can teach it to you, but you must promise never to reveal it to anyone else. Of course. Do you want me to sign a contract or swear an oath? Wait, how do you even know about magical oaths? Isn't that a thing in fantasy novels? Noah massaged his forehead in disbelief. What's with this woman? She knows even about magical contracts. Were those fantasy authors actually wizards themselves? Or did they accidentally witness real magic? Forget it, it doesn't matter. Noah made Miss Haven swear a magical oath in Merlin's name using her own magic as a guide. This oath wasn't dangerous, but it had binding power. As the oath took effect, Miss Haven suddenly felt something strange happen inside her. That felt weird. Don't worry, that's just the magical oath taking effect. Also, you should start learning about the wizarding world now. Mentally prepare yourself too, but no need to panic. Prepare myself for what? You might start seeing things like ghosts in the future. That's just the beginning. You'll get used to it over time. Miss Haven narrowed her eyes at him. She suspected Noah was trying to scare her, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she secretly made up her mind, she was going to prove him wrong. And so, the days that followed became filled with lessons. Noah, Harry, and even Hermione, who had come to visit, were all roped in to help teach. To be honest, if you've never taught anyone before, you really wouldn't understand how exhausting it is, especially when you're teaching someone who has zero foundation in the subject. Miss Haven wasn't dumb at all. She was highly educated and intelligent. But magic was a completely different system from science. And adapting to this new worldview was not something that could be done overnight. Noah, why are we even doing this? Hermione complained as they left after a long day. All right, I get it. I was probably being too optimistic. Noah raised his hands in surrender. But then he added. But really, Hermione, she's like a sister to me. Wizards can live really long lives, and this is just an experiment. If it succeeds. Hermione looked at him, eyes wide. You mean? Yeah. Your parents are muggles too, right? So if this method works. Exactly. It could help other muggle-borns. Even squibs. All right, I get it now. I'll keep helping her when I can. Noah's heart swelled with gratitude. He watched her leave, a proud grin on his face. Harry buried his face in his hands beside him. In their first year, Hermione had had conflicts with Ron and the others. They didn't become true friends again until second year when they joined the Wizarding Alliance. And now, Noah had pulled her into another one of his grand schemes. Noah, seriously. That smug smile makes you look like a fox who just raided a henhouse. Is that so? Looks like I need to control myself better. There was no need for all that emotional persuasion. Hermione's always been someone who helps others. Even without that stuff, she'd still agree. I know. But I really do want this to work. If it does, Squibs won't have to feel helpless anymore. Noah gently patted Harry on the shoulder. He truly wished for Miss Hafen to have a long and wonderful life. As for Squibs and the future Wizarding Alliance, well, that was a bonus. Harry remained silent. He'd lost his parents too early, and growing up with the Dursleys had left a hole in his heart. But meeting Miss Hafen made him feel a warmth he hadn't experienced in years. A kindness and gentleness that was rare. After spending a week at the orphanage, Harry felt deeply envious of Noah. Sometimes he wondered, if I'd grown up here instead, how different would things have been? But then he'd remember the children who got adopted and the bittersweet smile Miss Hafen gave them as they left. If it were him, would he have left too? No, Harry thought. Better to focus on what's in front of me. Time passed quickly. Before long, it was time for the Hogwarts Express to depart. Miss Hafen had trained all break long. Even Harry felt a little guilty seeing how hard she worked. She and Hermione got along surprisingly well, perhaps because they were both women, or because they were both extremely studious. Even more surprising was Hermione's promise to keep coming back during weekends to help teach. During this period, Miss Hafen had come to understand the wizarding world. Learning about magic's wonders, like how it could enhance beauty or slow aging, made her realize just how valuable Noah's training method really was. She silently vowed never to tell a soul. Not even a whisper. Be careful, all of you, she said, standing on the platform with a gentle smile. Don't worry. We'll be fine, the kids nodded. Study hard. Stay safe. No problem. We're all super tough. Chapter 120, Big Events at Hogwarts. For Noah and his friends, who were still students, they were undeniably exceptional. They had already proven themselves in many ways. Whether it was their grasp of magical theory or their understanding of the magical world, few at their age could compare. Especially Noah, Miss Hafen had heard from Hermione more than once that he could probably apply for early graduation without any trouble. It was clear that Noah was exceptionally suited for the magical world. What might seem ordinary in the non-magical world became extraordinary through the lens of magic. Here, he soared. Although Miss Hafen wanted to remind Noah not to grow arrogant, she realized it was pointless. Pride radiated off Noah and his friends, but so did genuine confidence. These young wizards clearly had no intention of slowing down. They were marching steadily down the road of magic, determined and unrelenting. With that in mind, Miss Hafen said nothing more. She simply watched as Noah and the others boarded the Hogwarts Express before silently returning to the orphanage. Back in her room, Miss Hafen picked up one of Noah's textbooks from last semester and tried reading it. But after 2 minutes, she tossed it aside with a sigh. She then bent down and retrieved one of Hermione's old first-year books from the bag Hermione had gifted her. Opening it, she gave a satisfied nod. Noah's textbook had no annotations at all, not a single note. Was that his idea of studying? Hermione's book, on the other hand, was filled with underlines, highlights, and even personal insights. Now that looked like a student's textbook. But then again, Noah's grades were better than Hermione's, and his magic was significantly more advanced. Miss Hafen could only shake her head. Was Noah truly a genius? After wrestling with that thought for a while, she gave up. Her conclusions didn't satisfy her, so she decided not to dwell on it. You look down on me. Then I have to succeed. The magical world really is worth striving for. I have to work even harder in Diagon Alley, she muttered to herself. Back at Hogwarts, Noah had no idea how hard Miss Hafen was working or why. To him, it was perfectly natural for non-magical folk to be curious about magic. When he returned to his dormitory, he discovered he was the last one back. It made him sigh in frustration. Damn Ministry of Magic trains were so slow. Then again, the Hogwarts Express had been built more than a century ago. How fast could it possibly go? You're back, Noah. How was your Christmas? Evan, who was reading an old, slightly moldy-looking book, greeted him with a cheerful grin. Not bad. How about you guys? Noah asked, tossing his luggage aside and face-planting onto his bed. Pretty ordinary. I wanted to visit you and Harry, but my family wouldn't allow it. Same excuse, they think the Muggle world isn't safe. Seriously, Evan said, shaking his head. Lance and Ken also looked up from the books in their hands, which were noticeably newer than Evan's. They were actually reading the notes left behind by Salazar Slytherin. As for why they had them, well, it was because Noah and Harry had dealt with the basilisk and destroyed one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, without involving their friends. That had annoyed them quite a bit. They felt a little insulted. Something that dangerous, and they hadn't been called upon. Noah had to explain several times that it had all happened unexpectedly and that he hadn't deliberately excluded them. Which was true. Noah hadn't planned to go with Harry in the first place. But a promise he made left him with no choice. After explaining everything and handing over the Slytherin notebook, the others finally forgave him, grinning as they pored over the notes. They hadn't been angry, per se, just frustrated they hadn't faced the danger alongside Noah. It made them feel a bit left out. More people could mean more strength, but sometimes, too many could be a burden. In the end, it didn't matter much. Whether it was the basilisk or Voldemort's remnant soul, Noah had dealt with them both on his own. He'd even read Slytherin's notes thoroughly and memorized most of it after a single read. Thanks to his system's internal library, any book he read was stored automatically. He could retrieve and reread it whenever he wanted. Of course, he couldn't recall everything instantly. Slytherin's records were vast and dense, but the advantage was undeniable. Dumbledore and the others had been interested in that notebook, of course. But when Noah had casually blown up the statue of Salazar Slytherin after retrieving it, their focus shifted. Plus, the elemental magic knowledge Noah shared was so groundbreaking that it distracted them from the fact that he kept the notebook. By the way, Noah, did you hear? Something big is happening at Hogwarts, Lance said suddenly, his smile turning mischievous. Huh? Something big? What are you talking about? Noah sat up in surprise. What else could possibly happen? He'd already dealt with the basilisk, destroyed Voldemort's Horcrux, and Dumbledore now had the remains. What was left? I haven't read the Daily Prophet recently, I've been in the Muggle world. What happened? Aha. I'll tell you. During the Christmas holidays, Professor Dumbledore suddenly summoned all the professors back for a professor-level certification assessment. What? A level assessment? Yup. Turns out Lucius Malfoy instigated it. No one knows what he's thinking. He even brought Minister Cornelius Fudge along. Lucius Malfoy. Noah frowned. What was that guy up to this time? Trying to create a better environment for Draco? Or, trying to get rid of Dumbledore? Lucius had always been eager to see Dumbledore ousted. Noah recalled that if he hadn't handled the basilisk and the Horcrux, the Board of Governors might have posed a serious threat to Dumbledore this term. Hogwarts was too important, especially in the British wizarding world. Whoever led Hogwarts essentially shaped the next generation of wizards, tying them to that person's ideology. The wizarding world was just like the Muggle one, riddled with politics and factions. The headmaster of Hogwarts had to be clear-headed and relatively neutral. Dumbledore understood that well. While he wasn't perfectly neutral, he treated every student with fairness. He was a true educator, respected and beloved. But if someone else, say, a Slytherin purist, took over, Noah swallowed hard. He didn't think Dumbledore would be forced out over this, but it wasn't impossible. Especially considering some of the sketchy hires he'd made, like a certain fraud. Is Professor Dumbledore okay? Noah asked, frowning. Professor Dumbledore? Of course. Why do you ask? Ken looked at him, confused. So what's this assessment about, then? It's aimed at the other professors. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, and Sprout are exempt, they're deans or high-level staff. Trusted faculty. What I mean is, if someone fails the assessment, won't Dumbledore be held accountable? In theory, yes. But believe it or not, Lucius Malfoy actually defended Dumbledore to Fudge, Lance chimed in, still stunned. He said, wait, Noah, you already guessed, didn't you? Noah rolled his eyes. Ken facepalmed. Of course Noah guessed it. Among all Hogwarts professors, the only one who'd likely fail such an assessment was Gilderoy Lockhart. Everyone knew the man was a fraud. So naturally, he was the one exposed. As for Malfoy's defense, Noah could already imagine it. Something along the lines of, Lockhart was so famous, no one would suspect him of lying. Even Dumbledore could be deceived. Still, why would Malfoy help Dumbledore instead of tearing him down? Anyway, it's not that complicated, Lance said, recovering. It just shocked everyone. How do you know all this? Noah asked, leaning back against his bed frame. Oh, we were nearby when it happened this afternoon. Lots of students were. The assessment was open to the public. So the big news you mentioned is that Lockhart is getting kicked out. Well, yeah. That's huge news. Once it's all exposed, imagine how many people will come after him for lying. Oh, and one more thing, Professor Snape is going to teach defense against the dark arts next term. Oh, really? Now that is big news. Chapter 121, Scared, Part 1. For Noah, the fact that Professor Snape had become the new defense against the dark arts teacher was far more significant than Gilderoy Lockhart's arrest. In Noah's eyes, Lockhart was nothing more than a clown. He had used shamelessness, a polished facade, and well-practiced memory charms to somehow worm his way into the upper echelons of the British wizarding world. That, in itself, was ridiculous. Although his deception skills were undeniably clever, such skills couldn't hold up under real scrutiny. Unsurprisingly, the moment he was tested, he crumbled. Noah honestly didn't care enough to waste thoughts on someone like Lockhart. What truly shocked him was Professor Snape finally achieving his dream, a development Noah hadn't anticipated at all. Everyone knew Snape had an unhealthy obsession with the defense against the dark arts post, yet year after year, he'd been denied the position. And now, out of the blue, he had it. Could it be that Dumbledore is under so much pressure that he finally gave in? Noah lay on his bed, unable to sleep. The current timeline was starting to spiral off course, and although it didn't directly affect him yet, he couldn't help but overthink it. Lucius Malfoy had initiated a formal evaluation of Lockhart through the Ministry of Magic, clearly with the intent of removing him. But why? Could it be that Lucius couldn't find fault with Dumbledore himself, so he decided to attack from a different angle? And the defense against the dark arts position wasn't a trivial one. Dumbledore and his allies had long fought against dark wizards. That alone showed how vital the subject was. Snape was once Voldemort's trusted Death Eater, placed to spy on Dumbledore. Now he was also handling defense against the dark arts. Could this be part of Lucius and the Death Eater's long game? Noah rubbed his chin, a spark of interest glinting in his eyes. Snape is a double agent. He wants revenge against Voldemort. If he's now in charge of defense against the dark arts, are we really supposed to feel comfortable about that? Ugh, never mind. I'll try to talk to Dumbledore about it. No point overthinking. Unable to settle his thoughts, Noah forced his eyes shut. It wasn't paranoia. From the beginning, Noah had never viewed this world as some whimsical fairy tale. In fact, whether it was the books or the films, Harry Potter had only grown darker with time. Noah was simply analyzing things from a future perspective. Sure, he hated this part of himself, the part that always expected the worst, but maybe it was necessary. Did I, unknowingly, become the kind of person I once despised? With a half-smile and that thought still lingering in his mind, Noah entered his system space. As always, the system space was quiet and grand. Endless rows of bookshelves stretched before him, filled with ancient tomes. The only real difference was that time now flowed much more slowly here, and the space itself had expanded. Name, Noah Finial. Age, 12. Mage level, Order 3 Rank 2. It had to be said, Noah's progress had begun to slow with each level up. Still, that was relative. Just a year ago, he hadn't even reached Order 1. And now, he was already a Order 3 mage. Many seasoned wizards would be livid if they found out. But then, Noah noticed something peculiar: wizards in this world didn't seem to use a rating system. To be honest, the lack of a ranking system makes me uncomfortable. I should probably ask the Ancient One about this. It's not necessarily a bad thing, maybe even a good one. The next morning, Evan and the others yanked Noah out of bed bright and early. After sleeping in for nearly half a month, he felt exhausted just standing. Their first class of the day was Snape's new defense against the dark arts class, and there was no way Noah would risk being late. Snape was, predictably, far better than Lockhart. No empty boasts. No grandstanding. Just straight into real magical knowledge, followed by live practical exercises, just like his potions lessons. It was a far cry from Lockhart's self-congratulatory nonsense, and the students were quick to notice. Most of them left the class with something useful. Well, except Noah. He was far beyond the level of his classmates. For him, the class was less a lesson and more an exercise in restraint. Facing off against him in combat exercises felt like bullying. By the end of class, no one volunteered to duel him anymore. Most avoided eye contact entirely. So Noah spent most of the session watching from the sidelines, or casually chatting with Snape. Of course, Snape didn't reveal much. He remained as secretive and dry as ever, deflecting most of Noah's subtle inquiries. Noah understood. Snape's double life made it difficult to speak freely. After class, instead of heading to the room of requirement with Evan and the others, Noah made his way to the 8th floor, to Dumbledore's office. When he was granted entry, he was met with an unusual sight, Dumbledore standing still, calmly observing a floating fireball dancing in his hand. "Professor Dumbledore?" Noah asked, puzzled. Dumbledore blinked out of his thoughts and smiled. "Ah, Noah. Good morning." He didn't extinguish the fireball. Instead, it morphed into a miniature phoenix, which fluttered around him gracefully before vanishing in a soft burst of flame. The headmaster adjusted himself in his seat and gestured for Noah to sit wherever he liked. Noah did so, noting again how Dumbledore didn't treat him like a child anymore. In fact, he couldn't recall when that shift had occurred. Maybe it was after he started speaking of Voldemort's eventual downfall, or the future of the wizarding world. Ever since then, Dumbledore had regarded him with more gravity. "I'm confused, Professor," Noah said directly, wasting no time. "Believe me, Noah, you're not the only one. I'm confused as well. I've known Lucius Malfoy a long time. Say what you will, but he truly surprised me this time." Dumbledore sighed, his expression layered with complex emotions. There was something in his eyes Noah couldn't quite decode. He wasn't a mind reader or a psychologist. After a moment, Dumbledore continued, "You know, Noah, Lucius paid me a visit over Christmas." "Oh." Noah raised an eyebrow. "I've read about Draco's father. A cunning man. Very good at apologies when needed. But still a textbook schemer." Dumbledore chuckled. "He came asking about you, actually." "Me? Ah. I suppose Draco told him quite a bit." "Yes, and Lucius did some digging on his own. According to his records, you were a very ordinary Muggle-born child, until Hogwarts. Then you became exceptional. He even spent quite a sum at the Ministry of Magic to investigate further. So, he knows about my time in the US." Noah wasn't shocked. He knew Lucius's type. And frankly, considering how far he'd strayed from his original plan to keep a low profile, being investigated seemed inevitable. Noah even suspected Dumbledore had investigated him long ago, but at least the old man's intentions were protective, not malicious. Draco still had his memories, so who knew what he had told his father? What amused Noah most was this: if Lucius truly found out who his teacher was, he might drop dead from shock. "Well, he knows you studied at Kamarage," Dumbledore said. "But nothing beyond that. That's enough to spook him." It certainly was. "My contacts at the ministry said he was visibly shaken when he left." Noah laughed. "Serves him right. And shortly after, he came to see me again. I wasn't planning to talk much with him, but just as he was leaving, he asked me, what if Tom really returns, and wins? What happens then?" "What did you say?" I told him, "Try reading a few Muggle history books. Look into the ministries of magic outside of Britain. Not every country's magical governance is as flawed as ours. Especially the American Makusa." And that shook him. Apparently. Less than a week later, he convinced the school board to push through several pro-Muggle student reforms. Oh, and he helped expel Lockhart while he was at it. Seriously. Noah gave Dumbledore a strange look. Dumbledore met it with one of his own. Chapter 122, Scared, Part 2. It seemed that Lucius Malfoy had been thoroughly spooked by Noah's hidden identity, and after that, he began to question everything Noah had told him. This slippery pureblood patriarch went off to do some real homework. He studied how other ministries of magic operated and carefully analyzed the historical trajectory of Muggles. The result? The man was petrified. So much so that he didn't even bother with excuses, he simply tried to whitewash his record on the spot. Truth be told, Lucius was damn good at it too. The first time Voldemort fell, Lucius cleverly claimed he'd been under the Imperius curse, manipulated against his will. The Wisengamot actually bought it, and he walked away free. Now, after diving deep into the situation in the magical world abroad, especially the approach of the Magical Congress of the United States of America, Makusa, Lucius probably saw eye to eye with Noah's philosophy. Voldemort was doomed, no matter if he won or lost. The only difference was whether he'd die at the hands of internal resistance or be crushed by international intervention. Either way, even the British Ministry of Magic might fall under foreign control. And Lucius Malfoy? He wasn't stupid. He understood one thing: if Voldemort's downfall came from external interference, then he, Lucius, was completely screwed. His name, and his entire lineage, could be wiped clean from wizarding history. The Malfoy family had deep roots and ancient prestige. Lucius would never allow that legacy to end on his watch. That's why he suddenly came running to Hogwarts. He didn't just show up to charm the Board of Governors into improving Muggle-born welfare. He also took initiative in removing Gilderoy Lockhart, claiming that students disliked him. In truth, all of it was a strategic gesture, an olive branch extended to both Professor Dumbledore and the mysterious backer behind Noah. He's not dumb, Noah muttered. But seriously, why were they all so delusional to think that if Voldemort succeeded, they'd end up with more power? That was the part Noah could never figure out. Honestly, he didn't have some godlike IQ. Back in his old life, he'd only finished a bachelor's degree. But even with basic logic and a grasp of this world's situation, Noah could easily predict what Voldemort's rise would lead to. Why, then, were these purebloods so blinded? They had no understanding, or worse, no concern, for how magic ministries functioned in other countries. They didn't even seem to care that the most powerful sorcerer in the world was the Ancient One. Noah vividly remembered how obsessed these people were with Voldemort. Statements like, "He's the most powerful wizard alive," or, "He's a living legend," made Noah want to vomit. At times, he genuinely wondered if their brains had melted. Dumbledore could only offer a bitter smile before replying with a single line. Merlin was British. "Oh," Noah said, rolling his eyes. "That explains everything." It was just like British football. Since the sport originated in Britain, they acted like they were the best in the world. These self-important purebloods walked around with their noses in the air, thinking, "We're the birthplace of magic. Merlin was ours. The other ministries of magic are just jokes." But reality painted a different picture. While the strength of each country's ministry varied, if they joined forces against Britain, the British magical community would be utterly overwhelmed. Not to mention, there were already 4 magic institutions out there that were on par with, if not stronger than, Britain's. What a bunch of clowns. Do they seriously not know that the most powerful magician alive is in Kamarage? Even if they do, they'll pretend they don't, Dumbledore said softly. They've grown too accustomed to their privilege. Changing that mindset is no small task. Still, not all of them are fools. You mean someone like Lucius Malfoy? Exactly. Lucius did have a brain. That much was clear. Still, Noah couldn't bring himself to like him. From the start, Noah had always been disgusted by fence-sitters. Lucius was the type to ride the winds, bowing to whoever was in power. Sure, survival in this world required some cunning, but at the very least, be useful to someone. Swinging left and right like a reed in the wind, did he think he was made of bamboo? Today, he cozied up to Dumbledore. Tomorrow? Who knew where he'd slither? White meat warning. Noah sighed and stood up, ready to take his leave. "Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I appreciate your insight." "No, Noah. This is all thanks to you." "You don't need to thank me," Dumbledore replied with a smile. "Are you heading back?" "I wanted to ask your opinion on elemental magic." "No, I'm not in a rush." "Oh, by the way, Professor, why did Professor Snape suddenly become the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher?" Dumbledore's eyes twinkled mischievously. "Because I wanted to see Lucius's face when one of their own took that post." Noah blinked, then burst into laughter. He understood immediately. The relationship between Dumbledore and Snape had always been complicated. Noah had long suspected that Dumbledore kept denying Snape the defense position just to throw others off. Now, Snape had taken the very job the Death Eaters once coveted. And as expected, that move would provoke a response. But it wasn't just strategy, it was also Dumbledore's unique brand of petty mischief. Lucius must have panicked hard. "He practically begged me," Dumbledore grinned, "Severus isn't suitable. He's a former Death Eater." Looking at Dumbledore's smug face, Noah suddenly felt like this old man was more black-bellied than he'd realized. Mind games were often called dirty, but when used well, they were the most satisfying form of revenge. Noah hadn't seen Lucius's expression firsthand, but he could picture it clearly, eyes wide, mouth agape, sweat forming on his temples. Just the thought of it made Noah chuckle. This was the same guy who'd acted so high and mighty at Flourish and Blotts. Afterward, Noah spent a long time discussing elemental magic with Dumbledore. It was like their roles had reversed. Noah became the teacher, and Dumbledore the eager student. Despite being over a century old, Dumbledore's passion for learning was unrivaled. He even took out a notebook and meticulously wrote down Noah's theories. He never interrupted. Even when his views differed, he waited until Noah finished and always asked politely, just like a student in class. This humbled Noah. He realized just how vast the gap still was between him and someone like Dumbledore, not just in power, but in attitude. Dumbledore was a Order 5 mage, but his humility rivaled that of a novice. Meanwhile, Noah, though capable, had let his pride slip in too often. It was a wake-up call. Magic was a long road. Arrogance would only hinder his growth. Their conversation lasted until after lunch, which they shared in Dumbledore's office. By the time Noah left, it was already 1 in the afternoon. He had Charms class next, and since he didn't have time to visit the room of requirement, he headed straight for the classroom on the 4th floor. As soon as he stepped in, he saw that the room was packed. He quickly spotted Evan, who was waving at him from the middle row. Noah greeted other students along the way, flashing smiles here and there. It took him a couple of minutes just to reach Evan's desk. "You're late. I thought Dumbledore was giving you the day off," Evan teased. "You think I'd skip Professor Flitwick's class?" Noah laughed. "That would be suicide. What were you two talking about for so long?" Lance leaned forward curiously. "Oh, you know. Some interesting theories. A bit of advanced magic," Noah said casually. "Elemental magic, huh?" guessed Ken. "Bingo," Noah smiled. "I'll teach you guys when the time is right. For now, stick to your textbooks." "Knew it was elemental," Ken nodded with admiration. They all respected that. They knew Noah's abilities were rare and never pressured him for lessons. Opportunities would come, they believed. "Hey, Noah, check this out." Ernie, sitting behind him, passed over a newspaper. "What's this, the Daily Prophet?" Noah raised a brow. One glance at the front page, and a big grin spread across his face. The photo on the cover. It made Noah's day. Chapter 123, Decision. Gilderoy Lockhart, recipient of the Order of Merlin, honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, internationally renowned author and public figure, exposed as a fraud. Noah couldn't help but feel an immense sense of satisfaction as he stared at the front page of the Daily Prophet, where a rather disheveled Lockhart was being dragged away by Oris, still flailing dramatically, as if he could charm his way out of the situation. Truth be told, Noah never had any personal grudge against Lockhart. The man had never directly provoked him or any of his friends. But Noah did remember being scammed during his first year. The prices of Lockhart's useless books had been outrageous, and the worst part, every single one of them had been required for class and exams. It didn't take a genius to figure out the man had only taken the Hogwarts post to sell his books by the hundreds. With so many students attending Hogwarts, each being forced to buy full sets of his books, Lockhart must have made a small fortune. TSK, now that's business acumen, Noah muttered sarcastically, flipping to the next section of the paper. The more he read, the more satisfied he felt. Lockhart wasn't just being investigated, his accounts were frozen, and charges of widespread fraud were being filed. There was even talk of him being sent to Azkaban. And Azkaban wasn't exactly known for its hospitality. Between the dementors and the former Death Eaters, it was hard to say how long Lockhart would last. Noah half wondered if the man might go mad, or worse. Just as he was imagining Lockhart trying to talk his way out of a dementor's embrace, Professor Flitwick entered the classroom. The students immediately straightened up, and Evan quickly stuffed the newspaper into his bag. Class was class, and despite their adventures, they all took learning seriously. Far away, in the opulent chambers of Malfoy Manor, Lucius Malfoy sat brooding on a black leather sofa crafted from the hide of an African giant rhino. His usually pristine composure was nowhere to be found. His thoughts were a tangled mess. This Christmas had been nothing short of torment. The information Draco had brought home had been shocking enough, but after launching his own investigation, Lucius felt like a stone had sunk deep in his chest. A boy raised in a Muggle orphanage, possessing extraordinary magical prowess, far beyond even Tom Riddle at that age. And even more terrifying, this boy, Noah Fernie, had not only slain the basilisk, but also defeated a magical echo of a 16-year-old Voldemort. In the second year of school, Lucius had confirmed Draco's memories through his own discreet and ethically questionable means, and what he saw made his blood run cold. Voldemort, even in 6th year, had been a dark prodigy. Yet Noah had outdone even him. What chilled Lucius more was discovering that Noah wielded elemental magic. Elemental magic wasn't taught in schools. It wasn't even spoken of outside of high councils or elite institutions. This was advanced sorcery, rare, coveted, and monopolized by the most mysterious magical organizations across the globe. Organizations so powerful and detached that even the Ministry of Magic dared not meddle in their affairs. And among them, one name stood out above all, Kamarage. According to the intelligence he received from the United States Ministry of Magic, Noah's teacher, though never publicly confirmed, had a 90% likelihood of being a practitioner from Kamarage. That changed everything. Lucius had always believed in the supremacy of pure-blood families. But his decisions had always been strategic. The real priority had always been to secure the Malfoy family's power in the magical world. Which was why, after his visit to Dumbledore, Lucius had done the unthinkable, he had started reading Muggle history books. He'd even gone to Arthur Weasley, the man he used to mock the most, for information. Though Arthur hadn't been particularly friendly, he shared data thanks to some behind-the-scenes nudging from Minister Fudge. The results of Lucius's investigations. Terrifying. Most of the magical communities across the globe had already integrated with Muggles and Muggle-borns. Only a handful of nations clung to the pureblood supremacy ideology, and those, aside from the UK, weren't exactly thriving. The integrated nations. They were magical superpowers. Lucius realized, with creeping dread, that if Voldemort rose again, the international magical community wouldn't just stand by. They would intervene. And when they did, Britain's magical regime would fall like a stack of playing cards. The Death Eaters. They'd be hunted down, tried, and erased from history. He could not let that happen. He had to plan. He had to pivot. He needed to protect the Malfoy name, even if that meant betraying old alliances. Bloody hell, what a mess. Lucius cursed under his breath, unsure if he was more angry at Noah, Dumbledore, or himself. Noah Finial, that brat had wrecked his dreams. Dumbledore, that infernal old man, had appointed Snape as the new defense against the dark arts professor, practically waving a red flag at the rest of the pureblood faction. Lucius nearly lost his mind when he received congratulatory letters from other pureblood families. Dear Mr. Lucius Malfoy, your efforts have secured us a stronghold within Hogwarts. Your loyalty will be remembered. Congratulations, friend. He had half a mind to strangle Dumbledore with his own beard. Worse yet, part of him suspected Snape was Dumbledore's agent, planted to sabotage everything from the inside. And while Lucius almost guessed the truth, he pushed the idea aside. Snape had always been a loyal Death Eater, at least as far as he knew. Still, he had no choice now. He stood up and walked to the mirror. The reflection staring back at him was pale, drawn, and exhausted. The once proud aristocrat now looked like a worn-out pauper. Even his golden hair hung limply. Should I hide the dark artifacts, he whispered. Or destroy them? He had to start shifting allegiances. Leak minor intel to Dumbledore. Keep an eye on foreign ministry officials. Begin cleaning house. Lucius clenched his fists. This wasn't about winning anymore, it was about surviving. Back at Hogwarts, in the room of requirement, Lance stared at Noah in disbelief. You did all this during the holidays and didn't tell us, he shouted. Noah, calmly writing a letter, barely looked up. I was waiting until everyone was here. Summers long, we all needed something useful to do. Professor Flitwick's Charms class had ended just an hour ago, and their group had cleaned up, eaten, and come here to talk freely, away from the curious eyes of other students who had taken a growing interest in them ever since the basilisk incident. Noah, at last, finished the letter and tied it to Hathaway's leg, their trained owl. With a soft pat, he sent her off. So, you started a firm with an exorcist over the break? Ken asked, incredulous. Yep. And I talked to Professor Dumbledore about it. He agreed to help smooth over the no magic outside school rule. We'll be supervised but free to operate. Honestly, this is genius, Evan said. We're always using family money, might as well do something meaningful. But seriously, why keep it a secret? Noah glanced at him with a small smile. Because there's more. We're also teaching a muggle how to use magic. What? Excuse me, what? Chaos broke out instantly. Noah just leaned back with a smirk. Summer vacation was about to get very interesting. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Future Plans. Teaching an ordinary person to use magic. Wasn't that pure fantasy? Evan and the others stared at Noah with strange expressions. They truly couldn't wrap their heads around what he meant. The reason ordinary people couldn't become wizards was simple: their magical reserves were far too weak. Magic might be innate, but it was far from equal. Some individuals were born brimming with magic power, what the magical world called those with noble blood. Meanwhile, those with little to no magic potential were often labeled as mudbloods or impure bloods by the more conservative factions. Thus, two schools of thought had long dominated the magical world, the pureblood theory and the bloodline theory. But their fates had diverged greatly. The bloodline theory held an absolute advantage, as the more powerful the wizard, the stronger their lineage tended to be. And the pureblood theory? That belief had been on the decline. With the rise of more and more half-blood and muggle-born wizards who achieved greatness, people began questioning whether purity in blood meant anything at all. Now, the mainstream belief was bloodline theory: the better the lineage, the greater the future potential of a magician. As for pure blood, frankly, high-quality bloodlines consistently outshined weak ones. And, sometimes, mixed-blood wizards even surpassed their so-called pure peers. Who knew what dormant power lay hidden in those so-called impure lines? These two ideologies had shaped the magical world for over a millennium. But now, pureblood ideology was being steadily replaced, especially in nations with more progressive magical governments. To most of them, the idea was outdated nonsense. Except for a few nations whose magical ministries had clearly gone mad, most notably, the British Ministry of Magic, arguably the worst among them. So, the idea of teaching an ordinary person with no magical background how to use magic. It sounded utterly ridiculous. After all, such a person likely had no worthy bloodline, which meant, by default, they had virtually no chance of ever becoming a wizard. Why was Noah doing something so seemingly pointless? It didn't fit his character at all. Then, Ken suddenly seemed to realize something. Is it your guardian? Or should I say, your sister? Ms. Hafen. Yes, Noah nodded. She's the closest person I have, right? But more importantly, I've always felt something's off. Why is it that everyone has some amount of magic, but not everyone becomes a wizard? This. Lance hesitated. Isn't that kind of beyond our scope of understanding? Strictly speaking, yes, Noah agreed. He put down his pen and gave a light smile. But what if it could work? What if we succeed? What would that mean for the future? Noah, that's a dangerous thought, you know, Lance said quickly, and Ken nodded vigorously beside him. After all, what made wizards so revered was their rarity. They were a tiny minority in the global population, but they held immense power. If someone developed a method to turn ordinary people into wizards, it would shatter the exclusivity of the wizarding world. It would be nothing short of revolutionary, and threatening to the very foundations of magical society. If scarcity disappears, Ken added, so does the value of being a wizard. You'll have a target on your back if this gets out. Relax, Noah waved it off. It's just an experiment. I don't even know if it'll work. Think of it as the final test of my magic amplification method. If he discussed this with Hermione Granger and Harry Potter, both of whom were Muggle-born, there was no doubt they would support him wholeheartedly. But when speaking to those raised in wizarding society, even progressive ones, this kind of idea was explosive. So Noah decided to keep things brief. What he didn't expect, however, was for Hermione to suddenly speak up with fire in her voice. What are you all so afraid of? She snapped. The magical world is enormous, and there are tons of wizards from Muggle families. But can their families even begin to compare with his? That line alone silenced Lance and the others. I can't even count how many great wizards spent their lives alone, Hermione continued, because their loved ones couldn't use magic. Tragedies born from isolation. Noah's trying to prevent that. So what if it challenges the current power structure? Are we that fragile? All right, Hermione, Noah said, cutting her off gently. Let's not stir things up too much. This is just a small matter for now. But, yes, I do hope this experiment bears fruit. Ken and the others blushed. They weren't stupid. If Noah succeeded, the magical world could be turned on its head. And many, many, would worship Noah as a legend. Noah, we support you no matter what, Evan grinned. Don't forget, we're in this together. Besides, none of us would be here without you. We've come this far thanks to your knowledge. I agree, said Ernie Macmillan, who had been silent until now. The gap between Muggles and wizards is too wide. I don't want that to be an issue for my friends or family in the future. Ken and Lance looked at each other awkwardly, then both nodded. It was true. Without Noah, they would have just been regular Ravenclaws living forgettable lives. Without the room of requirement, without the knowledge he'd provided, without the method to enhance their magical power, they'd never have broken their family limits. Sorry, Noah. We were just... Ken rubbed the back of his head, clearly embarrassed. It's fine, Noah chuckled, waving it off. You were thinking of the League of Mages, right? To be honest, we all need to swear to keep this quiet. For now, it's just Hermione and Justin, both Muggle-borns, in the League. But what about the future? I don't want to keep attending funeral after funeral for people we care about. And what if one of our children ends up a squib? Shouldn't we have a way to help them too? Ken and Lance looked surprised, and Justin stared at Noah like he was seeing him for the first time. This idea, inside the safety of their league, was revolutionary. Outside, it could spark a war. You're right, Ken admitted, scratching his head. Even the Filch family has had powerful magicians in the past, and look at Argus Filch now. He's a squib, humiliated and ridiculed. Honestly, I feel stupid for never thinking about this. Oh come on, Lance grumbled. Aren't you basically insulting me too? All right, enough of that, Noah smiled. This is still in the testing phase. Whether it works is still up in the air. But after the holidays, I think it's worth exploring, don't you? Of course, said Evan. But we need to be careful. We can't let this fall into the wrong hands. Noah nodded. That was a given. But his thoughts went even further. His goal wasn't just the League of Mages. It was the exorcists. Most of them had no innate magical ability, but they were battle-hardened, experienced, and filled with an obsessive hunger for magic. If Hafen succeeded, then Noah could potentially give magic to dozens, hundreds, of powerful exorcists. Compared to Hafen, their foundations were already stronger. If she succeeded, they would almost certainly succeed as well. Imagine it, Hermione as Minister of Magic, Harry as head of the Auror Office, and Noah supplying them with elite, loyal, battle-tested wizards. At that point, Noah wouldn't just influence the magical world. He'd own it. Of course, that was all still in the future. Hermione and Harry were deeply emotional and valued loyalty. As long as Noah remained sincere, they would repay him tenfold. And Ken, Evan, Lance, and Ernie, though raised in wizarding families, had never fully bought into the old pureblood garbage. Noah believed that continued exposure to Muggle-born wizards would eventually make them fully accept his ideals. His job now was to keep feeding them knowledge, to keep raising their magical potential. He could see it clearly, these were true Ravenclaws, driven by the pursuit of truth and wisdom. Someday, they'd make excellent candidates for the Ministry of Magic. And if they all got in, then the British magical world would belong to the League of Mages, with Noah, its founder, as the biggest winner. The future is full of possibilities, and it's looking exciting, Noah murmured, watching his companions return to their books with renewed purpose. He still had a lot to do. First, he had to keep growing stronger. And second, he had to solve the issue of the university system for wizards. I just hope Hathaway doesn't lose her way, Noah whispered. Otherwise, all of this will have been for nothing. Chapter 125, I hope he comes soon. Time passed unnoticed, or at least, that was true for Noah and the others. Their days were packed with endless training and the ceaseless acquisition of knowledge. Under such pressure, time seemed to lose all meaning. They didn't know how much time they had left, and that uncertainty only made every second feel more precious. Noah, in particular, felt this most keenly. Somehow, between regular classes and assignments, he'd ended up serving as a guest lecturer of sorts, for none other than the 4 deans of Hogwarts, including Professor Dumbledore himself. He regularly engaged with them, sharing his personal insights into elemental magic, not advanced theories, but the foundational knowledge that underpinned everything. And as with all foundations, it was the most time-consuming to grasp. This wasn't talent, it was raw, grinded-out experience and sheer memorization. The only reason Noah had mastered it so quickly was thanks to the notes of the Ancient One and access to the system library. Naturally, he didn't share those things. Instead, he spoke of his casting experience, which was vague enough to be helpful while protecting his secrets. Yet even that was enough for Professors Dumbledore, McGonagall, Flitwick, and Snape to benefit. In return, they provided something Noah couldn't easily find elsewhere, real sparring partners. Proper sparring partners. Not the kind you conjure in the room of requirement who don't understand restraint. Noah, despite being at a solid Order 3 magical level, would often get pummeled when facing someone like Snape, who, unsurprisingly, never held back. But that didn't deter him. In fact, when facing real humans, Noah became frighteningly sharp. Because real people didn't start by blasting at full force. They fought with control, with intention. Such sparring gave Noah space to experiment, fierce enough to push his limits, but measured enough to avoid injury. Still, he never gave up his solo training in the room of requirement. His battles with Dumbledore and the others were purely elemental, a clash of spells. The room of requirement was different. That was where life and death battles played out. Where he and Ken pushed each other beyond their limits. Where improvement came through pain and perseverance. Even when their summoned enemies left them bruised and battered. Forcing trips to the hospital wing, they returned, again and again. Madame Pomfrey's scoldings became background noise. Time's flying again, can't believe it's the end of the term, Lance muttered, wincing as he applied ointment to a fresh cut on his arm. Time doesn't matter. Your arm matters, you idiot. Ken wrung out a towel and tossed it at him. You know you're not a match for those professors, and yet you summon them daily. Are you trying to get yourself killed? As if you've never summoned them, Lance shot back, face scrunched in pain and frustration. At least I don't go kamikaze like you. The moment I'm down, I surrender. You try to sneak attack even while half dead. Ken rolled her eyes. His tactics were borrowed from Noah himself. He fought with those professors constantly, and they'd learned to brace themselves because Noah never held back. Their duels were explosive but brief, Noah always knew when to stop. He wouldn't waste energy dragging things out or risk injury through pride. Training was training. Getting yourself seriously injured for no reason was just dumb. But if you were slow to react, well, that was your problem. The professors weren't pulling punches for anyone. Even Noah, the strongest of them, would get utterly thrashed sometimes. Can you two not argue for once? Hermione snapped, arms full of books. The faster we get through our exams, the faster we can take the holiday. Don't you want to help at Noah's exorcist office this summer? Or do you lack confidence? Exams. Lance and Ken chorused, indignant. If we fail this, we might as well drop out. The outburst made everyone laugh. It was true, at this level, failure meant you didn't belong here. Even Harry and Ron, not exactly the top of the class, were confident for once. So, what's there to worry about? Hermione sighed. Don't you want to cast magic outside of school for a change? Noah finally chimed in, his words lighting up their faces. Professor Dumbledore had submitted Noah's application to the Ministry of Magic, requesting special permission for the students to engage in supervised fieldwork during the holidays. Naturally, the ministry rejected it at first. To them, the idea of underage wizards and exorcists working together was ridiculous, an embarrassment even. But then Lucius Malfoy intervened. He suggested letting these children suffer outside the safety of Hogwarts. Let them see how helpless they are without the ministry's protection, he had sneered. And just like that, the ministry approved the proposal. Dumbledore had been stunned. He was sure the application would be denied, but shared the unexpected news with Noah nonetheless. And, of course, Noah didn't keep it to himself. Ken and the others were overjoyed. To them, summer breaks were dull. Even with the promise of relaxation, they soon found themselves missing school, missing the pursuit of magic and knowledge. They were magicians through and through. Still, Noah believed that a break was necessary. Tension without pause led to burnout. To be honest, I am looking forward to the holidays, Evan said, leaning back next to Noah with a grin. Same here, Ernie agreed. Hannah and Justin beside him nodded in excitement. Well, we've still got exams first. Let's not embarrass ourselves, all right? Noah reminded with a smile. Don't worry, boss, Lance grinned. Like I said, if we fail this, we deserve to drop out. Far away, under the clear skies of Nepal, the Ancient One sat in quiet contemplation. Her eyes were closed, but the arcane energy swirling gently around her said otherwise. In her opinion, Noah's training methods were quite effective, particularly for beginners. But for someone of her level, it was far too basic. So she studied it, broke it down, and extracted its essence. Then, combining it with her own experience, she began refining it into something greater. The Ancient One's talent was beyond imagination. In just a year, she developed a superior method, one that centered on enhancing spiritual awareness and refining internal magic. She had essentially rediscovered, and perfected, meditation. But not just ordinary meditation. She had taken it further, using her consciousness to perceive and navigate the multiverse itself. Her soul already had access to those dimensions, and with this method, her strength rose even higher. Such advancement was rare, nearly impossible at her level. But it had happened. This kid really is something else, she murmured, eyes opening as the magic around her vanished like mist. She felt the calm strength within her, a refined, sharpened force. Though her expression was serene, her heart was filled with quiet joy. I wonder how he's doing now. Only 1 year left. She sipped from a cup of tea sweetened with honey, letting its warmth soothe her. A year was a blink to someone like the Ancient One. She had trained many disciples, but very few had caught her attention the way Noah did. She remembered their first meeting vividly. A 12-year-old boy, already beyond the judgment of ordinary standards, both in talent and comprehension. He wasn't just gifted, he was a prodigy of the highest order. Few had ever impressed her that way. One had become the headmaster of Hogwarts. Another was locked away. Even among her disciples, none held a candle to Noah's potential. So she watched over him. She was invested in his future. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed slightly. With a subtle wave of her hand, space itself fractured before her. The world around her shifted, not physically, but dimensionally. She remained seated in the same place, yet everything had changed. Come in, she said calmly, still sipping her tea. A moment later, a tall man in black robes stepped into the chamber. He bowed respectfully, holding a trembling owl that looked thoroughly exhausted. Master, he greeted. This owl, it belongs Noah. It seems he has something urgent to discuss. Set it down, the Ancient One said kindly. That's Noah's pet. He must have sent a message. Noah Finial. The junior brother we've never met, the man asked with curiosity. Yes, that's him. Why didn't he come himself? Does he think Hogwarts is better than Kamarage? Mordo, she said gently. He's still a child. He needs friends. There are no children his age here. Understood, Master. I hope he visits soon. I'd like to meet him. Mordo bowed and left silently, leaving the owl and its message behind. The Ancient One removed the letter tied to the owl's leg and unfolded it. Her smile deepened slightly as her eyes scanned Noah's handwriting. She was looking forward to what came next. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Candidates for the Sorcerer Supreme. Noah's letter wasn't lengthy. It mostly detailed his current life and his progress in magical mastery. Of course, he also shared some of his magical theories and practices. Among them were his proposed classifications for magicians, a system to distinguish magical levels, and his recent experiment, attempting to cultivate magical power in an ordinary person, specifically Miss Hafen. These alone were enough to send the Ancient One into deep contemplation. Magician classification. To be frank, this idea came with both benefits and drawbacks. The Ancient One recognized that introducing a formal classification could lead to the rise of a hierarchy among magic users. Those with higher magical prowess might begin to look down on weaker magicians the same way many purebloods disdained muggles, squibs, and exorcists. It could breed elitism. That sort of mindset wasn't healthy for the magical community. Yet she also understood the upside: a classification system would ignite competition. If a magician saw someone at a higher tier, it would fuel motivation to work harder, to reach higher. Likewise, those already at the top would be driven to maintain their position. Sure, there would always be those who became complacent regardless of the system, but they were never destined to be great magicians in the first place. True magicians strive, not for rank, but for understanding. The stronger the magician, the better for Earth's future. And the Ancient One, of all people, knew how unpredictable the future was becoming. This child really knows how to create problems, she said with a faint smile. To enact any kind of classification system, cooperation from the local ministries of magic would be necessary. Fortunately, she was willing to hear Noah out. But there was something even more startling: Noah's attempt to awaken magic in someone without innate magical abilities. Magic is mysterious. Every living being has traces of it, even if minuscule. Whether one becomes a magician depends largely on the strength of their inherent magical core. There are few, if any, worlds completely disconnected from magic. Ordinarily, had someone attempted to awaken a muggle's magic, the Ancient One would have dismissed it as a dangerous, even unethical experiment. But Noah was different. He had already sparked ideas in the Ancient One, concepts so profound that she herself discovered new, more effective methods of increasing magical power just by contemplating his approach. She surmised that Noah's method was straightforward: make the body and soul grow stronger through consistent magical practice. It wasn't revolutionary, but it worked. More importantly, it deepened a magician's connection with their own power. It seems I need to visit England personally. She had originally planned to wait for Noah to come to her, but with the noise he was making, she couldn't afford to wait any longer. Rising to her feet, she moved toward the Kamarage portal. There were 3 sanctums established around the world, and one of them was in London. Although the Ancient One could easily open a direct portal there, she chose to follow the traditional path. The London sanctum, after all, was registered with the British Ministry of Magic. Any time someone visited, the ministry would be notified. Still, the ministry never interfered; if anything, they welcomed visits from Kamarage. Every academic magician dreamed of building rapport with the mystics of Kamarage. Even the proud British weren't immune to this sentiment. Only the pureblood elitists remained arrogant. Those who truly understood the vastness of the magical world weren't so foolish. Unfortunately, those very pureblood families held real power in the British Ministry of Magic. They controlled too many resources, too many seats of influence. That's how Voldemort rose to power, because they backed him. In the Ancient One's eyes, it was sheer madness. "Respected Sorcerer Supreme, long time no see," came a respectful voice as she entered the London sanctum. It was Daniel Drum, a young black man who had completed his training at Kamarage and was now stationed at the London sanctum. Though not yet its guardian, he served as an apprentice. "Hello, Daniel." "It has indeed been a while," the Ancient One replied with a warm smile. "Where is your teacher?" "He's currently in a meeting with some members of the British Ministry of Magic. Apparently, they're discussing something important." "Is it about that fallen dark wizard? Did he cause another stir?" "I'm not sure, Master. But I know my teacher despises that man." The Ancient One chuckled softly. Daniel's teacher, Heniel, the current guardian of the London sanctum, was once a muggle-born magician himself. Of course he would loathe Voldemort. But it puzzled her. Why was Heniel meeting with ministry officials? As far as she knew, many within the ministry still supported Voldemort, or at the very least, turned a blind eye. Could it be that some purebloods were beginning to see the consequences of their actions? Daniel noticed the curiosity in her eyes and added, amused, "It was Mr. Finiel. He said something that made a prominent pureblood noble reconsider their loyalties." "Noah." The Ancient One arched a brow. "What did he say?" He combined knowledge from several texts with his observations from America and analyzed the British magical world's transformation under Voldemort's rise. After hearing his breakdown, the noble had their aides do an independent investigation. The results shifted their beliefs. And now they're wavering in their support. "Exactly, Master." The Ancient One fell into silence. This was unexpected. Ever since she encountered Noah, the Ancient One found her ability to see the future growing murky. In alternate timelines across the multiverse, Noah didn't exist. And in those versions, events unfolded just as she foresaw, tragedies and triumphs alike. But in this timeline, her timeline, Noah's presence was like a splinter in fate itself. Every future path she attempted to glimpse became tangled in vines of probability, sprouting infinite branches that she couldn't unravel. Noah was at the center of it all. He was a paradox, an existence both inside and outside the flow of time. And worst of all, she could no longer see her own future. The one timeline she had believed in, the one she had nurtured as the best outcome, it had withered and vanished, drowned beneath a tangle of new, chaotic threads birthed by Noah's actions. That's why she valued Noah so deeply. The Sorcerer Supreme is never meant to see the future of her successor. But she must have faith in them. She couldn't see Noah's destiny, just like she couldn't see the future of the young man named Stephen Strange, who was still studying medicine. Yet unlike Strange, Noah was different. He gave off an aura of depth and destiny. His resolve, perspective, and intuitive grasp of magic already impressed the Ancient One. Could it be, this world has two candidates for Sorcerer Supreme, she mused. There was one more with potential, Tony Stark. But Stark's arrogance and skepticism toward the mystic arts made him a poor candidate. He had matured somewhat, but still lacked the traits the Ancient One sought. And unlike Noah, he didn't believe in magic at all. Noah is a remarkable child. If trained well, he could surpass even my expectations. But it was still early. Strange was still a student. Stark was just stepping into his father's shoes. Noah had only just finished his second year at the Magic Academy. They all had a long road ahead. Still, cultivating them early never hurts. The Ancient One smiled to herself, nodded at the still respectful Daniel, and stepped outside. The London air in June was damp and chilly. But such weather had no effect on the Sorcerer Supreme. The rain didn't touch her, not a single drop. She moved like a phantom through the city streets, making her way silently toward Noah's residence. Inside that very home, Noah had just woken up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Did I forget something? He had no idea that a force of destiny was already walking his way. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Can't I come to see you? Is it really necessary to be so anxious? Noah stood in front of the mirror, wiping his face. Reflected back was a boy with short, light golden hair and strikingly handsome features. If only he didn't look so sleepy, it would have been a perfect picture. But there was no helping it. It was barely 8 in the morning, and Noah had already been forcefully woken up by Miss Hafen. Naturally, this made him quite grumpy. Had it been anyone else, Noah might have cast a silencing spell on them without a second thought. Groaning, he dragged himself out of bed and began his usual morning routine. Currently, Noah was on a 2-month vacation. Hogwarts had nothing lined up for the second half of the year, partly thanks to the chaos Noah had left behind during the first half. After all, everything that needed dealing with had already been handled thoroughly. Whether it was the basilisk or the diary, nothing remained, not even a trace of magical residue. Lucius Malfoy had been clearly disturbed when Harry returned the diary. Whether Harry had done it on purpose or not was still up for debate, but what mattered was he used the opportunity to free Dobby, the Malfoy family's mistreated house elf. Dumbledore, in his usual cryptic fashion, didn't reprimand Lucius. In fact, he practically ignored him altogether, leaving Lucius flustered and humiliated as he exited the school. As for Dobby, just a servant, gone like a whisper in the wind. More importantly, with Noah's help, Dumbledore had located Ravenclaw's diadem, hidden away in the Room of Requirement. After careful inspection, Dumbledore concluded it was indeed a Horcrux, one of the dark artifacts Voldemort had used to anchor his soul. How about using the basilisk's fang? Voldemort always fancies himself the heir of Slytherin, right? Noah had remarked casually. Use a snake to kill a snake. Or maybe even fiend fire, it's one of the few cursed flames capable of burning something so twisted. Both suggestions came straight out of the original timeline, and Dumbledore had latched onto them instantly. The basilisk's corpse still lay beneath the castle, so Professor Snape took it upon himself to cast fiend fire on the diadem. With a scream that sounded like the wails of the damned, the cursed object was reduced to ash before their very eyes. After rigorous testing, Dumbledore confirmed that the soul fragment was completely annihilated. Everyone breathed easier. Another Horcrux destroyed, another victory won. But celebration soon turned to unease. How many more Horcruxes had Voldemort created? Since he defiled the diadem, he might have gone after the Hufflepuff cup too, Noah mused. And the Slytherin locket. That belonged to the Gaunt family. Voldemort is Marvolo Gaunt's grandson, after all. Seems like something he'd treasure. Dumbledore had stared at him, wide-eyed. Noah listed off each known Horcrux casually, as if reading them from a book, which, in a way, he was. The old wizard and his companions couldn't help but suspect that Noah already knew about these artifacts. And they were right. They just didn't know how far that knowledge extended, or who might have taught him. Still, it all made sense. If Voldemort dared to defile Rowena Ravenclaw's legacy, why not Helga Hufflepuff's? As for Godric Gryffindor's sword, that was safely in Dumbledore's possession, untouchable. And the locket? Taken long ago by Marvolo Gaunt. Noah's insights were not only accepted, but quietly documented. There was work to do. Even if they couldn't find all the Horcruxes immediately, at least Voldemort wouldn't be bouncing back from death anytime soon. When final exams rolled around, Noah once again ranked first, but this time, he shared the honor. Ken and 3 others, along with Hermione Granger and Ernie Macmillan, all scored perfect marks. The Wizard Alliance, as they jokingly called themselves, had made waves once again. When term ended, they boarded the Hogwarts Express and said their goodbyes, promising to meet during the summer holidays. After an 8-hour journey, Noah finally arrived back at his destination, the Westminster Orphanage. Ms. Hafen greeted him warmly and shared news about Constantine and Chase. Their independent office had already been established and had begun accepting jobs. Thanks to Dumbledore's previous support, the Ministry of Magic was aware of their activities. Even Lucius, oddly enough, had contributed to their early traction. In just a few months, their reputation had grown. Several lucrative jobs had been completed. There was just one problem: they had no way to contact Noah. So the payment? They handed it to Ms. Hafen. If they gave it to you, just keep it, Noah said with a shrug. Most of their resources came from me in the first place. What's mine is yours. But Ms. Hafen hesitated. I'm still just a kid, Noah replied. What am I going to do with piles of gold? Okay. And it was a sizable amount. Many of the clients were wealthy businessmen with links to the magical world. Even though the wizarding community was separate, there were always overlaps, especially where exorcists were concerned. The ministry had tried to rein in their activities, but in the end, reluctantly allowed it, so long as they never exposed the secrets of the magical world. Thus, exorcists became the unofficial bridge between wizards and muggles. Later that week, Ms. Hafen excitedly showcased the fruits of her studies. Though she still couldn't properly use the hand of magic technique, the spell had started to manifest faintly. Noah observed her magical energy; it was gradually strengthening, even surpassing the average Squib's level. He was genuinely impressed. But then Ms. Hafen, still flushed with excitement, declared she wanted more intense training. And so, Noah was dragged out of bed early the next morning. Is this what they call falling into your own trap? He muttered, trudging downstairs. But when he entered the living room, he froze. There was someone sitting next to Ms. Hafen. A bald woman with a serene expression, clad in flowing yellow robes, watching Ms. Hafen with an amused smile. Noah's heart skipped a beat. Teacher. It was her, the Ancient One, his mysterious master from Kamarage. Why was she here? Had something happened? Ms. Hafen turned upon hearing Noah's voice, puzzled. Teacher. What are you talking about? She looked around, confused. There was no one there. But then, reality shattered. Glass-like shards peeled away from the air, revealing a seated figure, calm and composed. Ms. Hafen leapt up with a startled gasp. What is happening? I apologize for the fright, madam, the Ancient One said with a gentle bow. I wasn't certain if Noah was home, so I remained in the mirror dimension and only allowed him to see me. Mirror dimension. Ms. Hafen stammered. What even is that? It's a separate plane, harmless to the physical world, the Ancient One explained with a smile. Think of it as a magical one-way mirror. I use it often. She then turned to Noah. So, this is the woman who cares for you. Avril Hafenhall, Ms. Hafen said, standing tall now. But please, just call me Avril. Having confirmed her identity, Ms. Hafen's demeanor changed entirely, respect and awe radiating from her. She knew who this was. The Ancient One, the greatest sorcerer alive. Guardian of the Earth. Master of Kamarage. Despite her own magical struggles, Ms. Hafen studied daily. She knew the legends. And to know that her child, Noah, had been chosen by the greatest of all. She felt pride surge within her. Noah, still trying to comprehend her sudden appearance, finally asked, Teacher, why are you here? The Ancient One smiled softly. Our last meeting, our only meeting, was a year ago, Noah. She tilted her head slightly. In that entire time, you've only sent one letter. And even that letter surprised me. Her smile widened just a little. So tell me, Noah. Can't a teacher come visit her disciple? Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Magic University. Sorry, Master. I've just been a little busy with my studies. Noah scratched his nose, feeling a bit embarrassed after hearing the Ancient One's gentle rebuke. Now that he thought about it, he'd only written one letter to her in the entire past year. Just one. Anyone else in the magical world would have gone mad with excitement at having the opportunity to communicate with the Sorcerer Supreme herself. If someone from another magical society had the chance Noah did, they'd probably send letters daily, assuming the Ancient One wouldn't mind, of course. After all, she was the most powerful sorcerer in the world. Who wouldn't want to build a close relationship with her? But Noah hadn't done that, not because he didn't value her mentorship, but honestly, he never really knew what to write. Plus, after dealing with Voldemort's nonsense, the whole all-post thing kind of slipped his mind. Also, who even knew where that all had flown off to? Busy with schoolwork. Are you sure? The Ancient One asked with a subtle smile, her calm gaze making Noah squirm a little. After a pause, Noah sighed and shook his head. Okay, fine. It wasn't just studies. It's been a whole bunch of stuff. For example, there was this basilisk that had been lurking in the school for God knows how long, attacking students. And we kinda stumbled into that mess. You handled it. Yeah. I had to use some elemental magic. Mixed in a few things I read in your notes to craft a fire spell. Problem was, I couldn't open my eyes while fighting it. And what happened next? After that, we found a Horcrux. It belonged to Voldemort. But we were a little late. He'd already started using that life-sacrificing body swap ritual. So I had no choice but to step in and take him down. The Ancient One nodded thoughtfully. It seemed Noah's school life wasn't as mundane as one might assume. Still, one thing did catch her attention. It didn't surprise her that Noah could kill a basilisk. Other than its cursed eyes, it was still, at the end of the day, a snake, and snakes feared fire. With Noah's control of fire magic, it was more than doable. What did surprise her was that he had trouble dealing with Voldemort's Horcrux. Even in a half-resurrected state through dark rituals, Tom Riddle shouldn't have been a serious match for someone of Noah's potential. She had sensed it the moment she saw him, his magic power had become incredibly refined and powerful. But then Noah added, as if reading her mind, oh, by the way, that version of Voldemort was around 16. A Horcrux from his younger years. His level was about the same as mine, but I had the edge with elemental magic. Ah, that makes sense, the Ancient One said, nodding in understanding. A teenage Voldemort, even as brilliant as he was back then, was still no match for the current Noah. What truly intrigued her was how far Noah had come in such a short time. The last time they met, he was already exceptional. But now? Now he was closer to a magical prodigy. She could see it clearly, he hadn't wasted a single day at Hogwarts. He had worked hard and studied even harder. It looks like you're thriving in school. I glanced at your academic records earlier, #1 in the entire school. Yeah, Noah muttered, lips twitching. But I'm tied with 5 others. Still, that's something to be proud of. The Ancient One smiled softly. But I didn't come here just to praise you. I'm here because of your letter. My letter. I thought I explained everything clearly. You did. Very thoroughly, in fact. But I still want to hear your thoughts personally, why you proposed this idea. Once I hear that, I'll decide what actions to take. Noah scratched his chin. So that's what this was about. To be honest, whether it was the pros and cons of the mage classification system he had proposed or his private request from Ms. Hafen to help enhance magical capacity, he wasn't sure which part she wanted to focus on. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, Teacher, what exactly do you want to hear? I want to understand your thought process, she replied. In your letter, you discussed the benefits and drawbacks of a formal magical classification system, and I agree with many of your points. But how do you intend to implement it? Noah's eyes lit up. That part's simple, this needs cooperation from the ministries of magic across the globe, he said, confidence returning to his voice. I think Kamarage could lead the initiative. You'd introduce the framework and share it with the ministries. Then the governments could formally adopt it. But have you considered that the ones most likely to resist are the officials inside those ministries? The Ancient One asked knowingly. Noah blinked. Wait, huh? It took a moment for it to register. Right. That was a problem. Without any current classification system, magical society often judged a wizard's worth through more ambiguous metrics, connections, bloodline, and sometimes pure politics. Just look at Cornelius Fudge, the current British Minister of Magic. The guy definitely wasn't a powerful wizard. He landed the position mostly through luck and politics, playing nice with the purebloods and cutting deals behind the scenes. So yeah, pushing a classification system would definitely shake things up. And people like Fudge. They'd definitely try to stop it. Noah rubbed his chin, feeling a headache come on. But when he glanced at the Ancient One and saw the faint smile on her face, he suddenly had an idea. You're teasing me, aren't you? The Ancient One chuckled. Fine, Noah grinned. Yes, those pureblood officials will try to block it. But let's not forget, ordinary wizards make up the majority. And just because you're from a noble family doesn't mean your magic's stronger. True. You mentioned in the letter that a grading system would motivate wizards to improve. But you didn't explain how to make them accept it. That's the most crucial part, Noah. She was serious now. Of course, the Ancient One could force all magical governments to comply through sheer power alone. But she didn't want to rule through fear, she wanted progress, and progress meant collaboration. Noah thought for a moment, then slowly grinned. Actually, there are two ways. Oh. The Ancient One leaned forward slightly, intrigued. Let's hear it. Option 1, we go full dictatorship. Use your name, your authority. Force every Ministry of Magic to adopt the system. If anyone resists, shut them down, ruthlessly. It'll be fast and effective, but obviously, it'll stir up chaos that'll need time to smooth over. And option 2. Start with Kamarage and Hogwarts. Roll out the system internally. Let the other magical schools see the benefits for themselves. At Kamarage, it'll ignite competition and growth. At Hogwarts, students will start measuring their growth more clearly. Over time, the system will speak for itself. Noah explained the second option in detail, clearly more fond of it. In his vision, a classification system wouldn't just fuel competitiveness, it would also guide students in understanding their own potential. The goal wasn't chaos or division. It was clarity. Students with high magic power and great academic performance could aim for prestigious careers. Those with high power but weaker academics might become aurors. And students with strong theory but weaker raw power. They'd still have places in the magical law department or magical research. By the end, the Ancient One was nodding thoughtfully. Noah's second plan was more time-consuming, but also much more sustainable. For us sorcerers, she said quietly, a little extra time is hardly an issue. Just as she was pondering, Noah suddenly added, actually, I've got another idea. What if we created a magic university? A magic university? The Ancient One raised an eyebrow. You mean, like the ones in the non-magical world? Exactly. Noah said brightly. We could select top-performing students from magic schools worldwide, bring them to Kamarage for advanced studies, and teach them how to enhance their magical power. Naturally, you'd oversee the selection process. He paused. Think about it. If we do this right, the future ministers of magic, department heads, and elite magicians will all come from this system. The Ancient One stared at him for a long time, lips twitching. You're ridiculously ambitious, she said softly. It's almost childish. But strangely enough, it might just work. Right now, the magical world was stagnant. Senior wizards hoarded knowledge. Most ordinary wizards used only basic spells for daily life. Innovation was rare. Passion, even rarer. She knew it better than anyone, yet she hadn't been able to change it herself. But this boy, this student who had quietly grown powerful, defeated dark creatures, and aced his exams, this cheeky genius might actually be able to pull it off. And that thought gave her hope. Chapter 129, Don't waste time. The Ancient One couldn't just hand over advanced magical knowledge carelessly. However, if every future minister of magic were to study at Kamarage, each handpicked for their willpower and tenacious spirit, then those individuals, after graduation, would undoubtedly rise to positions of great power within the magical ministries of various countries. Even if they didn't become ministers, they would surely hold positions of influence. After all, anyone trained by Kamarage would never be mediocre. On the contrary, every magical government would be eager to forge ties with such elite sorcerers. It wasn't hard to imagine the Ministry of Magic elevating these individuals to high office the moment they returned home. Thinking about all this, the Ancient One realized she needed to reevaluate Noah. This boy, he was far too talented. Looking at the sorcerers under her care, the Ancient One couldn't help but sigh. For the sake of Earth's protection, she and the masters of Kamarage had long exhausted themselves. Yet Noah's plan could change everything, greatly easing their burden and elevating Earth's magical defense to new heights. Each year, outstanding young sorcerers would be trained and polished at Kamarage. When they graduated and returned to their homelands, they'd become a force on par with the Sanctums. Tell me, Noah, the Ancient One said, her tone more serious now as she studied him carefully. Why do you want to create a magical university? Well, because I founded a wizard group at Hogwarts, Noah said sheepishly, scratching the back of his head. It's full of my friends. They're all incredibly talented, and they know I'll be going to Kamarage in the future. For his friends. The Ancient One closed her eyes briefly. When she reopened them, clarity shone within. So that's what this is about. A warm smile crept across her face. Even though she couldn't peer into Noah's soul directly, it was easy enough to gather information on any Hogwarts student. With a little effort, she pieced together his story. And what she discovered pleased her immensely. Noah was not only driven and intelligent, but he deeply valued friendship. A magician with such emotional depth, outstanding both in character and ability, how could she not favor him? Her smile softened further, and her eyes radiated kindness as they rested on Noah. "I'll grant your request," the Ancient One said, beaming. "You continue to surprise me, Noah." "Thank you, Master." Noah replied, visibly thrilled. This moment was more than just a promise fulfilled, it was a personal victory, a commitment made to his friends like Kate and the others. "Very well. At first, I didn't think much of this idea," she admitted, "but now I realize it demands real attention. As for your dream of allowing ordinary people to become magicians, just be cautious." "I understand, Master. Honestly, I want those born into non-magical families to have a future too. The life disparity between wizards and muggles, and the issue of squibs, has always been difficult to solve." "I know what you mean," the Ancient One nodded. "Just be careful. There are always people who won't understand or care. If you run into trouble, send them to me." Noah blinked. "Wasn't that a bit domineering? If you have a problem with my student, take it up with me." That level of confidence. Noah found it both awe-inspiring and something to aspire to. But before he could drift deeper into his thoughts, the Ancient One continued, "And as for Avril, your sister," Noah answered. "Right, your sister. Don't use your method with her anymore. In fact, you might not need to at all." "Huh? Why?" "Because I've come up with a better and more effective method. I call it meditation." "What?" Noah was dumbfounded. "Wait, what? Meditation? Wasn't that a feature from his system?" He didn't remember the Ancient One ever developing such a technique in the original timeline. Sure, she emphasized the importance of mental strength, and even hurled Strange into the multiverse to prove it, but when it came to training, it was all combat, survival, and slamming doors in the Himalayas. He'd never seen anything called meditation. And now she says she invented it. Noah's expression twisted in disbelief. The Ancient One raised a brow. "What's with that look?" Seeing her puzzled face, Noah quickly composed himself. Just shocked. Is meditation about focusing one's mind to circulate magical energy and strengthen mental capacity? The Ancient One's eyes widened. "You already know." "Wait, don't tell me." "I developed a similar technique," Noah admitted. "I haven't fully tested it, but it's based on continuous magical depletion. I just tried to find a simpler, safer method. I also called it meditation." That was all he said, but it was enough. The Ancient One was speechless. He was only 13 years old. A child, already developing a method akin to hers. Sure, she herself had conceived of it half a year ago, but she had centuries of magical knowledge and a lifetime of experience behind her. Noah. Just a Hogwarts student. Yet he had reached the same conclusion. If this boy ever gained access to higher-level magic and deeper knowledge, how far could he go? "Master." Noah's voice brought her back to the present. The confusion vanished from her face. In that instant, she made a decision, one she didn't intend to ask permission for. Smiling gently, she met his gaze. "Yes, Noah. Just wanted to ask again. Meditation. You're using the soul to enter the multiverse." "More or less," she replied. "It's like you said, but with more depth. I use my astral form to explore the multiverse and meditate there. It puts greater strain on the body, but the results are exponentially better." Noah's jaw nearly dropped. Let the soul wander through the multiverse. Yeah, no thanks. That wasn't something he could even think about trying right now. He hadn't learned any soul or spatial magic. If his soul got tossed in there without protection, he'd probably get shredded into cosmic glitter. Even Strange had nearly gone mad, and that was with the Ancient One keeping watch. Noah wisely decided to keep quiet. He'd stick with the meditation method from his system. That was safe. Reliable. And didn't involve drifting into a dimension where time and sanity bent like noodles. Still, he was stunned by the Ancient One's brilliance. Just a nudge of inspiration from him, and she was able to develop something terrifyingly powerful. If he fed her more advanced magic from the system, would she invent something even more dangerous? Before he could ponder that thought further, the Ancient One spoke again. "Oh, by the way, Noah. There's something I need to discuss with you. But before that, do you have any plans for the summer holidays?" Not really. I was thinking of training with my friends, 2 exorcists, including Constantine from America. Just some practical missions, and helping my sister improve her control over her magic." The Ancient One nodded approvingly. "Good. Write to your friends. Let them know you'll be away for a while. Your sister will go with you." "Away? Wait, where are we going?" To Kamarage, she said with a calm smile. Of course, if anything urgent comes up, you can return quickly. Our London sanctum is nearby, after all. Then, her eyes narrowed slightly. You've been my disciple for over a year now, and I haven't taught you anything yet. You have 2 whole months ahead of you. We're not wasting that. Chapter 130, Noah's Thoughts. Noah, it's time to rest. Do you want to keep reading? Don't worry. The librarian hasn't said anything yet, has he? But he's going to scold us again later. I think we should go. Okay, so troublesome. Noah slowly closed the book in his hands, sighing with slight regret as he placed it back on the shelf. Then, he followed the anxious, round-faced man beside him. The book collection in the Kamarage library was simply too vast and profound. The more Noah read, the more he craved. It was like falling into an endless sea of knowledge. He had already been in Kamarage for over a month. During this time, Noah had gradually adapted to the life here. Monotonous, slightly boring, but immensely rewarding, that was how he'd describe it. A month ago, the Ancient One didn't even speak a word of explanation. With a wave of her hand, she opened a portal and brought Noah and Ms. Hafen straight in. Thankfully, she'd allowed them some time to settle their affairs. It would have been far too abrupt to disappear without a word. Ms. Hafen had naturally handed over the orphanage to one of her most trusted administrators, someone experienced and fully capable of taking over. She often traveled abroad in June anyway, and this administrator typically filled in during those times. Noah's own affairs, however, were a bit trickier. Still, he managed to write a few letters to Kate and the others to explain what had happened. Of course, he hadn't forgotten Constantine either. He specifically asked him to look after Kate and the rest while he was away. Not that he expected a reply. Unless Kate or Constantine found a way to send an owl, or something equally ridiculous, that could deliver a letter to Kamarage, any responses would have to wait until Noah returned. It was Hathaway, Noah's owl, that made him feel a little embarrassed. From the moment they arrived, the owl acted as if it had finally found its true home. But when Noah asked it to deliver letters, it looked utterly lifeless and depressed. He ended up telling Hathaway, just deliver the letters, and then go home. On his very first day in Kamarage, the Ancient One had discussed meditation methods with him. She had been particularly curious about the technique Noah had developed, wondering just how effective it was. Noah had no choice but to reveal it. After all, it was his own big mouth that got him into this situation. So, he took out the simplified version of the meditation technique he had been using. Since he'd already mentioned it, there was no point in hiding it now. Of course, most things provided by the system were top tier, and Noah wasn't too concerned. He had already removed many advanced aspects from the original method. According to the system's evaluation, the version he used was only a basic form of meditation. Noah didn't have access to anything too advanced anyway, so it couldn't possibly be considered that perfect, right? But after trying it herself, the Ancient One stared at Noah with a strange expression that made him feel a little uneasy. What was going on? Was it that bad? Noah, she asked seriously, be honest. How long did it take you to develop this meditation technique? Well, ever since I realized that repeatedly using magic could improve my mana and mental strength, I began to wonder if there was a simpler and more efficient method. I mean, not every spell has ideal conditions. I see. And how long have you been practicing this? About a year. But I always thought it needed improvement, so I never shared it. The Ancient One nodded. That made sense. She knew Noah had discovered this method back in his first year of learning magic. When she met him the previous year, his mana had already been terrifying. This year, it had become downright frightening. Clearly, Noah had stumbled upon a method that dramatically enhanced mana development, and that was this meditation technique. To the Ancient One, the method was indeed simple. It didn't involve elemental fusion or multiversal spatial awareness. But for low-level magicians, it was revolutionary. In fact, she herself considered modifying her own meditation system to incorporate elements of Noah's method. The attention to detail was extraordinary. I understand now, she finally said. Your meditation method is actually perfect. It could even be published as an academic foundation. Really? That's great, Noah replied awkwardly. Thank the system for not limiting him from sharing knowledge from its space. If it had, he'd be in big trouble. So now that the Ancient One had verified it, could he finally use it openly? Noah, the Ancient One said suddenly, I want to discuss something with you. Yes, Master, he replied, instantly attentive. Would you be willing to contribute your meditation method? I know part of it might already be incorporated into our teachings. Well, if it's just for Kamarage students, I think that's okay. No. I mean, for the entire magical world. Noah froze. He had anticipated she'd want to use the method for internal purposes, but to offer it to the whole magical world. He wasn't the kind of person to share everything. Good things should stay within the circle. Outsiders? Not so much. Sorry, Master. I don't think this method is suitable for global distribution. The magical world is complicated. I understand your concerns. But perhaps, Noah added thoughtfully, we could provide it to the university-level students who come to Kamarage for advanced studies. At least then, we wouldn't have to worry about the risks. Indeed, the Ancient One nodded. It seems our college project needs to be accelerated. She smiled at him. Though a bit disappointed, she appreciated Noah's cautious thinking. In fact, she liked that he had those little thoughts. It made him real. Master, why don't we take a page out of the ordinary world's book? Noah asked, suddenly inspired. Why not create something like the Nobel Prize? The Nobel Prize? The Ancient One raised a brow, intrigued. Yes. We could establish the Kamarage Magic Awards to recognize individuals who make significant contributions to magical theory, research, and spell creation. Think about it, many ordinary magicians, even senior ones, would be honored to receive recognition from Kamarage. That's an excellent idea. And what sort of rewards would we give? Access to Kamarage's restricted library. A month of multiversal space immersion. Access to special meditation techniques. We just have to ensure proper protection for those with low magical ranks. Excellent idea, Noah. Honestly, I really want to keep you here forever. The more the Ancient One thought about it, the more thrilled she became. Noah's ideas weren't just innovative, they had the potential to reshape the magical world. Whether it was the grading system, the university curriculum, or now this magic award, these concepts could inject competitiveness and motivation back into the community. For too long, the magical world had remained isolated from the advancements of the non-magical world. Exorcists had closer ties to ordinary society, but their social standing was too low to make a difference. Some magical ministries had tried to imitate worldly reward systems, but their efforts were weak, and their influence didn't extend beyond their borders. But if Kamarage were to lead the charge, the impact would be unimaginable. With those ideas now etched in her mind, the Ancient One began training Noah even more seriously. Outside of regular discussions with Kamarage senior mages, she kept a close eye on Noah, never allowing him even a second of laziness. Noah felt like he was suffering. And it didn't help that she insisted he was too skinny, claiming he hadn't been following the physical training exercises in his notes. Noah was indignant, he had done them. As a result, he got stuck training all day with a certain roundman who treated workouts like holy rituals, and who beat him up regularly. That man was Wong. A towering man from China, built like a tank and not lacking in magical prowess either. He followed the Ancient One's training to the letter, which made Noah the unlucky recipient of frequent sparring sessions. Noah wasn't good at physical combat, but when it came to magic, he gave Wong a proper beating in return. Eventually, they became good friends. Now Wong stuck to Noah like glue, which made Noah both amused and a little exasperated. Is this what Dr. Strange had to deal with? He often wondered, rubbing his chin in contemplation. After leaving the library with Wong, Noah finally returned to his room. He shared it with one other person, Ms. Hafen, who was also undergoing training under the Ancient One. Her progress was impressive. You're back. Why so late? Ms. Hafen looked up from her book with a smile. Reading, Noah sighed as he dropped into a chair. There are just too many books in the library. Sounds like you didn't get to finish what you wanted. Nope. Damn Wong. If he didn't drag me out, I'd still be reading. Anyway, how's your training going? Can you cast normally now? Ms. Hafen smiled and didn't answer. Instead, she lifted her hand, and a golden shimmer danced at her fingertips. Noah grinned. This was Kamarage. And for the first time in a long while, he felt like he was exactly where he was meant to be. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, Special Training. Focus and use your mental power to guide your magic. Then use your gestures to construct the magical energy into a stable foundation. Faster, Noah. Can I use a wand? No. Just like I won't allow you to use a sling ring to travel through space, you must rely on your own power to accomplish all of this. Damn it, then why did you even make so many enchanted items? The Ancient One's training was undeniably harsh, especially for Noah, who was beginning to see a whole different side of his teacher beyond her usual calm gentleness. He could only respond with helpless silence. Honestly, he regretted ever writing that letter in the first place. After a month of instruction, Ms. Hafen had made decent progress in magic. While she still lagged behind Noah and other experienced magicians, she had at least gone from having zero magical foundation to becoming an actual practitioner. That transformation was thanks to the power of meditation. Of course, part of it was also due to the Ancient One's guidance and the unique magical environment of Kamarage, but meditation played a major role, and the Ancient One seemed very pleased. With a strong foundation in meditation, magicians could grow far more rapidly. After assessing Ms. Hafen's development, the Ancient One's attention naturally returned to Noah. Well, to be more accurate, she had always been focused on him. Previously, Noah had been undergoing physical training, so she hadn't pushed him too hard. But now, seeing that his physical progress was acceptable, if not exceptional, she began imparting her deeper understanding of magic. Honestly, it was painful for Noah. He had to unlearn a lot of habits, starting with his over-reliance on his wand. Not that wands were bad, in fact, they were an immense convenience to any magician, capable of amplifying one's magic significantly. But they were also a crutch. In emergency situations, where one didn't have time to draw their wand, being unable to cast magic meant becoming a sitting duck, like a fish on the chopping board. That's why, in training, the Ancient One strictly forbade Noah from using his wand. It gave him headaches. Still, he had to adjust. Though he hadn't completely shaken his dependence, Noah was now able to cast decently strong spells without a wand. It felt strange using only gestures, but it proved incredibly useful in high-stress or combat situations. Of course, his spells weren't as powerful as before, but they were still effective. What truly frustrated him, though, was the Ancient One's refusal to let him use the sling ring. He had no choice but to accept it. The sling ring was an artifact that drew on power sealed within it to allow sorcerers to open portals and travel through space. Noah had only used it once, but he quickly realized that the energy inside wasn't just any magic, it was the Ancient One's own. She had used some unique method to preserve her power within the ring, but Noah had no idea how. All he knew was that during his first attempt, he successfully opened a portal, one that led directly to Hogwarts. A few hours later, he had even managed to open the mirror dimension. But after that, the Ancient One confiscated his sling ring. Having recognized Noah's talent, she refused to let him rely on it further. She insisted he learn to open portals through his own strength. Noah was left with no choice but to obey. And under her relentless pressure, his magical prowess surged at a pace even he couldn't believe. In just a short time, his magical energy, control, and mental focus had all grown far beyond what months of Hogwarts training could have achieved. Still, Noah felt like these days of hardship were dragging on for far too long. Very good, you lasted much longer this time. But you still need to improve, Noah, said the Ancient One, watching a portal Noah conjured flicker and vanish after less than 5 seconds. She nodded with a rare smile. I know, teacher, Noah replied weakly. A full day of training had left him utterly drained. After nearly 2 weeks of trying to open a portal without the sling ring, he had finally succeeded, but each success left him completely tapped out. Theoretically, he deserved praise. But the Ancient One didn't seem all that impressed. Noah knew the suffering wasn't over. Still, he endured. After all, who didn't want to grow stronger? Do you think I'm being too harsh? The Ancient One smiled gently as she watched him slump under a tree, completely exhausted. Maybe, Noah admitted, but I also know this is good for me in the long run, right? Noah, your talent is remarkable, and your mind is quick. She sat down beside him and smiled. Magical tools are indeed helpful in combat. But depending on them too much causes your core abilities to deteriorate, Noah interrupted with a tired grin. He had come to understand the Ancient One's nature well enough by now to interrupt her freely. That's why I'm still pushing through, even if I complain sometimes. Right, teacher. He sat up straighter. I get it. I know the benefits. Don't worry, I'm not that short-sighted. I know you're not, she nodded. Then, reaching into her robes, she pulled out what looked like a glowing pendant and handed it to him. What's this? Noah asked, feeling the magic pulsing within the charm. This is your identification. Or more precisely, it marks your classification. Congratulations, you've exceeded my expectations. You're now a third-order magician, Mr. Finial. Thanks, teacher. Noah scratched his nose awkwardly and let his magic flow into the pendant. Immediately, a surge of information entered his mind. The most eye-catching part? His official magic classification. The level system had been designed by the Ancient One, using a framework Noah had provided. It was simple for him, he had gotten it straight from his system. What surprised him was that the system, which had played dead for years, suddenly handed him this comprehensive classification scheme when he simply wanted to try something. He didn't ask questions. He already knew the system behaved like a moody father, helpful when it wanted to be, silent when it didn't. After receiving the data, he had casually discussed strength classifications with the Ancient One. Then, after pretending to ponder it for days, he handed her the plans. Though she was surprised at first, she quickly understood. With some adjustments, removing ranks and keeping order, they began crafting magical items to reflect the hierarchy. Noah's pendant was among the first of such items. It would always be something special to him. Honestly, if things didn't work out one day, he could probably sell it for a good sum. Keep working hard, Noah. Someday, you might be like me. The future feels a bit far off, teacher, Noah sighed. I have some more immediate concerns. Such as? School is starting soon. When I return, can I use my wand and sling ring again? It was a genuine concern. In his memory, third-year problems weren't too serious. But after 2 years of using his wand, adjusting suddenly was difficult. And that sling ring, it was too convenient. It allowed him to bypass Hogwarts' barrier completely. Sure, he could open portals without it now, but doing so drained him too much. It just wasn't practical. All right, said the Ancient One with a smile. But only if you promise me that you'll continue training to avoid relying on them. Of course. I swear it. Noah answered quickly. Wand or no wand, he still dreamed of becoming like the Ancient One, capable of unleashing terrifying magic without any tools. Very good. Then I'll allow it. She nodded. I'll properly evaluate you in a year. This time was too short, but even so, you've achieved what others may not reach in a full year. That's remarkable. Others wouldn't achieve this in a year. Noah's lips twitched. Did she realize just how much suffering he had endured? Couldn't they take it a little slower? Just as he was sulking, the Ancient One patted his shoulder and stood up to leave. Teacher, wait. Noah panicked. Was she seriously leaving now? What about his ring? What is it, Noah? She turned back, pretending not to know what he meant. The ring. The ring. Yes. Oh, I already gave it to you, she said with a mysterious smile. It just changed its form. Isn't it hanging around your neck now? Chapter 132, Deception and Betrayal. Time always flies, especially under the high-pressure training regimen of Master Ancient One. Noah had finally experienced what could only be described as hellish trials. To be honest, he found himself silently complaining about his teacher every night. Every day, the Ancient One would drain the last bit of his magic reserves, leaving him dizzy, heavy-headed, and mentally exhausted. It wasn't just physical exhaustion, his very spirit felt like it had been wrung dry. But there was no way around it. Even when Ms. Hafen expressed her dissatisfaction and confronted the Ancient One, an event that scared Noah half to death, she returned without saying a word about it again. It was as if she had been completely convinced, or perhaps defeated, by the Ancient One's reasoning. After that, not only did she take even better care of Noah's daily needs, but she also followed the Ancient One's strict training regimen. She didn't allow Noah even the slightest opportunity to slack off. Noah wanted to cry but had no tears left. If not for the system reporting his magic progress every day, he would have probably faked a sick day just to breathe. Dr. Strange didn't have to go through this torture at the start, so why me? Unfortunately, complaining was futile. Noah could only grit his teeth and endure. This bittersweet pain gradually became something Noah adapted to, but the irony was, just when he got used to life at Kamarage, he learned it was almost time to leave. Unbelievably, nearly 2 months had passed since he arrived. In those 2 months, Noah felt as though he had trained for an entire year at Hogwarts. The improvement he made in this short time was something he likely couldn't have achieved in 2 years back at school. Name, Noah Finial. Age, 13. Mage Order, Order 4, Rank 0. Yes, in just 2 months, Noah had somehow advanced to Order 4. Back at Hogwarts, it had taken him an entire year to go from Order 3, Rank 0 to Order 3, Rank 5. But here, in only 2 months, he blasted through to Order 4. Even more shockingly, under the Ancient One's hellish training pressure, Noah had grown extremely adept at using this new power. It felt just like the initial reward the system had given him, the raw magic essence extracted from the Spear of Longinus. That power had instantly become a part of Noah, needing no time to tame or master. This time, too, the moment he reached Order 4, he found he could wield it like second nature. The realization stunned him, but it also made perfect sense. After all that torment, if he hadn't at least achieved this much, Noah might have actually broken down. But now, it felt worth it. Whatever, it's done. Later, when Kate and the others come here, I'll make sure they get the same treatment. Noah thought, slightly maniacally. The thought made him grin in a way that made Wong, who was sitting next to him, subconsciously shrink back a little. Wong, still young at this point, looked just slightly older than Noah. Noah, what are you smiling about? He asked. Ah. Nothing. Just thinking about how fast time flew, and how I have to leave again soon. Really? Wong rubbed his bald head, clearly unconvinced. He suspected that Noah might actually be eager to leave. After all, Wong had seen the brutal intensity of Noah's training. He and Mordo once made bets on how long Noah would last. Wong guessed a week, Mordo guessed a month. Both were wrong. Noah kept going until it was finally time for him to return to class. To be honest, even the long-term Kamarage Magi couldn't help but admire him. It wasn't just Noah's willpower, although that was definitely impressive. Every student brought in by the Ancient One had strong willpower. But it was Noah's magical growth that astonished them. Magic level was a core metric for comparing magicians, and Noah, despite being so young, already matched or surpassed many of them. They often attributed it to his bloodline. What else could explain such insane talent? Of course, this was also because neither the Ancient One nor Noah had disclosed the meditation method yet. They had no idea there was a systematic way to increase magic power so efficiently. Noah didn't mind sharing it, since he'd already proposed the idea. But the Ancient One had reservations. In her view, Noah had yet to fully mature. Revealing such a powerful method too early would draw dangerous attention. Hogwarts wouldn't be able to protect him from all the magicians who might come prying. Even if Noah could summon the Ancient One in an emergency, it would be too late once the attack began. So she made a decision to announce the meditation method at the upcoming Kamarage Magic Awards, stating it would only be taught within Kamarage. By then, Noah would already be back in the sanctuary of Kamarage. Anyone wanting to act against him would have no opportunity. The title of Earth's Guardian and Sorcerer Supreme wasn't just for show. Without the Ancient One's presence, countless beings from across the multiverse would have already descended upon Earth. Yeah, honestly. Once I got used to it, this place grew on me, Noah said as he stretched under the shade of a tree. By the way, Wong asked, suddenly remembering something, I heard you came up with the Kamarage Magic Awards, the ranking system, and even the idea for Kamarage University. Ah, yeah. Why? I saw the rankings. So it was your idea. A voice chimed in from behind them. Noah turned slightly, not even bothering to sit up fully. Mordo. Hey. I checked the list. Noah, are you sure your rating system is accurate? Why the hell am I only Order 5? Is that strange? Wong is only Order 4. But you are Order 4. You were Order 3 a few days ago, how did you jump a whole rank already? Because I worked hard. Noah replied lazily. And besides, the rating system was vetted by Master Ancient One herself. Do you really think we'd post false rankings? That's suicidal. Right, sorry. Mordo scratched his head awkwardly. He knew how dangerous misleading rankings could be. If someone overestimated themselves based on a false tier and got into a duel, it could cost them their life. Mordo knew the Ancient One wouldn't joke around like that, and Noah clearly wasn't bluffing either, his growth was obvious to everyone. Still, it bugged him that his score felt low. Don't worry about it, Mordo. Order 5 isn't low. At Hogwarts, our strongest professor is Order 5 too, though he's probably stronger than you. He's over 100 years old. How old are you again? Alright, I get it. Mordo grumbled. Still a bit annoyed, though. I'm going to spar with Kaisilius later. He's listed as Order 5 too. Noah rolled his eyes at Mordo's competitive energy. To be honest, Mordo's path to becoming a villain had always felt like a tragic misunderstanding. He was too rigid, too dogmatic. He obeyed the Ancient One religiously and refused to even consider the dark arts. So when he learned that she had used them, he saw it as betrayal. And when Strange used the Time Stone in their final battle, breaking one of their fundamental taboos, Mordo lost all faith in the Order and left. Noah even remembered how, in the aftermath, Mordo went around removing magic from those he deemed unworthy, including a once paralyzed man who had used magic to walk again. He truly believed the world had betrayed him. But Noah still believed Mordo had a shot at redemption. As for Kaisilius, that man was a walking tragedy. In the comics, Noah had read his backstory. Kaisilius lost his wife during a stroll, and his son had already died years before. That kind of pain broke him. He eventually met the Ancient One and became a magician. But all he ever truly wanted was to see his family again. When he discovered that the Ancient One refused to explore resurrection magic, Kaisilius saw it as another betrayal. He delved into forbidden texts and uncovered the existence of Dormammu, recruiting others into his cause. The movie started from that point, after he had already snapped and killed the previous Kamarage librarian. Two people who think they were betrayed by the Ancient One, and they're sparring partners now. That's pretty ironic, Noah muttered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Looks like Kamarage's future is going to be even more interesting than I thought. Chapter 133, not too early or too late. Noah didn't really care about the outcome of the battle between Mordo and Kaisilius. To him, they were both traitors. Well, not exactly. Mordo hadn't betrayed anyone while the Ancient One was still alive. Maybe he didn't have the time, or maybe it was something else, but at least Mordo still held onto his principles for a while. That made him slightly better. Kaisilius, though. Sure, his backstory was tragic. But in Noah's eyes, repaying kindness with betrayal was downright revolting. A person like that. Definitely not someone he could sympathize with. Even if Caecilius had a firm belief, it clearly wasn't rooted in anything good. Still, if he could survive long enough until the final battle, maybe he'd have a chance to travel back through time using quantum tech. Well, if the Ancient One kept researching and developing quantum theory, she might even enter the quantum realm herself and do something game-changing. Forget it, Noah mumbled. Why overthink it? They're both ticking time bombs anyway. If they ever act out, I'll just deal with it. He wasn't about to stress over the possibilities. He already knew what might happen. He'd be a complete idiot not to prepare. And Noah was no idiot. He'd definitely be keeping tabs on them. Still, their transformation wouldn't happen for nearly 2 decades. By then, if Noah kept advancing at his current pace, he might be able to flick those two away with a wave of his hand. Although Noah hadn't spent much time with the Ancient One, he deeply respected her character, and especially her wisdom and power. She could be a bit rigid, sure. But given time, Noah was confident he could get her to accept ideas she once dismissed. Knowledge and power are always evolving, Noah mused. A sorcerer who refuses to change is no sorcerer at all. With that thought, he finally wrapped up his 2-month hellish training in Kamarage just in time for Christmas in London. Honestly, Noah didn't feel like he'd had a decent night's sleep in those 2 months. What was even worse? As soon as he got back, he'd have to return to Hogwarts, and sleep was a rare luxury there too. He really wanted to cry, but tears wouldn't come. Still, he had nothing to complain about. His path to mastering magic lay in his dreams, both literally and figuratively. Back to school, back to studying, he sighed. Then it's another round of Kamarage next year. As he scratched his head, something suddenly clicked in his mind, something he might have overlooked from the future. Doing the math, it was 1993 now. He'd finish his 3rd year in 1994. Then 1995. Someone comes back in 1995, doesn't she? Noah narrowed his eyes, dragging his chin thoughtfully, and then... Crap. It's her. How the hell did I forget her? He slammed his fist into his palm, finally remembering who he had missed all this time. Captain Marvel. The newest superhero to make an appearance, yet ironically, one of the earliest, active as far back as 1989. But Noah had been just a kid then, overwhelmed by anxiety about his future. He didn't give a damn about cosmic heroines. Then came Hogwarts, and life turned upside down. Now, after 2 months of magical torture at Kamarage, his brain had finally cleared enough to remember her, the powerhouse who could go toe-to-toe with Thanos. Noah's mind whirled with possibilities. The timeline lined up. Her story would unfold in 2 years. Should he go and watch? I'll have finished 3rd year by then. I'll be back at Kamarage, with another full year of training under my belt. Surely I can take a leave and sneak in to watch history being made. Witnessing the origin of Captain Marvel. That sounded incredibly fun. Plus, Noah really wanted to see a young and goofy Nick Fury. The future Nick Fury might be all stern and commanding, with that poker face and annoying by-the-book attitude. But back in the day, he still had hair, and his personality was way less serious. And Phil Coulson probably hadn't even joined S.H.I.E.L.D. yet. In 2 years, I should be at least level 5 in magic, maybe higher, Noah thought. I could probably handle a few Kree warriors or Skrulls. He wasn't entirely sure, but did it really matter? Captain Marvel would be there. He'd just be observing. Also, he really wanted to see that cat, no, the Flurkin, goose. And if he could catch that moment when Fury gets scratched in the eye and later claims he lost it because he trusted someone, well, imagine recording that scene and showing it to the world. That would be hilarious. With that thought in mind, Noah rested peacefully for a night at the orphanage, then headed to Diagon Alley with Ms. Hafen to buy the supplies for the school year. They were a bit late in the day, so there weren't many people shopping anymore. Which was great, fewer crowds meant fewer headaches. It didn't take long for Noah to gather all the books he needed. But one title made Ms. Hafen raise her eyebrows. Are you sure about this book? The Monster Book of Monsters. Won't it cause trouble? What's the problem? Noah replied with a smirk. It bites people. Exactly. Why do you need something like that? Oh, it's easy to deal with. Just stroke its spine gently, it'll calm right down. And besides, do you think I have no other ways of dealing with a book? The real question is, why do they want us to read this in the Care of Magical Creatures class? He shrugged. As a student, Noah wasn't going to make a fuss. As long as the teacher wasn't a fraud like Gilderoy Lockhart, he'd play along. This year's Magical Creatures instructor was Rubeus Hagrid, a man Noah had helped clear of wrongdoing the year before. And speaking of magical creatures, Noah often thought of the freckled, animal-loving Newt Scamander. Honestly, his adventures were way more interesting than Harry's. What if I'd been reborn in that era? Could I have met Captain America? That stray thought gave him a chill. Sure, it'd be fun, so many legends in that timeline. But it was also full of monsters. Grindelwald was no joke. And then there were mutants, and most of them were absolute beasts. If Noah wasn't careful, he'd be wiped out before even making a name for himself. And worst of all, he had no idea whether the Ancient One would even accept him during the chaotic time. Sure, the extra time would let him build a massive influence. But it would also steal the joy out of watching how things unfolded later. It's like someone transmigrating into the Naruto world, he mused. If you go back to Hashirama's era and live forever, why would you even care about Naruto and the others later? But if you're in Naruto's generation, it's still a game worth playing. While Noah was lost in thought, Miss Hafen was efficiently organizing his things. She didn't bother with manual packing. With a wave of her wand, the books flew into Noah's suitcase, arranging themselves neatly. Miss Hafen felt emotional as she watched it happen. Just 6 months ago, she was an ordinary woman, pressuring Noah to teach her magic. Now, 2 months after Noah returned from Kamarage, she could already perform basic spells. Magic was addictive. Once you started, it was hard to stop. And knowing that Noah's teacher, the same woman who helped teach her, was over 500 years old and still looked youthful. That only intensified her obsession. Every woman wants to stay beautiful. Even though she'd just started learning, Miss Hafen could already feel the changes in herself. But I'm still at such a low order. She was lucky, though. She'd gotten one of the first wave of magic-level pendants created by Kamarage. It even had a neat levitating ring effect. She was currently Order 0 Rank 2. Not great. Especially when she learned that Rank 10 was required just to be considered Level 1. Noah. He was already at Order 4. A 20x gap between them, at least in raw numbers. But the difference in actual power? That was an even bigger canyon. Well, I've got to work harder, she thought firmly. The money Constantine sends each month is enough to support the orphanage, but I can't just take it for granted. I'll become strong enough to fight alongside them one day. I won't just rely on others, I'll earn my place. Chapter 134, The Legend of Ravenclaw. The train to Hogwarts departed on time. With the help of Miss Hafen, Noah, who had prepared everything, also boarded the train. Although Noah could directly open a portal to Hogwarts, he didn't want to make such a high profile. You have to pay attention to your safety, okay? Miss Hafen couldn't help but worry about Noah before leaving, even though she knew that Noah was no ordinary person. Don't worry, Avril, if I encounter danger, can't I just run away? Noah smiled, confident as always. Although he was at the Fourth Order, there was a significant gap between him and Professors Dumbledore, Voldemort, and even Professor Snape. But it wasn't easy for them to deal with Noah quickly in a real fight. After all, Noah not only knew elemental magic but also some space magic. Even though his space magic wasn't perfect, it was on par with Doctor Strange when he had just begun learning it, and that was enough for now. With the pendant that had the same effect as the sling ring, Noah was confident he could open a portal at will. So, it would be incredibly difficult for Voldemort and the others to kill him. Moreover, the elemental magic Noah mastered was quite strange, and with the blessing of Kamarage's unique magic, Noah was confident that, even if he couldn't defeat Voldemort, definitely, he wouldn't be easily overwhelmed either. Kamarage was famous worldwide, not only because of the Ancient One but also because the magic it mastered was much more advanced than that of Hogwarts. After boarding the train, Noah originally planned to find a seat. However, Noah didn't expect to be so well known, or rather, their entire group was so famous. He didn't even need to say anything, the younger students or his classmates immediately pointed him in the direction of where the others were sitting. Noah could only smile bitterly and thank them before heading towards the compartment where Ken and the others were sitting. This situation left many first-years puzzled, and some began to ask who this senior Noah was. What do you think of him? He's basically a legend. Senior, is the legend really that much of an exaggeration? Not at all. I can tell you with full confidence, if you're good enough to join their team, you'll basically become the best. You know, Mr. Finial has always maintained the top spot at Hogwarts in every aspect, even defeating a 6th-year student in his 2nd year. Wow. Cool, that's incredible. A 2nd-year student defeated a 6th-year student. Such a thing was almost unimaginable. Muggle-born students might have been confused, but after some seniors explained, they quickly understood. Those who were magical-born immediately understood the situation. A person like this was truly a legend. Especially after hearing about Noah's deeds, like mastering elemental magic and defeating a basilisk, even those who didn't quite understand were listening very carefully. Noah's small organization had made a strong impression, and many were seriously considering how to join. Noah wasn't aware of this, and even if he were, he wouldn't have minded. This was a good thing. The more outstanding members who joined, the better the future of the League of Mages. Currently, the League of Mages was still small. This semester, Noah was planning to recruit lower-year students. For instance, Luna Lovegood, who left a strong impression on Noah in her second year at Ravenclaw. But speaking of her, this girl seemed like the complete opposite of Hermione. Luna relied on intuition for everything, while Hermione believed in facts and logic. But Noah didn't care much about these differences. Both were valid ways of viewing the world. Luna's approach was more in line with the magical world, while Hermione's was more in tune with the material world. As long as they were good enough, these differences didn't matter, right? Damn it. I thought you weren't coming back. Impossible, please, didn't I write to you? When Noah reached the carriage with Ken and the others, Evan immediately spotted Noah. He muttered with dissatisfaction, clearly upset at not seeing Noah for the entire summer. Noah could only shake his head. What else could he do? After all, he had been taken away by Master Gu-E. Although Noah had left a message, it was clear that such a simple note didn't satisfy them. Evan's complaint seemed to reflect the feelings of everyone. With a helpless smile, Noah found a seat and sat down. Soon, he noticed that several compartments in this carriage were almost completely filled with their group. This wasn't an issue, but Noah did notice that several seemed to be newcomers. Did you find some new recruits? Noah asked curiously. Yes, you guessed the House Cup champions wrong in the first year, and we all had some spots for self-recruitment. Last year, because of the basilisk, we didn't have much time to focus on this. Only Harry, Ron, and Katniss Lopez, a Slytherin, joined, and there was no one else. Ken rolled her eyes, as if to say, this is all your fault. So you recruited a lot of people over the summer? Noah asked. No, they found us on their own. It just so happened that Mr. Constantine was taking on many tasks, so I asked him to pass some on to us for testing. Of course, we use people from different houses to test, ensuring no cheating. Really? How did they perform? Noah asked. We didn't even give some people a chance to test, like Malfoy, whose family is involved with the Death Eaters. But this kid doesn't seem to give up, he's still trying to figure something out. As for the others, we sent them away if they didn't pass the first round. A few passed the first round but failed the second, and the rest stayed. Noah nodded. He hadn't expected the firm he and Constantine co-founded would also serve as a testing ground. But when he thought about it, it made sense. In addition to more difficult tasks, Constantine could also assign simpler ones. These tasks weren't particularly hard, but they weren't easy for the students either. For example, fighting something like a sandman, many young wizards might faint at the sight, or be bewitched and fall into nightmares before they even saw it. The sandman was actually easy to deal with. A simple defensive charm could resist the sleepiness, and then finding the sandman's body and casting an expulsion spell would make it vanish. Of course, this was easy to say, but actually doing it was another matter. Things were always much easier to talk about than to carry out. Upon observing the extra people present, Noah realized they seemed to be familiar faces. For example, Padma Patil, Anthony Goldstein, Michael Corner, and Terry Boot from Ravenclaw, and Ron's two brothers and Neville Longbottom from Gryffindor. Goodness, Longbottom was really going to be great in the future, but right now he was so timid. Who let him in? Or how did he end up with Evan and the others? After some thought, Noah resisted the urge to ask. He decided to trust the person who had selected them. After all, Longbottom would eventually be Hogwarts' herbology professor. As for Hufflepuff, only one person had joined, a girl named Susan Bones. Noah remembered her because she came from a pure-blood family that opposed Voldemort. Her family had suffered greatly for their stance. Her aunt, Amelia Bones, was a very talented witch and should have been the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Unfortunately, she was murdered by Voldemort for opposing him. Amelia wasn't the only one. Her brother Edgar Bones had also died during Voldemort's reign. It was safe to say that their family hated Voldemort as much as Harry did. Susan herself hadn't had much better luck. During an apparition class, she had lost her legs, though they were later reattached. It was a traumatic experience for her. Hey, come to think of it, aren't these the future members of Dumbledore's army? Noah suddenly realized. It was an interesting thought. These little ones really were the future members of Dumbledore's army, albeit in a less organized manner. This made Noah smile. Maybe he could recruit the whole of Dumbledore's army in the future. He shook his head, pushing the thought away. With a smile, Noah greeted the new recruits, then sat down. The new members looked relieved. Honestly, they were worried. Noah's reputation was well known at Hogwarts. Although he wasn't interested in Quidditch, his magical talent was extraordinary. He had defeated the basilisk with his eyes closed, literally with his eyes closed. He was top in every subject, beat Slytherin's sixth-year students, and even tied with Professor Snape, after letting him go. These were the accomplishments of a legend. Naturally, many of them were curious and eager to join Noah's team. However, they soon realized it wasn't so easy to get in. Even Noah's subordinates weren't ordinary, each of them had an excellent grasp of their grade-level magic. Most notably, they had received permission from the Ministry of Magic to cast spells outside of school. This only fueled their excitement and desire to join. Though the second-round test was difficult, at least the people sitting there had solved the problems, and they had learned one more thing that terrified them afterward. Chapter 135, Chapter 135, 3 Pieces of News. Noah is the disciple of the Sorcerer Supreme. He'll be leaving Hogwarts next year, but he's left behind some promising signs. However, you must swear by Merlin not to let this slip. After Ken and the others explained the situation, the newly joined students were dumbfounded. Only now did they truly understand how remarkable Noah was. Even those who initially didn't know the significance of the Sorcerer Supreme grasped the importance after a bit of clarification. They all began to yearn for Noah's acknowledgement. If Noah didn't approve of them, they would likely have to leave in disgrace. And nobody wanted that. To their relief, Noah didn't ask any probing questions. He was friendly and welcoming, putting everyone at ease. In truth, he had always come across as kind. Even the students who had witnessed Noah overpower Marcus Flint had to admit, Malfoy had gone too far at the time, and Marcus had simply been in the way. Although Noah's counterattack had been intense, Marcus hadn't been physically hurt. Well, that's if you don't count the destroyed wand. A compassionate leader, coupled with the 3 foundational principles of the Mage Alliance, made the organization feel like the perfect home for them. Noah's warmth lifted the mood, and the carriage soon turned lively. Students began revisiting earlier conversations, discussing the problems they faced during the second test and the amount of reward money they'd received. The money-sharing arrangement had really padded the pockets of many students, especially since Noah had handled the distribution with great care. Thanks to Constantine's cooperation, all the junior wizards had access to useful information. They were even briefed on the weaknesses of the creatures they would face. Their job was to defeat the monsters using what they had learned. Although a few students had been eliminated due to nervousness, they were the minority. Most had come prepared, based on their monsters' traits, and successfully defeated them. As for the money, the commission was split into 3 portions. Those who handled the job received 3 shares. 2 shares were evenly distributed among all Mage Alliance members. The remaining 5 shares went to Constantine and his team, a decision everyone agreed with, considering the intel and groundwork they provided. The students simply had to execute. The fees for exorcising spirits or monsters were high, especially in large castles owned by wealthy muggles. Such places were often haunted or built atop former dungeons, housing strange anomalies. Exorcists were never short on business, and these missions brought in generous pay. After just one successful mission, these young magicians could earn enough for a joyful summer vacation. Who wouldn't be thrilled? And exposure was never a concern. Constantine accompanied them, ensuring they weren't discovered by muggles. The kids could give it their all. Most importantly, they were now part of a thriving family of skilled students. You know, I went to Leeds to help a muggle real estate developer exorcise a ghost. It had been dead for nearly 1,000 years. If the body hadn't been buried so deep, I could have expelled it on the spot. That's nothing, I ran into a newborn vampire in Manchester. It was my first time there, and honestly, the air sucked. But the vampire? Piece of cake. Muggles use silver crosses. I just hit it with a full-body bind curse, turned it into a statue, and sent it to the ministry. Laughter and loud chatter filled the space as more stories were shared. From time to time, their eyes would drift toward Noah, clearly hoping to impress. Noah found it amusing. Still, he had to pretend to listen intently. After all, they were his companions now, and as their leader, he had to set a good example. By the way, Noah, Hermione spoke up amid the noise. Didn't you say you went to Kamarage over the summer? Can you tell us what it was like? Yeah, Noah, Ron added with a smile. I skipped Egypt with my parents just to help my brother with a mission. Ron had changed significantly, he was far more cheerful now. Last year, he'd been like a silent lamb, hardly speaking and always avoiding attention. Back then, he had felt like an outsider who got in through the back door. But now that he understood Noah and the others better, his confidence had grown. In simple terms, he'd gone from withdrawn to outspoken, largely because he'd become strong enough to believe in himself. Even though he knew he still lagged behind the original members, he was determined not to remain last forever. Hey, Ron. You make it sound like we needed your help, Fred said with mock indignation. We admit you've gotten better, but it's not like you've been to Egypt either. Yeah, haven't we all missed that trip? George chimed in. Come on, Noah, we're all curious. Ken leaned in, joined by Evan, Lance, and Ernie. Well, it's nothing special, Noah said, nodding and pausing thoughtfully. Honestly, while I'd like to say I had a good time over the summer, those 2 months at Kamarage were like hell. Wait, what? They all asked. Yeah, Noah sighed. As soon as I arrived, my master began teaching me spatial magic. Then he took away my sling ring. Ah, you're what? The sling ring, Noah explained. It's an artifact that lets you travel through space using magical portals. But I wasn't allowed to use it. Oh, and he also banned me from using my wand. You managed without it? Hermione asked in surprise. Barely, Noah chuckled. I could open a portal for just a few seconds, but hey, that's something. Oh, and there are a few more things. News from Kamarage. Things that are closely tied to all of you. That definitely got their attention. Despite the harsh training, Noah had gained immensely from it. Now, if he used the sling ring again, he could open portals far more easily. It was just a matter of focus and positioning. And these weren't secrets. Kamarage's teachings, magician classifications, and the upcoming changes were already being made public, so he had no problem sharing with his friends. What kind of news, Noah? Someone asked eagerly. Yeah, tell us already. Seeing their excitement, Noah couldn't help but smile. Clearly, word from Kamarage was irresistible. 3 things. First, Kamarage is implementing a magician grading system. It'll start with schools. There'll be 15 levels, giving a clear hierarchy of magician strength. Oh my god, a grading system. Yes, Noah confirmed. Low-level magicians can advance quickly at first, it won't be too difficult. But higher up, it gets exponentially harder. To give you an idea, a 7th-order magician could take on hundreds of 6th order. And a 15th-level magician. They could destroy the entire world. Merlin's beard. Noah, what order are you? Evan gasped. Noah smiled and took out his pendant. As he infused it with magic, a glowing number appeared, 4. A 4th-order magician. Curious, Evan reached for the pendant and tried infusing his own magic, but nothing happened. The pendant remained unresponsive. Noah took it back. It's soulbound. Each person can only have one. All right, Fred said, what's the second piece of news? This one's not directly for you, unless you're strong and smart enough to earn it, Noah said. Kamarage is launching the first Kamarage Magic Award, honoring those who develop powerful and valuable magic. It'll be an annual award. The winner gets a full year at Kamarage, meditating and studying under the Ancient One herself. What? A full year at Kamarage? Under the Ancient One? That was enough to drive any magician in the world wild. Of course, as Noah said, it didn't concern most of them yet. They were still too young to invent new magical systems. Still, the thought alone was thrilling. And the third thing? Ken asked. This one matters most, so listen carefully, Noah said, his voice turning serious. Everyone went quiet. In a distant corner of the carriage, a disheveled man who had been pretending to sleep stirred slightly. He had heard everything. The classification system. The magic award. It all piqued his curiosity. But he knew he wasn't strong enough to be part of it, yet. Still, he wanted to know more about this student who knew so much about Kamarage. So, he kept pretending to sleep. And when Noah revealed the final news, he was stunned. The last thing is this, Kamarage will soon open a university, Kamarage University of Magic. It will be open to the entire global magical community, but only the most talented students will be admitted. I don't think I need to say anything more, do I? The entire League of Mages' carriage fell into stunned silence. Mouths hung open. Eyes were wide. Noah had just dropped a bombshell. Chapter 136, Dementors. Is this all true? Fred and George spoke in unison, voices oddly shaky and expressions blank with disbelief. Of course it's true. What else could it be? Noah replied casually, spreading his hands as if it were no big deal. This information is confirmed. I just gave you a heads up. Expect it to be public in a few days. He looked around at Ken, Evan, Lance, Hermione, and Ernie, all of whom stood nearby. Their initial shock quickly gave way to stunned joy. They hadn't forgotten Noah's earlier promise to give them a shot at Kamarage for advanced magical training. Now it seemed he had truly made that possible. While the details were unclear, at least a door had opened for them. Merlin's beard. Noah, thank you. Hermione was the first to react. Her eyes sparkled with emotion, and she barely managed to keep her composure. Noah, Ken started, only to be cut off. All right, don't get too worked up, Noah said, waving his hand. I only fulfilled my promise. But I can't guarantee all of you will make it in. Some things are beyond me. It doesn't matter. Ernie exclaimed. This is already amazing. We'll do our best to pass whatever test they give. Do you know how many slots there are? No idea. Probably not many. There might be an entrance exam or other tests. But if you're good enough, you'll get in. This is incredible. Lance grinned, practically shaking with excitement. The students were ecstatic. Even if the opportunity was limited, they weren't afraid of exams. They were filled with new determination. Ron, sitting quietly nearby, clenched his fists. He knew his foundation was weak, but his heart burned with ambition. In the past, he'd chased after Harry, seeking recognition and praise. But after becoming a test subject of the Mage Alliance, he'd realized how naive he'd been. The chosen one. What a joke. If anyone was worthy of that title now, it was Noah. That didn't mean Ron resented Harry. Their friendship remained as strong as ever. But both of them had grown. They wanted more than just titles. They wanted power and purpose. Back home, Ron had never been the star. Now, things were changing. Though his parents still scolded him when he slacked off, he could feel the difference. Their subtle praise meant everything. He swore to work harder than ever before. Kamarage, a real university for magic. But who is this boy, really? Muttered a middle-aged man who'd been pretending to sleep in the corner of the train compartment. His eyes flicked to Noah, suspicion and awe mixing in his gaze. A fourth-order magician. What in Merlin's name does that even mean? He couldn't help but imagine what could have been, had such opportunities existed in his youth. Perhaps even his long-standing ailments might have been cured. While he mulled over these thoughts, the students carried on, chatting excitedly about everything from exams to Sirius Black, the infamous escapee of Azkaban. Don't worry, Harry, Evan said, patting him on the shoulder. Even if he's dangerous, Hogwarts won't let him get near you. Yeah, and neither will we, Ken added firmly. The atmosphere was warm despite the gloomy skies outside. Even the heavy rain pelting the train didn't dampen their spirits. Others from nearby compartments peeked in, curious about the commotion, but sensing they didn't belong in this tight-knit circle, they slowly drifted away. As time passed, the sky outside darkened. The hum of conversation faded. Some students returned to their own seats, leaving only Noah and his friends in the now quiet compartment. And that's when it happened. Why did the train stop? Lance frowned, looking up. Ken looked out the window, and gasped. Guys, look outside. All heads turned. Snow. Thick, heavy flakes floated past the glass. But this wasn't normal snow. A cold unlike anything they'd ever felt seeped through the walls of the train, making even their breath tremble. Noah's eyes narrowed. He knew exactly what this was. The Ministry wouldn't. He muttered under his breath. They really stationed dementors on a train full of students. He clenched his jaw. Idiots. Absolute idiots. With a flicker, every light on the train went out. The windows frosted over in seconds, and the temperature plummeted. Frost coated the water pitcher on their table. The entire train groaned and shuddered, as if it were alive, warning them. Everyone, wands out, Noah said, his voice calm but firm. We've got company. There was a power in his tone, and the students around him responded instantly. Fear gripped them, but they obeyed. Then, it came. A black figure floated past the door. Not walked, floated. It wore a tattered black cloak, dripping with shadow, as if soaked in despair itself. A rotting hand, gray and lifeless, emerged from its sleeve. A dementor. Hermione whispered, her voice trembling. Bloody hell, muttered Fred. Dementors were creatures of pure misery. They fed on peace, joy, and hope. They left behind only despair and agony. Get too close, and they'd drain every happy memory you had. If they chose to, they could perform the Dementor's kiss, a fate worse than death. They would suck out your soul, leaving you an empty husk. No thoughts. No identity. Just an empty, broken body. And now, they were here. One of them floated directly toward Harry. Noah saw it happen, saw the shimmer of magical energy latching onto Harry like a leech, trying to suck his soul through the air. Damn it, the middle-aged man cursed under his breath, springing to his feet. He reached for his wand. But Noah was faster. A circle of golden runes flared to life at the tip of his wand, spinning wildly. What a disgusting stench, Noah growled. You things make Infree look like house pets. The golden light grew stronger, glowing so brightly it lit up the entire carriage. Magic surged through Noah's body and into the air like a storm unleashed. The middle-aged man staggered, overwhelmed by the sheer power. Fourth-level magician. This was monstrous. Noah's wand twisted, and then the magic exploded. A blinding golden pulse shot through the air, slicing through the dementors like a holy storm. The creatures shrieked, screams full of rage, horror, and agony, as something tore from their bodies. Then, they began to disintegrate. One by one, the dementors burst into black dust and scattered like ash into the wind, sucked out of the train through broken windows and wide-open doors. All of it happened in 5 seconds. The remaining dementors outside the carriage saw what happened, and fled in terror. Their wails echoed as they vanished into the distance, leaving the train in stunned silence. The cold vanished. The lights flickered back on. The windows defrosted. Noah stood quietly, lowering his wand, golden energy still crackling faintly around him. Was that Kamarage magic? Hermione asked in a hushed voice. Noah blinked, then scratched the back of his head. Ah, yeah. I guess so. He hadn't expected his spell to work that well. Honestly, he hadn't even used a wand in a while. He'd just put everything he had into the attack, and it worked. Spectacularly. Dementors are spiritual beings, he explained. My spell affects the soul directly. They didn't stand a chance. It was over. But the consequences wouldn't be. They were stationed to guard the prison, Lance muttered, breaking the silence. I know, Noah replied. But placing dementors on a train full of students and letting them attack Harry? That's a line crossed. Yeah, said Ken grimly. Even the Ministry will have a hard time explaining this. We'll need more than just our word to prove what happened, Hermione said. Noah gave a small smile. Luckily, we have a professor right here. The others turned slowly toward the sleeping men in the corner, who had stood quietly during the chaos. Remus Lupin smiled faintly beneath his graying mustache. Indeed you do, he said. Chapter 137, shouldn't you ask him about this? Hogwarts remained lively as ever. To welcome the incoming students for the new school year, Professor Flitwick had gone out of his way to organize a grand musical concert. The performance was vibrant, magical, and full of youthful energy. Watching the surprised and excited expressions on the first year's faces, Noah couldn't help but smile. It reminded him of his own first time here. Unknowingly, he had become a seasoned veteran. The profession of a magician truly was magical in every sense. Nearly 3 years had passed since Noah began learning magic, and it felt like time had flown by. With his life so fulfilling and busy, the days blurred together, leaving behind a sense of rapid progression. After the concert, it was time for Professor Dumbledore's opening address. Noah blinked in surprise. Was it his imagination, or did Dumbledore look younger? It puzzled him. Had they changed the actor playing Dumbledore? No, that didn't make sense. Then it hit him, could it be that Dumbledore had advanced a rank in magic? It wasn't that far-fetched. Though they mostly discussed elemental magic during the last semester, Dumbledore had shown a keen interest in Noah's advanced magical theories. Elemental magic, after all, was no ordinary branch of study. Could he have become a sixth-order magician? Noah muttered thoughtfully. But soon, he lost interest in pondering it further. What mattered more was the magic classification system now being implemented in Hogwarts, the first experimental point for the system. Back when Noah was still training at Kamarage, the Ancient One had already contacted Dumbledore. And truth be told, the knowledge that Noah's system provided about magical classification was astonishing. Even the Ancient One approved of the system. The classification itself was divided into 3 ranks and 1 stage, a model that could categorize all magicians, including those far beyond ordinary comprehension. Noah once asked the Ancient One how he could possibly know details about those higher-level existences. He casually claimed he'd read it from some old books. The Ancient One's expression at the time had been rather peculiar. But she didn't question him further. According to this classification, Order 0 rank 1 to 10 were considered magic apprentices, not true magicians yet. Students in their first year at Hogwarts fell under this category, still learning the basics. Next came official magicians, split into 3 tiers. Beginner magicians, Order 1 to 3, typically recent graduates from magical academies. Most talented Hogwarts students graduate around levels 2 to 3. Intermediate magicians, Order 4 to 6. But here lies a major hurdle. Graduates at this stage might get lucky and join magic organizations where they can learn more advanced disciplines, such as elemental magic. If they don't, they end up stuck, living their lives as academic magicians, knowledgeable but without access to high-tier spells. Most of the magical world falls under this group. Even someone like Dumbledore had been classified here in the past. The magical community, isolated as it was, often resembled a stagnant pond. Achievements were hoarded rather than shared, dying with their creators. Above them were the advanced magicians, Order 7 to 9. At this tier, their magical capabilities reached astonishing heights. Whether it was standard Hogwarts curriculum, elemental magic, or even something greater, the power they wielded was overwhelming. From 7th Order onward, magicians could start traveling through space without the need for artifacts like sling rings. By the 8th Order, they fully discarded such tools and gained even greater range. The 9th Order allowed interstellar travel. The 10th Order, now that was a true turning point. This level was known as Transformation, where the user's very life form underwent change. At this stage, magic ceased to be a separate category, it was simply a form of power. The very distinction between arcane, divine, or elemental ceased to matter. The Ancient One had already reached this point. She could enter the multiverse freely, her essence no longer bound by conventional rules. As for why she chose to die, Noah speculated it was a matter of evolution. Her soul transcended physical limitation. With the Time Stone, she could see future outcomes, and perhaps she saw cultivating Doctor Strange as necessary. Dormammu's influence, while negligible to her, was still something to be removed. Even as a soul, she remained powerful beyond imagination. When she explained her abilities to Noah, she kept it vague, offering only the basics of her divine transformation. Yet Noah, thanks to his system, knew far more. Because beyond the 10th Order began the realm of gods. Orders 11 through 13 belonged to beings capable of traversing the quantum realm using their own power, entering any timeline or universe. However, this carried dangers. Entering the wrong timeline or creating parallel branches, like Ant-Man did in Avengers Endgame with Pym particles, was possible. At 11th Order, mistakes were common and energy expenditure massive. At 12th Order, they could choose the correct timeline more easily. At 13th Order, they could freely shift timelines without risk. From 14th Order, they became completely independent of time and space. Even if entire timelines were erased, their own world would remain unaffected. Then came the 15th Order. According to the system, anyone who reached this level was no longer bound by dimensions, powers, or even existence itself. They became self-eternal. Noah almost laughed aloud at that. What was this? A protagonist from a power fantasy novel. Transcendence, huh? Sounds way too far off. He scratched his head and chuckled. I'm just a 4th Order magician. 14th Order. That's 10 full stages away. I might never reach that in this lifetime. By now, Dumbledore had finished his speech. Noah felt a bit guilty, he hadn't heard a single word. Glancing at the blank stares of the students around him, he could roughly guess what was said. Let me guess, Snape's done teaching defense against the dark arts, Lupin's taking over, Hagrid's now the professor for care of magical creatures, Sirius has escaped Azkaban, dementors are being stationed here by the Ministry, and, oh right, the wizard classification system's being implemented. Later, in the headmaster's office, Dumbledore returned after the ceremony. To his surprise, he wasn't alone. Waiting for him were Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic, and Lucius Malfoy, father of Draco and an influential figure on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Before Dumbledore could speak, Fudge exploded. Why didn't you inform us about this? Inform you about what? Dumbledore replied calmly, though he had a pretty good guess. The wizard classification system. This absurd magician ranking nonsense. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled as he replied, it's the trend of the times, Cornelius. Trend of the times. You could have rejected it. But why should I? This system benefits our students and professors. And more importantly, I can't refuse a request from Kamarage. Don't forget where you are. This is Britain. You're under the British Ministry of Magic. Indeed. And I am the headmaster of Hogwarts, a wizard, not a politician. Dumbledore's aura flared. In an instant, overwhelming magical pressure flooded the office. Though contained within the room, the sheer force made both Fudge and Lucius Malfoy break into cold sweat. They could barely breathe. Then, just as quickly, the pressure vanished. It was like nothing had happened, except for the cold sweat dripping down their backs. Are you challenging the Ministry? Fudge asked, visibly shaken. Hogwarts has 12 governors, don't forget that. Yes, but also remember, the British Ministry of Magic is only a regional branch of the magical world. I don't want conflict, but I especially don't want to go against Kamarage. Dumbledore sighed. Even he felt his reaction had been a little forceful. Lucius stepped forward, easing the tension. We're not here to place blame. We just hope, Headmaster, that next time you'll inform us beforehand. Of course, Dumbledore nodded. You have my word. Now, let's talk about the dementors. Dementors? What about them? Fudge growled. Don't play dumb. The dementors are rebelling. Your student, Noah Finial, slaughtered dozens of them with one spell. You tell me what happened. Dumbledore blinked, then smiled. Shouldn't you ask him about this? Chapter 138, Chapter 138, The road is narrow. The number of dementors isn't exactly overwhelming, but it's certainly not small either. Because of the unique way dementors are created, typically formed from corrupted souls, they've existed for a long time. So naturally, their numbers have accumulated over time. Of course, these creatures don't just linger in one place. Dementors can be found scattered across the magical world in various countries. However, in the British wizarding world, they are treated rather uniquely. While most magical governments across the globe despise them and destroy them on sight, Britain gave them a job. One could call it official recognition or simply waste repurposing. Either way, dementors have been living quite comfortably in the UK, especially in Azkaban, where they've spent decades tormenting the prisoners locked inside. As a result, the British Ministry of Magic has a far higher population of dementors than any other country. Still, there are only a few hundred, perhaps close to 1,000. And now, Noah had slaughtered dozens in one go. No matter how you spin it, that's a big deal. Cornelius Fudge had a pounding headache. Dementors are indeed difficult to kill, but they can be dealt with. A properly cast Patronus charm is more than enough to repel or even injure them, and what graduate of a magic academy doesn't know this spell? The problem wasn't the spell, it was that Fudge had never considered using it against them. Why would he? They were a free, effective way to punish criminals. Giving them up so easily? Not a chance. But now, a new problem had emerged: Noah Finial. If he were just an ordinary student, that would be one thing. But he's anything but ordinary. No third-year Hogwarts student should be able to obliterate dozens of dementors like that. Fudge had known of Noah for some time, ever since the US Ministry of Magic filed a formal protest about him traveling to America. Gradually, the protests stopped. The American ministry started using Noah for certain assignments, and that's when Fudge began paying serious attention to the boy. He knew Noah had incredible magical talent. He knew the boy was clever enough to outsmart both his allies and enemies. But that wasn't even the most shocking part. The real kicker. The US Ministry of Magic had actually invited the Sorcerer Supreme, yes, the Sorcerer Supreme from Kamarage. And Noah had not only gained her recognition but was now her disciple. At first, Fudge thought it was an elaborate April Fool's prank. But after some discussions and a deep internal investigation, he was 99% sure it was all true. And so, Fudge buried it deep in his heart. Since Noah hadn't made this public, Fudge had no intention of doing so either. He couldn't, and more importantly, didn't want to. Now what was he supposed to do? Ask Noah why he killed all those dementors? Hell no. He'd rather deal with those infuriating Wisengamot members and their endless budget proposals. At least they played by the rules. Noah. He wasn't even in the rulebook. He wasn't a ministry employee. He was a student. Normally, even students would fall under the ministry's jurisdiction. But this one had a teacher that nobody wanted to provoke. If Noah ever revealed his real identity publicly, the wizarding world would erupt in chaos. Fudge, still frustrated, pulled Lucius Malfoy aside. Though Lucius looked puzzled, he had begun to put the pieces together. Clearly, even the Minister of Magic was afraid of Noah's teacher. Lucius became more cautious, more observant. Meanwhile, Noah had no clue about the argument brewing between Dumbledore and the ministry. He returned to Hogwarts and resumed his usual routine. Compared to his intense training in Kamarage, Hogwarts life was practically a vacation. Though he still woke early every day, it was a relaxing schedule overall. Outside of his standard classes, Noah spent most of his time in the Room of Requirement. He cherished every moment there. He knew he wouldn't have much time left at Hogwarts. The new recruits to the League of Mages were initially stunned by what they saw. But after settling in and swearing secrecy, Noah introduced them to the most basic methods to enhance their magic. The Room of Requirement quickly became a vital hub. Like the earlier members, the new students went straight there after class to train every day. Besides practice, they also began diligently reading magical texts, because according to Noah, getting into Kamarage University in the future would require excellence in everything. Watching them, Noah couldn't help but chuckle. One by one, just like how I used to study, he muttered with a shake of his head. They didn't care much about regular classes, going only when necessary. Noah had to follow, even to the ones he disliked, like divination. Who knew what Kamarage University might test during admissions? Though he thought Professor Trelawney was a bit mad, her prophecy about Harry had actually been spot on. More accurately, she hadn't seen Harry's future, but Voldemort's. Harry was Voldemort's last connection to humanity, not a Horcrux per se, but certainly tied to his fate. Only Noah and Dumbledore, who had pieced things together, knew this truth. Even Voldemort himself probably didn't know that a fragment of his soul resided within Harry. Naturally, Harry was annoyed by Professor Trelawney, but he still attended class to earn enough credits. Other classes, like Care of Magical Creatures with Hagrid, were also problematic. The first time Noah attended, he was nearly bitten by the textbook. As for hippogriffs, Noah had zero interest in touching, much less riding them. He thought they were ugly and had no desire to perform the required respectful bow. If it were an eagle that could sync with my vision and act as a scout, that would be useful, Noah had said. His disinterest gave Hagrid a headache, but at least the other students were enthusiastic. Draco Malfoy, however, got himself kicked, literally, by a hippogriff because of his arrogance. Though he made a fuss, Noah could tell Draco wasn't actually hurt and was more focused on trying to get close to him or to others in the Mage Alliance. Noah understood what Draco was aiming at, but didn't care. In his eyes, the Death Eaters were irrelevant. Meanwhile, Dumbledore and the others had worked tirelessly to find Voldemort's Horcruxes during Noah's time abroad. Some truth potions may have been involved. For example, the Hufflepuff cup was in the hands of Bellatrix Lestrange, who later gave birth to Voldemort's child, and they likely used Veritaserum to extract that information. The Slytherin locket was easier to find. Snape located the cave using magical tracking methods, confirming Regulus Black's betrayal of Voldemort. Eventually, they tracked it down to Dolores Umbridge, of all people. The most dangerous artifact was Marvolo Gaunt's ring. It was located in the Gaunt family home but cursed with lethal dark magic. A curse that could have killed any ordinary wizard. Thankfully, Dumbledore was no ordinary wizard, he had surpassed level 5. As for how he removed the curse, Noah didn't ask. He just noted that Dumbledore's hand looked perfectly fine. With only Harry and Nagini left, Voldemort's resurrection prospects were bleak. And as for the deformed fetus that Peter Pettigrew once threw into the cauldron. Even if Voldemort attempted resurrection now, Noah doubted he'd be able to recover his former strength. The road ahead for him was growing narrower and narrower. Maybe this is what a doomed future looks like, being outwitted by a traveler who knows the whole plot. Ah well, serves him right. Despite finding the magical creature's class dull, Noah memorized all the key points. In subjects like potions, transfiguration, and charms, Noah always delivered flawless demonstrations. Time passed quietly. Although most members of the Mage Alliance felt that time flew by, Noah remained calm. Soon, it was time for their first defense against the dark arts class of the term. At this point, it seemed that the defense against the dark arts position really was cursed. In just 3 years, Noah and his friends had gone through 4 professors. Other than Snape, none had been remotely reliable. Noah, what do you think of Professor Lupin? Is he good? Evan asked curiously as they walked toward class. Why are you asking me? But he's definitely better than Quirrell or Lockhart, Noah shrugged. Yeah, Lance added, still groggy. When the Dementors attacked, he stepped in to help Harry, though you handled the real threat. Still, let's see how he teaches. I heard he was in the same class as Professor Snape, and even gave him a hard time once, Kate chimed in with a yawn. If that's true, he should be solid. Noah stayed silent. Lupin giving Snape a hard time. Actually, that was true. But only when Lupin was a werewolf. Chapter 139, Noah's Fear. The classroom for defense against the dark arts had changed once again. If Gilderoy Lockhart's decor was considered extravagant and Professor Snape's was overly simple, then Professor Lupin's layout was painfully minimalistic. In the vast room, there was only one large cabinet box. The dueling stage had been dismantled, and there weren't even chairs for the students to sit on. As the third-year students entered the room, they instinctively separated into 4 groups, each representing their own house. Of course, there was one exception, Noah and his group all stood together. No one objected. In fact, the rest of the students had silently agreed to give Noah's group the best position, front and center. All right, kids, Professor Lupin said with a friendly smile as he patted the cabinet, this is our first defense against the dark arts class. He stepped toward the students. But before we begin, does anyone want to take a guess at what's inside this box? Is it a boggart, Professor? Hermione Granger immediately raised her hand, speaking with confidence. Correct, Miss Granger. Now, can anyone tell me what a boggart actually looks like? Lupin asked, clearly pleased. Professor, I don't think anyone knows, said Evan, raising his hand. Because no one has ever seen its true form. A boggart is a well-known magical creature, a shapeshifter that lives in dark and enclosed spaces. It transforms into the thing its observer fears the most. Because of this, no witch or wizard has ever seen its actual appearance. The easiest way to deal with a boggart is by using the ridiculous charm. The spell forces the boggart to turn into something comically ridiculous, and laughter is what truly destroys it. In fact, the more people present, the easier it becomes to defeat, since the boggart struggles to decide what form to take. It feeds on fear, not for self-defense, but seemingly for sustenance, making it classified as a dark creature. During the holidays, many young magicians who had recently joined the Mage Alliance had encountered boggarts. Some defeated them easily and earned a spot in Noah's team. Others, unfortunately, were too scared and failed the test. Excellent, Mr. Kane. Now, my final question, how do we deal with a boggart? Mr. Finial. Lupin asked, turning to Noah. It's quite simple, Professor, Noah answered bluntly. Depends on whether you want to kill it or just expel it. The students blinked, and even Lupin looked surprised. To kill it, all you need is a good laugh. Though, whether you can actually laugh at the time is the tricky part. As for expelling it, just use ridiculous. Easy enough. Yes, quite right, Lupin replied with a nervous chuckle. The idea of killing a boggart felt a little intense. He wiped sweat from his brow and added, but today, we'll just learn how to expel it. No need to go that far. As he returned to the cabinet, Lupin swallowed hard. To be honest, he was uneasy around Noah. He still remembered what had happened on the train. Though he fully agreed with Noah's actions, after all, he had been good friends with James Potter, Lupin's situation was delicate. Because Remus Lupin wasn't an ordinary wizard, he was a werewolf. And he had no idea what someone as powerful and unpredictable as Noah might think of that. What unsettled him more was the pendant Dumbledore had handed him upon arrival. It came from Kamarage, the ancient stronghold of sorcerers. The pendant was a measure of magical power. When Lupin had bound the pendant to himself, it had revealed his strength, level 3. That in itself wasn't so bad, until he found out that Noah, a student, was already level 4. Was this the legendary case of the teacher being weaker than the student? It was demoralizing. Still, he kept a composed face. After all, many Hogwarts professors ranked between level 2 and 3, so he wasn't exactly below average. His thoughts were interrupted by a sudden idea. Well, since Mr. Finial is so knowledgeable, Lupin said, recovering his composure, why don't you demonstrate how to expel a boggart first? Me. Noah blinked in surprise. He didn't think Lupin meant any harm, but boggarts weren't exactly a big deal to him. Would the boggart even be able to transform into his greatest fear? Probably not. Even the Sorting Hat couldn't read Noah's thoughts clearly thanks to his system's mental protections. A boggart. That would be even harder. Shrugging, Noah stepped forward. He was curious to see what the boggart would try. Mr. Finial, just don't kill it, all right? Lupin added hastily, wand at the ready. Noah rolled his eyes. I won't, he muttered, as if he were some repeat offender. Lupin waved his wand, and the cabinet creaked open. A bloody hand reached out. Several students gasped, recoiling in shock. Even Noah frowned. This hand, no way. He murmured. And then, she emerged. Ms. Hayfen. She looked terrible, bloodied, in a torn mage's robe, barely standing. The image shook Noah. She staggered forward, eyes filled with sorrow and pain. Noah, cast the spell. Quickly. Lupin urged. But Noah stood frozen, not with fear, but confusion. Ms. Hayfen stopped just before reaching him, smiled sadly, and collapsed. Noah noticed something glinting on her gloved hand, 6 glowing infinity stones embedded in a golden gauntlet. What the hell? Noah was stunned. This wasn't just fear. It was the realization he cared deeply about Ms. Hayfen. The idea of her being hurt, or worse, shattered him. But Thanos' gauntlet. Was this real? Noah couldn't help it, he laughed. Not mockingly, but with exasperation and disbelief. This was the system's doing, interfering again, twisting reality to keep him safe. And it worked. The boggart froze, trembling. Even it was afraid of Noah. Noah chuckled to himself. With mental shielding this strong, not even I know what I fear anymore. Or maybe I fear too many things. He raised his wand, pointed at the still, trembling Ms. Hayfen boggart, and cast, ridiculous. The image exploded into smoke, and reformed. Into a massive purple man. Noah stared in disbelief. The man was huge, taller than Hagrid. He wore sunglasses, a flower necklace, a bright purple Hawaiian shirt, and oversized beach shorts. Then, he started dancing. Twisting his huge hips wildly on a beach, grinning like a maniac. Everyone froze. Noah stood there, wand in hand, face pale. What the hell? Where was the dramatic transformation into a terrifying monster? Where was the haunting fear? This was his laugh-inducing vision. Noah prayed to every deity that this wouldn't be remembered. Air. Mr. Finial did, exceptionally well, Lupin finally said, voice strained as he waved his wand and dispelled the absurd image. The purple beach dancer turned into a balloon and floated back into the cabinet, which shut with a snap. No one spoke for a full minute. Professor Lupin had no idea how to continue. What had just happened? Noah's deepest fear was a dying woman. But what made him laugh was, a dancing purple hunk. The silence was finally broken by Evan. Noah, that made you happy, he asked, cautiously. Noah, now red-faced, returned to his group. I don't know. It just happened, he muttered. He couldn't even explain it to himself. He could only pray that this beach-dancing giant never appeared in his dreams, or worse, came to life like that cursed magician once had. Still, Evan said, nudging him, it was kind of epic. Noah groaned. Chapter 140, Induction. What Noah did to the boggart can only be regarded as an episode. Although the scene when Noah solved the boggart was too eye-catching, it did not delay Professor Lupin's class. Soon, other students lined up and walked up one by one, ready to face some magical creatures that could see their inner fears. The first one to go up was still the fat guy Neville. No, this guy seems to have started to lose weight now and has become a handsome boy. He was still afraid of Professor Snape. God knows what Professor Snape did to make him so scared. Of course, he was not an isolated case. Professor Snape was a very scary existence in the entire student body. Even many Slytherin students were very afraid of him. Under Lupin's guidance, coupled with Noah's previous experience, Neville easily dealt with Professor Snape, who was transformed by the boggart. I don't know if it was influenced by Noah, but Neville actually asked Professor Snape to dance the beach dance. This made Noah confused and helpless at the same time. The effect of role models is like this. Noah is the strongest among them, and Neville has officially joined them because he completed the exorcism mission. Noah is his real leader. The result of this is naturally imitating others. Noah almost doesn't need to think that there will be more inexplicable guys wearing beach clothes and twisting their butts there crazily, right? Is this picture too beautiful? So beautiful that it is unbearable to look at. Noah found a corner and sat there. He had no interest in watching other students' performances. But what Noah didn't expect was that Professor Lupin also came over and sat down next to him, which made Noah a little puzzled. "What's the matter, Professor?" Noah asked curiously. "To be honest, Noah, the first time I saw you on the train, I really doubted myself. I was wondering if the students nowadays are so strong. If they are so strong, what do I need to teach? Is it right or wrong for me to accept this job?" Professor Lupin sighed directly without any nonsense. "Well, my situation is a little special." Noah touched his nose a little embarrassedly, but the situation was a little special, and the dementors made Noah feel very good, so he would hit so hard. "I know, I have listened to Professor Dumbledore's introduction, especially after getting this pendant. I went to ask specifically." Professor Lupin pulled out his pendant that was hanging on his chest but buried under his clothes and shook it with a smile. "Oh. Hogwarts has started giving out pendants now. Yes, I just realized now that my wizard rating is so low. Damn it, Noah, you are a 4th order wizard, right?" Yes, 4th order. Really amazing." Professor Lupin sighed, and this compliment came from the bottom of his heart. How old is Noah, and he has already reached this level? However, the only thing that made Lupin feel a little calm was that Professor Dumbledore was a 6th order wizard, which was not bad no matter how you looked at it. "By the way, I heard that you have been to that mysterious man twice." "I guess so, but both times were soul fragments. The second time was a bit more troublesome, but everything was fine. To be honest, I am very grateful to you. That mysterious man killed many of my friends, including my best friend and his wife, that is, Harry's parents. Anyway, thank you." "Why thank me? I just did what I should do." Noah smiled. It was not that difficult to deal with a 16-year-old Voldemort from 50 years ago. Especially since that guy was a little careless, it was not difficult for Noah to deal with him. Shaking his head, Noah suddenly thought of something. Lupin, this guy, used to be the best friend of Sirius, Harry's father, and Peter Pettigrew. And now Sirius Black has escaped from prison, obviously to find Harry, and he also wants revenge. Noah will not stay in the college after this year, so Noah will naturally find a way to solve these troubles. Before, Noah had been struggling with how to expose Peter Pettigrew, because Noah had almost destroyed all of Voldemort's Horcruxes. If Pettigrew was exposed in advance, Noah might not have any trouble, but he would definitely have enough troubles. Lupin was very familiar with Peter Pettigrew, so why couldn't Noah induce Lupin? Instead of waiting for Lupin to hear Harry say that he saw him in the Marauders map, oh no, the Marauders map was already in Noah's hands, and George and Fred gave it to Noah as a gift. Harry might not have this opportunity. Even if he told Lupin and waited to verify it with Black, Harry and Snape would intervene one by one. They couldn't take revenge by themselves, so Pettigrew was taken back to the castle and finally entered Azkaban. Noah thought it would be better to let Lupin know everything directly, and then let them kill this guy in advance. Well, of course, leaving evidence for Harry to see everything is inevitable, otherwise, who knows what kind of misunderstanding will arise later. As for entering Azkaban, don't be ridiculous, Azkaban is almost becoming the backyard of those animagi. Especially Peter, the mouse, can really get out by transforming, and the dementors are not effective against animals. In a sense, it is really a garbage prison. By the way, can you tell me about your past? I have heard some things. You, Sirius Black, Harry's father, and Peter Pettigrew are all best friends, right? Yes, that's true. Noah's question made Lupin seem a little uncomfortable, and even at that moment, his eyes were a little blurred, as if he was reminiscing about the past. But soon, he recovered, though he didn't look so good. Everything is over. I found that I seem to have recognized some people by mistake and caused some trouble. It's all over, isn't it? Professor Lupin said with a wry smile. Maybe, but he's back now. Where's your old friend? Noah shrugged. Don't worry, kid. I won't hesitate to face such a traitor. Really? By the way, I heard that you did a lot of fun things back then, specifically for pranks. Yes, in order to avoid some annoying guys, we also made a map that detailed everything about Hogwarts, and each of our names was marked on it. Is that it? As he said that, Noah took out a map from his space bag. Noah has always kept this map with him. He has never used this map. When he got it, he stuffed it directly into the space bag given to him by Master Gui, and now he can finally see the sun again. Oh. You actually have this thing. I remember it wasn't taken by Filch. Yes, that's true. But this thing was accidentally taken by 2 Gryffindors. This time they passed the test of our small organization and joined us, and these 2 guys gave it to me as a gift. Since it's yours, I'll give it back to you as a souvenir. Thank you, Noah, thank you very much. You're welcome, Professor Lupin. Noah smiled at Lupin and saw that he seemed to be lost in reminiscence and slowly opened the whole map. Looking at the blank piece of paper, Lupin smiled. This thing is exactly the same as when they first made it. Taking out his wand, Professor Lupin gently pointed at the map and said, I solemnly swear that I will not do bad things. In an instant, under the stimulation of Professor Lupin's magic and spells, the entire map began to show its true form. Looking at the footprints that appeared one by one on it, the familiar footprints, Lupin felt unusually intimate, as if he had returned to his campus life back then. He continued to flip it back, wanting to see the traces he had left behind, but the next moment his face froze. Because he saw a name, Peter Pettigrew. At this moment, Lupin was stunned. This person was definitely not still alive, but why did he appear on the map? Why? 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 Lupin's face began to twist a little. He never dreamed that such a thing would happen. In a hurry, Lupin immediately stood up and ran out, not even caring about the students here. Seeing this scene, Noah was a little helpless, and all the students present were a little confused. What happened to Professor Lupin? Why did he run away after saying a few words? Although the students could deal with this boggart, they couldn't handle many situations without the professor. Okay, don't worry. I think the professor is just going to deal with some tricky things. Just do what you need to do. Evan, Ken, all of you help the students to continue, maintain order, deal with troubles that can be dealt with, and call me for things that can't be dealt with, understand? Noah had no choice but to speak at this time. It has to be said that Noah is still very powerful. After Noah finished speaking, all the students looked at each other, and then continued to maintain the order of the team one by one and went to the test one by one. Ken and others also started to maintain order for this at the first time, and they handled it very beautifully, almost allowing every student to achieve the set goals. Well, except for Harry's accident, which forced Noah to take action. Because of Noah, Harry was no longer afraid of dementors. Noah killed hundreds of dementors with a single spell, so how could he be afraid? The one he feared and hated the most was Voldemort. The appearance of Voldemort naturally caused some commotion among all the students present, but fortunately, with the help of Noah, Harry seemed to have found the courage to solve the problem in front of him. Of course, this was just a boggart, and Noah didn't think it could do anything. All the students slowly tested under the command of Noah and others, until the end of the class, when Professor Lupin came back with a look of disappointment.